holy sword that once shined in the hands of the sword saint was now dumped in a broken corner, completely ignored. Everyone thought it was nothing more than a ruined blade, but that man was willing to spend everything he had just to buy it, because he was the only one who knew how that sword was truly meant to be used. And it all began with a boy named Damien. Back then, Damien possessed an unrivaled talent, but he was ambushed by the Skeleton King and enslaved as a Death Knight. Under his command, the Skeleton King's army swept forward without mercy. Humanity's final city was burned into scorched earth. Even Soros Man, the man hailed as mankind's last hope, fell completely. In that instant, Damien felt a splitting headache. A tiny trace of his buried consciousness finally returned. He staggered to his feet, only to realize he had destroyed humanity's last hope with his own hands. The Skeleton King's voice thundered across the night sky. His wish of thousands of years had finally been fulfilled. Next, he would turn the entire kingdom into a land of the undead. Looking at the captured king, the Skeleton King knew this was the first true unification of the continent in demon history. And for that, he had to wear the crown and complete his coronation. Death Knight, you are my most perfect masterpiece. The Skeleton King pointed at Damien and ordered him to present the crown with his own hands. The crown rose at once and flew straight toward the Skeleton King, but the moment it was about to fall into his grasp, a razor-sharp sword aura tore through the sky. The Skeleton King instinctively raised a shield. Every demon around him went on high alert, yet no one expected that attack to come from the Death Knight himself. The Skeleton King roared in shock and fury. "How is this possible? I completely erased your mind." Damien answered coldly. It only looked that way. I was always trapped inside this shell, watching everything happen with my own eyes. The Skeleton King growled through his teeth. You are the first puppet to ever break free from my control, but even if you have awakened, the ending will not change. As soon as he finished speaking, the Skeleton King let out a furious roar. The 4 guardian demon kings lunged at Damien at once. In the next second, blinding light erupted from Damien's body. Every incoming attack vanished without a trace. The Skeleton King was horrified to see that the light had not only blocked the attacks, but had also erased the nearby demons entirely. He frantically summoned the power of the dead, and countless bones burst from the ground, surging toward Damien like a tide. Facing that endless undead army, Damien merely raised one hand. Then, he whispered a single command. Disappear. In an instant, every skeleton and every bone lit up faintly before crumbling into ash. For the first time, the Skeleton King's voice trembled beyond his control. I created a monster capable of standing beside the gods. The human world is already dead. Join me, and we will rule the new world together. I have no interest in your new world. A cold flame burned in Damien's eyes. During all those long years of imprisonment, the only thought in my mind was how to kill you. The Skeleton King sneered in disdain. Even if you destroy my body, my soul can still reincarnate. Damien cut him off. To kill you for good, I trained this move every day while I was trapped. As he spoke, deep blue energy began to coil around his body. A dangerous aura descended, and the Skeleton King finally sensed something was wrong. He turned and tried to flee. Damien shouted, "Soul extinguishing slash." In an instant, deep blue light pierced straight through the Skeleton King's body. The Skeleton King froze for a moment. Then he let out a mocking laugh. Ha! How could any weapon in this world possibly kill me? But before he could finish, a terrible pain tore through his soul, as if something were devouring it from within. His body began to fall apart, collapsing in every direction. With an earth-shaking explosion, the Skeleton King and all his ambition shattered into countless fragments of soul, vanishing into the night sky. In the next moment, Damien dropped to his knees. He muttered under his breath, "It's finally over." He had to atone to his family, because those family members had died by his own hands. Filled with endless regret, he drove his sword through his own heart. In a haze, he heard someone calling his name. "Damien, why are you sleeping here?" When Damien woke again, the first person he saw was his sister, who should have been dead. "Damien, it's about to rain. You should hurry home too." He stared blankly at his own palm. This was not a dream. This was a human hand. Was he still trapped under the Skeleton King's control? When he noticed a wooden stick nearby, he reached out and gripped it. The real sensation instantly told him this was no dream. Then he picked up the stick and swung it hard at a stone. The wooden stick shattered at once. Disbelief spread across his face. This was absurd. He had truly returned to the past. But in the next second, the stone made a sizzling sound and suddenly cracked apart. At last, Damien was certain. He had really come back. He remembered it clearly. Back then, he had killed himself to atone. He did not know why this had happened. But this had to be a chance from the gods to make things right. Right now, he had every technique from his previous life, but his strength was still far from enough. A sudden shout interrupted Damien's thoughts. "Young master, I finally found you." The person seemed to be his servant, but too much time had passed and he could no longer remember the man's name. After thinking for a while, he called out tentatively, "Victor, young master, Lady Louise told you to return home." The patriarch seems very angry. He knew he had been a bastard when he was young, but he truly could not remember exactly what he had done. The moment Damien stepped into the house, he was attacked. He dodged on instinct. "Father, have you lost your mind? You brat, are you calling me crazy? Did you forget the trouble you caused at the tavern last night? You're about to ruin this family's entire reputation." For a moment, Damien could not speak. He could no longer remember how long it had been since he last heard his father scold him. His father, his mother, and his sister. His body started trembling uncontrollably. He had missed them so much that tears fell before he could stop them. At last, he had seen his family again. "You brat, what trick are you trying to pull this time?" Damien said in a low voice. "I just suddenly missed all of you." His father, Paul, froze on the spot. Then he immediately hardened his expression. "Don't even think about acting pitiful, so I'll let you off. Father, this was my fault. I should never have damaged the family's reputation. I'll make up for the mistake I made." Paul sighed. "As long as you stop causing trouble, I'll be relieved. Father, I'll go settle the trouble I caused first. Once I handle it, I'll come back and accept your punishment." Was this really something Damien would say? Did he get beaten stupid after causing trouble yesterday? "Young master, this is the tavern where you caused trouble yesterday. Are you really going in? I heard this tavern has a powerful backer." Damien acted as if he had not heard a word and walked straight toward the tavern. In this life, he would protect his family properly, and he would never bury his own talent again. "The brat from last night? Didn't we beat you enough yesterday? You actually dare come back here looking for trouble? I'm not here to cause trouble. I came to apologize to the tavern owner for my rudeness yesterday." The man across from him clearly could not believe it. A noble is actually apologizing? Though you're just a fallen noble, forget the apology. "I heard your sister is famous as the prettiest woman in town. If you really want to apologize, send your sister over to keep us company. We're all nice guys here. We'll take very good care of her." In the next second, a blur flashed past the two men's eyes. The dagger in Damien's hand was still swaying lazily. One man's hand had already been sliced clean off. The other man went on full alert because he had not even seen how Damien moved. "You should never have insulted my sister." The servant beside him stared in disbelief. Was this really that spoiled young master? The man cursed through clenched teeth. "You bastard. We're members of the Black Snake Gang. No one messes with us and gets away with it." At those words, Damien finally remembered. The Black Snake Gang was a notorious criminal organization in this area. In his previous life, he had been drinking at this tavern when they slapped him with an absurd bill. The moment he objected, they'd beat him half to death. Thinking back on it now, he never should have come here to apologize. The Black Snake Gang member snarled that he wouldn't hold back anymore. Then he lunged straight at Damien, ready to kill him. Damien simply shifted aside and stuck his foot out to trip him. The man crashed to the ground instantly. He never imagined he would be toyed with by a 15-year-old kid. Rage flooded his face as he swore to kill Damien. But Damien had already raised his dagger and spoke slowly. "This is what happens when you insult my family." In just a few moments, both men were knocked to the ground by Damien. "You bastard! Who the hell are you?" A furious roar came from behind Damien. More members of the Black Snake Gang rushed over. The newcomer didn't attack right away. Instead, he asked coldly, "Are you from another gang?" Damien said calmly, "I originally came to apologize to the tavern owner, but now I remember. This was never my fault." The man clearly didn't understand what Damien meant. "If you refuse to tell the truth, then I'll beat it out of you." 3 hulking men charged at Damien at the same time. Damien muttered, "What a pain." Then he took a deep breath. In the next instant, only an afterimage remained, and all 3 men were crushed in a flash. The leader's face turned pale with fear, and even his words started to stutter. By then, Damien was already standing right in front of him. He frowned and complained, "This body is still too weak. Just using that move once already made me tired. Do you still want to continue?" Seeing this, the man hurriedly waved his hands and apologized. But Damien still moved toward him again and said flatly, Consider this a lesson. At that moment, everyone inside the tavern turned toward the entrance. The man was forcefully lifted and carried straight to the doorway. In the next second, Damien appeared behind him. The tavern customers were so frightened that they scrambled out in a panic. Who dares cause trouble in my tavern? The man who appeared was Anderson, the tavern owner. He frowned as he looked around. Strange. Where did all my guards go? Damien answered calmly. The men outside have all been dealt with. Anderson stared in disbelief. A child had taken down members of the Black Snake gang. His anger flared at once. Who exactly are you? Damien replied coldly. My name is Damien Haxon. Anderson froze, wondering if he was a noble from the Duchy of Haxon. Damien continued. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here for your apology. Your tavern gave me an outrageous bill, then spread rumors that I caused a drunken scene afterward. In his previous life, it was because of this incident that his father became even more disappointed in him. So I need you to apologize to me, and I need you to publicly clear things up to restore my reputation. Anderson sneered. I don't quite understand what you're saying. As far as I know, the Duchy of Haxon has been in decline for a long time. What reputation could it possibly have left? Don't use such a pathetic excuse to make trouble in my tavern. Damien's gaze darkened. Looks like you have no intention of apologizing. I understand. If you refuse to apologize, then I'll beat you until you do. Just then, rapid footsteps approached, and Damien instantly sensed danger. He instinctively raised his dagger in front of him. The next second, a sharp clash rang out, and during the collision, he felt a faint pulse of energy. After that brief exchange, both of them stepped back. Anderson immediately shouted, Mr. Ted, this brat is trying to ruin my tavern's business. Damien said softly, Now this is surprising. A knight has actually become a tavern owner's hired thug. Why would an honored knight appear in a place like this? Still, the knightly aura around him wasn't very strong. Every true knight received the blessing of Inaitsi, the being revered as the god of knights. And because of that, knights were divided into 3 ranks: full knights, apprentice knights, and the lowest rank, trainee knights. Anderson said arrogantly, Mr. Ted is a knight in training, and he has close ties with the leader of the Black Snake gang. Now that Mr. Ted has stepped in, you better get ready to die. Damien asked calmly, So what is he exactly? A trainee knight or an apprentice knight? During their brief exchange just now, Damien had already felt it. Teddy's energy was still far from enough to make him a full knight. Ted was shaken. I haven't even used my knightly power yet. How did he figure out I'm a knight? Damien seemed to understand something. So that's it. Your talent wasn't enough to become a full knight, so you got thrown out and ended up working as a tavern thug. At those words, Ted started trembling all over. Apprentice? Apprentice? Why does everyone keep saying I'm not even qualified to be an apprentice knight? I'll rip your mouth off. In the next instant, Ted leapt forward and attacked Damien. Just as the blade was about to strike, Damien lightly jumped back and avoided it. Ted seized the moment while Damien was in the air and swung again. But Damien still dodged with ease. His attacks came one after another, ending with a sweeping slash. Damien stepped back with emotion, thinking that his current body really couldn't handle a long fight yet. But Teddy clearly had no intention of letting him off. He gathered knightly energy throughout his body, and his speed exploded. A pale blue glow wrapped around his sword. But the moment the blade was about to reach Damien closed his eyes. His mind returned to the years when he had been a Death Knight. Back then, he had once faced the man known as humanity's strongest assassin. At that level, the man could easily analyze every movement his opponent made. Even Damien, as a Death Knight, had once been cut in half by a single strike from him, but with his undead bloodline, Damien came back to life again. After that, he used his terrifying learning ability to master assassination arts, then killed humanity's strongest assassin with the assassin's own ultimate technique. And because of that, when Damien opened his eyes again, Ted had already been taken down in one strike. Anderson had no idea what had happened. To him, Ted looked as if he had suddenly frozen in place, then dropped straight to the floor. He immediately fell to his knees and begged, I'm sorry, Great Lord Damien, this is all my fault. I don't know how I can make it up to you. This is everything I own. I'm willing to give it all to you as compensation. Damien looked at him calmly. Since you're that sincere, I'll accept your apology. Victor, how long are you planning to keep hiding outside? Victor froze. The young master had known he was hiding outside all along. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the young master's attacks could be too fast to follow. When did the young master learn swordsmanship? And that much money? Victor had never seen that kind of wealth in his entire life. Suddenly, a blur sliced past Anderson's ear. Damien said coldly, I accept your apology, but I almost forgot. I still need to punish you. Go tell the leader of the Black Snake Gang that if he dares touch my family, I'll kill him myself." After that, Damien and Victor headed back home. On the way back, Victor looked deeply worried. "Young master, you didn't just beat members of the Black Snake Gang. You even killed the knight they hired." Damien told him not to worry. "Even if we're fallen nobles, we aren't people a gang like that can casually mess with. And even if they do come after us, I can handle them." Victor couldn't help asking, "Young master, when did you learn swordsmanship? I've never seen you train with a sword." Damien answered casually, "I practiced in secret. Of course you never saw it." Just then, a burst of noise came from behind them. His father was running toward Damien in a hurry. "Where have you been all day? Don't tell me you caused trouble again." "Father, don't worry. I only went to handle what happened at the tavern before. Look over there. That's all compensation from the tavern. An entire bag of gold coins." Paul was stunned. "Damien, you aren't joking, are you?" Damien answered calmly, "The tavern owner gave it to me as compensation after apologizing." His father couldn't believe it and immediately turned to Victor. "Is what the young master said true?" Victor had no choice but to explain where the money came from. "The young master is right. This is indeed compensation from the tavern." Victor looked helpless and silently prayed in his heart. "God, please forgive me. How did the harmless young master suddenly become someone who can lie without batting an eye?" The next day, Damien began training without stopping. This body was still too weak, and many powerful techniques couldn't be used yet. Luckily, he had obtained something from the tavern. As he thought this, he took a potion out of his pocket. It was a body-strengthening potion, one of the items the tavern owner had offered as compensation, made by a member of the Alchemists Guild. The moment Damien drank it, his once frail body clearly felt its strength beginning to rise. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to improve his endurance first. He needed to grow back to the level of his previous life as quickly as possible, or he would never be able to guard against the Skeleton King's ambush. Before the Skeleton King created his undead world, Damien had to kill him with his own hands. Only then would he have the power to protect his family. With that thought, Damien threw himself back into training. Meanwhile, deep inside the Black Snake Gang headquarters, late at night, Mr. Ted had entered a fake death state after using a fake death drug. The leader of the Black Snake Gang, Walker, spoke coldly. "We don't need failures in the Black Snake Gang." Someone hesitated and asked, "But Mr. Ted is a knight. Are we really abandoning him?" Walker replied with disdain, "As long as I pay enough, anyone will work for us." At that moment, the awakened Ted shouted in anger, "Walker, are you trying to abandon me?" Walker sneered, "A useless piece of trash like you serves no purpose even if I keep you." Ted flew into a rage. "Walker, how dare you insult a knight?" With that, he lunged at Walker, but Ted never expected dark purple energy to suddenly bind his ankle. The next moment, his entire body was wrapped up and restrained. The leader of the Black Snake Gang looked at the man beside him and asked, "Can he become the first target for our partnership?" The other man answered calmly, "Of course. A useless waste like this can be used however we want." A hidden chant slipped from the man's mouth, and countless monsters emerged from the dark purple energy. Ted was thrown away as nourishment, and his screams instantly filled the entire room. Walker stared in disbelief. This power was even stronger than he had imagined. Then he said in a low voice, "The one who caused trouble at the tavern is a noble. We can't attack him openly, but I want you to deal with him in secret and make him suffer." The man replied quietly, "I'll make him experience true torment." At that moment, Damien was still training without rest, and he couldn't help admitting that the potion's effect was incredible. In just a few days, his physical ability had improved noticeably. But what bothered him was that the Black Snake Gang had made no move at all. Damien had expected them to retaliate quickly. Just then, an abnormal sound came from behind him. Damien's gaze turned cold. "I knew they wouldn't be able to hold back." He rushed toward the woods at high speed and shouted, "Come out, you Black Snake bastards." In the next instant, he grabbed the newcomer by the throat. But when Damien looked closely, he realized it was Haxon. Only then did Damien let go and put him down. Haxon gasped and said, "It's only been a few days, but your strength increased this much? I thought I was about to meet my maker." Damien remembered his previous life, when his younger brother had died by his own hand. He immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to grab you. I thought you were from the Black Snake Gang." Haxon frowned. "I didn't come here to listen to your apologies. Father told me the tavern owner apologized to you. But I heard there was a fight at the tavern and many people were injured. From what I know about you, there's no way you could have done something like that." Hearing that, Damien calmly said that everything he had said was true. But Haxon didn't believe him at all. "There is no way you could have done that. You can't even fight properly. You might fool everyone else, but you can't fool me. We've cleaned up too many messes for you already. Stop doing things that disgrace the family." Damien didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled with relief. "Haxon, you really have grown up. You're thinking about the family now, but you don't need to worry too much. From now on, no one will dare mess with our family so easily." Just then, Victor came running over, panting heavily. Young master, please hurry to the master's room. Something happened." Damien immediately rushed to his father's room. The moment he entered, his father looked at him in surprise. "Damien, why are you here?" And the man standing in front of his father was Brian, a noble from the Duchy of Angrim. In his previous life, Brian had openly provoked Damien at a banquet. He had not only insulted Damien's sister in front of him, but even declared that he would do whatever it took to have her. Furious, Damien had beaten this noble from the Duchy of Angrim right there at the banquet. Brian then used that incident to threaten Damien's father and force him to accept his demand. Now, Brian spoke with fake elegance, saying that he had always greatly admired Lady Louise. His father asked in a low voice, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Brian smiled and said, "My request is simple. I want Lady Louise to marry me." That demand left his father completely shocked. But Damien's expression didn't change at all, because this was exactly the same as what had happened in his previous life. His father immediately refused. "Brian, we can't accept your demand. Louise already has a fiancé. Do you really want everyone to know that you're using your status as a noble from the Duchy of Angrim to threaten us?" Brian sneered back. "Then what about the humiliation I suffered? Can your family really endure the wrath of the Brahm family?" The Brahm family was one of the most powerful noble families in the Duchy of Angrim. Even so, his father could never allow a scoundrel like this to take Louise away. Just then, Louise walked in from outside the room. She said calmly, "I'm willing to accept his request. Use me to calm his anger." "Louise, don't worry. Father will never hand you over to him. Sister, we'll find a way to solve this. You don't need to sacrifice yourself." Damien lowered his head. In his previous life, this was exactly how he had kept bringing trouble to his family. But Louise said softly, "It's fine. I'll leave with Sir Brian." A victorious smile immediately spread across Brian's face. "Lady Louise truly is a smart woman. I'll have my family send an official marriage proposal. As for the details, please wait patiently, Lady Louise." But just as Brian was about to leave, Damien stepped in front of him. Brian raised an eyebrow and sneered. "Damien, do you still have something to say?" "Oh right. You should be calling me brother-in-law now." Damien's gaze turned cold. "I won't let you ruin my sister's life again." Brian deliberately provoked him. "Then I'll make sure to treat your sister very well." But Brian never expected Damien to punch him in the face in front of everyone. Damien knew he shouldn't have let a cheap provocation get to him. But he couldn't hold back. Since he had been given a second life, he would never allow the same tragedy to happen again. In his previous life, he had heard from his father that his married sister had returned home. Back then, Damien had thought it was something to be happy about. But when he finally found his sister, he discovered that she had been brutally beaten and was living a life too miserable to describe. Only then did Damien finally understand that he had been the one who pushed his sister into the abyss. So in this life, he would never make the same mistake again. "You will never get to humiliate my family." The commotion quickly drew the guards' attention. When they saw Brian on the ground, they were shocked. "How dare you hurt the young master of the Brahm family?" Brian slowly climbed back to his feet and said through gritted teeth, "You actually dared to hurt me more than once." He reached for the sword at his side and said coldly, "I'll make you regret this. Today, just die quietly, right here." The guards hurried to stop him. "We'll handle this properly, young master. Please calm down. Even if they've fallen, they're still of noble blood. Leave this matter to us." But Brian punched the guard away. Then he roared, "Even if I break the agreement between nobles, no one will dare come forward and condemn my family. We're one of the most powerful noble families. Fallen nobles like you can't even compare to us. Damien, you've humiliated me today, so choose how you want to die." Damien said calmly, "Since we're both nobles, let's settle this with a duel between nobles. If you win, my life is yours. If you lose, the grudge between us ends here. You wouldn't be afraid of losing to me, would you? After all, you were once praised as the man most likely to become a middle knight." Brian was secretly unsettled. Damien is supposed to be trash, so why is he acting so confident? After a brief pause, he said coldly, "I accept our duel." The two of them then moved to the open space outside the entrance. Paul knew he should stop the duel, but when he saw Damien's expression, he felt as if his son already had a way to handle this. Haxon, however, was deeply nervous. How could Damien possibly beat Brian? Among lower knights, Brian had already reached the level of a full knight. Brian sneered, "You don't even have a weapon. What are you gonna fight me with?" Damien gave him a sly smile. "Against you, this fork is enough." Brian stared in disbelief, wondering if he had heard wrong. Everyone around them froze as well. Brian laughed in anger. "You must be terrified of me if you think you can duel me with a fork." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Damien. Damien simply shifted to the side and avoided the attack. Brian's heart jolted. This useless brat actually dodged. He immediately tightened his grip on his sword and rushed in again from the side. 4 sharp waves of sword energy sealed off the space around Damien. This was the Lion King's sword, a technique only full knights could learn, and it swept across the entire field in an instant. But when the blast of air faded, Damien was still standing in the center, completely unharmed. Brian could not believe it. How can this piece of trash keep avoiding my attacks? Every strike is about to land, yet he dodges all of them at the last second. And somehow, he seems extremely familiar with my sword style. After several days of training, Damien's physical ability had improved greatly. More importantly, he knew Brian's swordsmanship far too well. Because in his previous life, Damien had fought Brian's older brother Michael, the man known as the Sword King. Damien said lightly, "Any other moves you want to use? Go ahead." His gaze gradually sharpened. "You're far weaker than your brother." Brian shouted, in frustration. "You only dodged my attacks because you got lucky." Then Brian gathered all his power into his ankles. In the next instant, he rushed straight in front of Damien and roared, "Can you dodge this one too?" But Damien's expression still didn't change at all. A sharp clash rang out. Everyone around them was stunned, and cold sweat broke out across Brian's body. He blocked my high-speed slash with nothing but a fork? In the next second, Brian suddenly felt the sword in his hand become incredibly heavy. Damien was using his own strength to slowly suppress Brian. The moment Brian tried to pull his sword back, Damien used the prongs of the fork to flick the blade out of his hand. Before Brian could even recover from the shock, Damien's attack was already in front of him again. "Brian, you lost." Brian stared in disbelief. He had actually lost. Damien said coldly, "Don't ever come after my sister again." After Damien defeated Brian, everyone at the dining table fell into silence. Then Damien casually said that he still had training to do. After Damien left, his mother finally spoke in a low voice. "Are you really not going to ask Damien about it?" Haxon kept muttering to himself. That weak, spoiled older brother is suddenly like a completely different person. His sturdy father finally spoke. "I know everyone is wondering what happened to Damien, but I believe that when the time is right, he'll tell us himself." Even his father was shaken for the first time. The Damien he saw now felt like a battle-hardened warrior. At that moment, Damien was getting ready to continue his training. Then, his sister's voice suddenly came from beside him. "Sister, did you need something from me?" Louise said softly, "I came to thank you. Thank you for standing up for me today." Damien froze for a moment. "I should be the one apologizing to you. My reckless actions were what put you in this situation. I promise it won't happen again." "Damien, I was truly happy. When I said I'd agree to marry Brian, I was terrified, but then you suddenly stepped forward and protected me so firmly. In that moment, I felt like you'd really grown up. Sister, I'll keep getting stronger, and I'll protect you." Just as Damien was about to leave, Louise stopped him again. "This sword has been in Father's study for many years. Father asked me to give it to you. The heir of a count deserves to have a real blade of his own." Late that night, outside Damien's home, dark purple energy quietly spread through the air. The guards at the gate began yawning, their eyelids growing heavier and heavier. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the courtyard and muttered, "Looks like everyone is sleeping soundly." Then Louise's door was quietly opened. The figure appeared inside her room. "Just like the Black Sate gang said, she really is a beauty. In that case, let me enjoy this little prize first." But at that moment, a relaxed voice came from behind him. "I've been waiting for you. What are you trying to do to my sister?" The man's expression changed. "I sensed a strange energy, so I came here. All of you should have fallen asleep. Why are you still unaffected?" As he spoke, dark purple energy gathered in his palm. "Since you aren't asleep, I'll make sure you sleep forever." Seeing this, Damien quickly dodged to the side. The man's expression darkened. "Who exactly are you? An ordinary person shouldn't be able to resist my power." Damien asked coldly. "You broke into my house, and now you're asking for my name?" The man stared at him. Damien answered lightly, "Correct. Now it's your turn to tell me who you are." Just then, noise came from the guards downstairs. Clearly, the clash from moments ago had woken them up. The man sneered. "Damien, we'll meet again. I'll let you off this time." With that, he turned into a mass of energy and escaped through the window. Damien cursed under his breath. Damn it, he got away. Looks like the Black Snake gang has started moving. I need to be even more alert. Then the dark purple energy left in the room caught Damien's attention. For some reason, that energy felt strangely familiar. The next morning, Damien followed the traces of energy left on the ground, and the trail led straight to a cave in the back mountain. At that moment, the dark mage was filled with excitement. In just one night, the Black Snake gang had gathered all the materials he needed. For a while, he wouldn't have to worry about supplies anymore. But when he thought of the people from the church constantly hunting him, his face darkened again. He absolutely couldn't let the church find him. Suddenly, crisp footsteps echoed through the cave. The dark mage turned around in shock. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" "Wait, you're the Count's eldest son from last night, Damien." Damien said calmly, "You left behind a disgusting scent, so I followed it all the way here." The dark mage couldn't believe it. "He can actually sense my energy fluctuations," Damien asked coldly. "You're the one hired by the Black Snake gang?" The dark mage didn't deny it. Instead, he smiled and said that the more he tortured Damien's family, the bigger his reward would be. Damien's gaze turned cold. "What a pitiful fool. You're going to pay for accepting this job with your life." The dark mage laughed in anger. "A mere brat dares to talk that big?" With that, he activated dark magic, ready to kill Damien. Damien said flatly, "I don't just kill people casually. Even when that night at the tavern faked his death, I pretended not to notice. But a dark mage who has fallen into darkness is an exception." The dark mage's face changed. "How do you know about that?" "To hide my tracks, you have to die." In the next instant, waves of dark energy surged toward Damien. But Damien broke out of the blockade in a single instant and rushed forward at terrifying speed. His speed even startled the dark mage. The strike landed cleanly on the dark mage. But, to Damien's surprise, the dark mage's entire body split apart and turned into an energy form. No matter how many times Damien attacked, the man's body would break apart first, then reassemble itself. The dark mage sneered. "For a child, you've done well enough. But the moment you stepped into this place, your death was already decided." From every direction, the aura of dark magic surged in, ready to devour Damien completely. "I placed dark magic throughout this entire cave to guard against the church's pursuit. Now I'll let you taste the power of a dark mage yourself." Countless strands of dark aura twisted together, trying to drown Damien completely. "Just rest peacefully in my cradle and die. Once you're gone, I'll have completed the Black Snake gang's job, and that fat pig walker will pay me handsomely." But while the dark mage was enjoying his own confidence, Damien's voice suddenly came from behind him. "So it's just a decomposition-type curse." The dark mage's face twisted in shock. How is he still alive? In the next instant, Damien tore the curse wrapped around his body apart with brute force. The dark mage shouted in fear, "Why do you know so much about dark magic?" Damien didn't answer, because right now he was even more shocked than the dark mage. The authority power was still inside him. In his previous life, Skeleton King Alced had injected his own necromantic power into Damien's body to create the perfect warrior. The Death Knight already possessed the strongest body, but Alced wasn't satisfied. He wanted to fuse the strongest body with the strongest magical power and create the ultimate Death Knight. That was why Damien had become the proudest masterpiece of Alced's entire life. There was no doubt about it. The power surging in Damien's hand was the authority power. He never expected that this power had returned to the past with him too. Before Damien could think any further, the dark mage attacked again. Damien kicked the attack away with one leg. The dark mage shouted in shock and fury, "Why are you still alive? Tell me how you did it." Damien answered coldly, "Everyone deserves to have a hidden card. Why should I tell you mine? Besides, this man most likely belonged to the Yulan organization." In Damien's previous life, most dark mages had hidden themselves within the Yulan organization. It was an organization that specialized in assassination through dark magic, so Damien had to end this fight quickly. The dark mage gritted his teeth. "I was saving this treasure for when the people from the church came after me. But now, it seems you're worth using it on." It was a bracelet capable of storing an enormous amount of mana. Once the mana inside was released, even the dark mage himself could barely control it. In the next moment, the mana took physical form and turned into a monster before Damien. The dark mage roared, "Let this hellish power crush you completely." The attack struck Damien head-on. The dark mage smeared. Even I'd be reduced to ash instantly if I took that hit directly. But in the next second, a calm voice slowly rang out. That's some decent power. Too bad, you still know nothing about my ability. Damien's authority power wasn't simple defense. It absorbed mana. At that moment, Damien's entire aura changed, and the mana around him became almost solid. His authority power had absorbed every last bit of the dark mana. The dark mage stared in terror. How can you possess authority power? That's a power only the strongest demons in the depths of hell can have. Damien said coldly, that's none of your concern. Just understand this. The authority power belongs to me now. At this point, Damien was truly furious, because he had been forced to use the power he hated most, the power given to him by the Skeleton King. In the next instant, the Dark Mage was even more shocked. That was the Ring of Light Blades, a power only a great swordsman at the peak of humanity could use. In the Dark Mage's eyes, Damien was an anomaly, someone who possessed authority power, while also wielding the Ring of Light Blades. When Damien's strike fell, the entire space was torn apart. This was Damien's true power. After killing the Dark Mage, Damien also learned the location of the Black Snake Gang's headquarters from him. Now, he had to wipe out the Black Snake Gang for good. Victor looked confused. Young Master, why are we suddenly going to Hilton City? Victor, all you need to do is follow me. You'll understand soon enough. Young Master, that book in your hand looks very strange. This is the Dark Mage's grimoire. It's extremely important. Young Master, I've been meaning to ask. What's that other thing? It keeps giving off a disgusting smell. Before Damien could answer, the carriage suddenly stopped. Looks like we've arrived. Victor, I need you to help me with something. Inside this bag is a human head. Victor froze on the spot. Young Master, that joke isn't funny at all. Even as he said that, he still opened the bag on instinct. In the next second, Victor went completely stiff. He couldn't help shouting, "What in the world is going on?" Victor, don't panic. Keep your voice down. I'll explain it to you later. Then Damien took out something else from his pocket. I need you to deliver these 2 items to the designated place. Once you do that, everything we're about to do will go much more smoothly. At the center of Hilton City, in front of the Black Snake Gang headquarters, Damien said calmly, I heard a gang had managed to build its headquarters right in the middle of the city. I have to admit I'm surprised. Hearing his voice, the 2 men at the entrance turned around. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble at the Black Snake Gang's door? Damien answered calmly, my name is Damien. What, Damien? Never heard of you. But the one-eyed man beside him suddenly remembered something. Wait, the guy the boss hired that dark mage to deal with was called Damien, right? And you actually dare come to our headquarters looking for trouble? Then the bald man fired a signal flare. No one offends the Black Snake Gang and gets away with it. In just a few moments, Damien was completely surrounded by members of the Black Snake Gang, but there wasn't a trace of panic on his face. Instead, he said calmly, tell me who your leader is, and I may let you live. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Black Snake Gang headquarters, the governor of Hilton City was meeting with Walker. Standing beside him was Robert, a high-ranking knight. At that moment, Walker was making a dirty deal with the 2 of them. Walker wanted control over the city's entire business network. In exchange, he would pay the governor a massive amount of money, while Robert would protect him. Walker even put on a flattering smile and said, to have Lord Robert's protection is truly my honor. Robert clearly enjoyed the praise and laughed loudly. Leave it to me. But Walker was sneering on the inside. Once I control this entire city, let's see if any of you still dare look down on me. Just then, one of his underlings rushed in from outside. Boss, we have a problem. Walker frowned in irritation. Can't you see I have important guests here? What happened that made you panic like this? With that, he followed the underling out of the room. The underling stammered, Damien has attacked our headquarters. Walker cursed furiously. That damn dark mage couldn't even handle 1 child. But don't worry, since he dared come to our headquarters, we have hundreds of men here. That's more than enough to tear him apart. But the underling looked completely lost. After drinking the strength potion, Damien looked terrifyingly powerful. In only a short time, dozens of men had already fallen under his sword. When Walker came out to see for himself, he could hardly believe the scene before him. 1 person is wiping out the entire Black Snake Gang? He's only a child. Is he really Damien? The Damien in the rumors was supposed to be a useless, spoiled brat. If things have gone this far, then the dark mage I sent is probably already dead. I have no choice but to ask Robert to step in. After all, he's a high-ranking knight. At that moment, the city guard also arrived and shouted, Damien has violated the City Peace Act. He is to be executed on the spot. As soon as they spoke, the guards unleashed fire magic at Damien. Damien simply thrust his sword forward and shattered the incoming flames. The burly guard captain immediately increased the force of the attack, clearly aiming to kill Damien right there. Damien spun the sword in his hand, drawing all the incoming flames onto the blade. No matter how much fire came at him, the sword absorbed it all. In the next second, Damien swung his sword back. The absorbed spell was sent straight back at the guards. With just one strike, he wiped them out with ease. At that moment, Damien was still wondering who the leader of the Black Snake gang was. Then, he suddenly felt a cold, killing intent behind him. His body moved almost on instinct, dodging to the side. Damien's expression darkened. "Who's that? That killing intent is sharp enough to make my skin sting." From within the dust, Robert's voice slowly rang out. "I was wondering who dared cause trouble here. I didn't expect it to be nothing more than a 15-year-old child." At that moment, all the guards of Hilton City also arrived at the scene. The governor immediately stepped forward and shouted, "I'm the governor of Hilton City. How dare you bully the good merchants of our city?" Walker is a well-known benefactor of Hilton City. Walker sneered inwardly. As expected, once the money is paid, everything becomes easy. Damien looked at him and said, "So you're the leader of the Black Snake gang. I've been looking for you for a long time. The city governor is protecting the leader of a gang. Looks like the two of you have been working together for quite a while." The governor's face darkened. "Everything I said is true. You're the one who dares insult me like this. Robert, I'll leave the rest to you." Robert slowly stepped forward. "I'm Robert, captain of the city guard. Drop your weapon and surrender." Damien didn't move. Robert said coldly, "Looks like you have no intention of surrendering." As soon as he finished speaking, his attack was already in front of Damien. Damien quickly retreated. With his current strength, he still couldn't face Robert head-on. For now, all he needed to do was hold on and buy time. But every strike from Robert made his body tremble. Damien tried his best to dodge, but he still couldn't avoid everything. With just one exchange, his arm was almost crippled. In the blink of an eye, Robert appeared right in front of Damien, clearly aiming to kill him with the next strike. This time, Damien had no way to dodge, but at the critical moment, a figure suddenly stepped in front of him, blocked the attack, and kicked Robert's weapon away. The sight shocked everyone around them. The governor shouted in anger, "Who are you? How dare you interfere with the city guard's official duties?" The newcomer slowly removed her straw hat, and a silver-white glow radiated from her body. "That aura, that outfit. You're a holy knight of the church?" At that moment, Victor's voice sounded behind Damien. "Young master, I completed everything you asked me to do." Seeing this, Damien finally let out a breath of relief. "Victor, you carried out the task I gave you very carefully." A few hours earlier, Victor had arrived at a branch of the church and happened to meet the holy knight Anis while she was praying. Exhausted, Victor asked, "Is this a branch of the church?" Anis confirmed that it was and asked if he needed help. Victor quickly said, "My young master asked me to deliver these 2 items to the church. He also said this book contains records of someone trading with a dark mage." At first, Anis could hardly believe that anyone would dare trade with a dark mage. But when she sensed the aura left on the notebook, Anis immediately understood that it truly belonged to a dark mage, and the mark on it belonged to the Yulan organization. A church member beside her immediately took the notebook and checked it. "That's right, this belongs to Dark Mage Agato, who is wanted by the church, and he's also one of the managers of the Yulan organization. This is unbelievable. Someone actually dared to trade with a cultist." Anis immediately said, "Take me to your young master at once." That was why Anis had appeared here. Now she looked at Damien and asked, "Are you Damien? You look very young. We've received the evidence you provided and will handle the matter properly." The sturdy governor immediately forced a smile. "Of course, we would never interfere with the sacred work of the church." Victor was shocked. Her aura changed way too fast. A moment ago, she was an imposing holy knight. Now she suddenly seems like a gentle young girl. The church called itself the agent of God, and it helped all suffering humans. But when facing dark forces, it was just as fierce and unforgiving. Anis ordered everyone in public, "Lay down your weapons. The church has received a report that someone here has been trading with cultists." The surrounding civilians could hardly believe it. Someone actually dared to trade with cultists? Anis continued, "Until the truth is fully investigated, Hilton City will be temporarily taken over by the church." The governor shouted at once, "Hilton is an autonomous city, specially approved by the king." Anis replied calmly, "The authority of the church stands above all royal power. More importantly, You and your knight are both key suspects in this incident. He's the criminal who hit a cultist, and all of you are major suspects as well." The governor immediately glared at Walker. "Walker, you actually colluded with cultists?" Walker panicked and denied it. "I didn't," Anna said coldly. "The evidence is solid. You can't deny it. This notebook records everything clearly, including the items you purchased and where you bought them." Walker stared in disbelief. "That damn dark mage recorded all of it? He even wrote down what I did when I was bored." Anna said in a firm voice, "We'll investigate the truth fairly, so I ask all of you to cooperate. I won't let a single criminal go, and I won't wrong an innocent person either." Only then did the governor finally understand that all of this had been part of Damien's plan. Walker also knew that if he was taken away by the church, death was the only ending waiting for him. So he looked at Robert and said, "Sir Robert, are you really willing to let them frame me like this?" Robert knew very well that once he was taken in for investigation, every filthy thing he had done would eventually be exposed. In the next instant, he suddenly broke free from the people around him and charged forward with lightning speed. Robert picked up his weapon again and shouted, "My fate must be in my own hands." Then he rushed straight at Annis. Seeing this, Damien thought Robert was unbelievably stupid. He was only a high-ranking knight, yet he dared attack a sacred holy knight. Before Robert could even react, Annis had already appeared in front of him. In the next second, her fist slammed into Robert with terrifying force. Walker stared in disbelief. Robert was a high-ranking knight, yet Annis had killed him with a single blow. Annis said in a low voice, "What a foolish man." Only then did everyone around them realize that they were completely finished. Damien looked at Annis and understood that thanks to her, everything had gone smoothly. Judging from the aura and sacred power radiating from her, Annis was very likely the successor of Yulan. Legend said that, among the blessings granted by the god of knights, 5 powerful knights had once been born, and Yulan was one of those 5 great knights. Annis looked at Damien and said seriously, "Damien, thank you for helping the church eliminate a cultist. So with this, we can call things even." Damien asked in confusion, "I don't quite understand." "What do you mean by even?" Annis explained. "Your attack on the Black Snake gang was an act of personal revenge. By stepping in this time, the church has officially helped cover that issue for you." Hearing that, Damien admitted it openly. "I apologize. I did use the church to cover up my attack on the Black Snake gang." Annis clearly didn't expect Damien to admit it so easily. "Still, although you attacked the Black Snake gang, your intentions weren't evil. Also, there's a large bounty on the Dark Mage. The church will pay it to you as soon as possible. It should be around 1,000 gold coins." But Damien clearly didn't care much about gold. Instead, he asked, "Can I exchange it for another reward? Something like a Holy Knight's mana training method?" Annis was a little surprised. "You're already strong enough to wipe out the Black Snake gang alone. Why would you want such basic training?" Damien answered calmly, "Because I've never received proper professional training." Annis found that even harder to believe. With nothing but self-training, his mana had already reached the level of a knight above the middle knight rank. "It seems you have a powerful obsession with becoming stronger. In that case, I have a good proposal. Join the church and become a holy knight." Victor froze on the spot. The young master can actually become a holy knight? But Damien looked helpless. He rejected the offer almost without hesitation. Annis said in confusion, "Becoming a holy knight is the ultimate dream of countless people." But no matter how Annis tried to persuade him, Damien kept refusing. To Damien, life in the church had to be boring and restrictive, and he might even be ordered around like a dog. Still, he needed a proper excuse to turn her down. So Damien said, "I'm not qualified yet, and I haven't earned the recognition of the gods. For now, I'll follow the gods as an ordinary believer." Annis was deeply moved. "Damien, you're the most sincere believer I've ever met. I believe we'll get along very well in the future." Meanwhile, at the Braun family estate, Marquis Braun rushed over as soon as he heard that his son had been beaten. But the moment he entered, he saw something that left him stunned. His son, who had already become a knight, was so terrified that he didn't dare move. Marquis Braun immediately grabbed Brian and demanded to know what had happened. But Brian only kept repeating the same words, "He tried to kill me." Rage instantly burned through Marquis Braun. "A mere fallen family dared treat my child like this? Send men to Damien's estate at once. I'll make him understand that no one offends the Braun family and gets away with it." A few days later, Annis arrived at Damien's home and spoke politely. "Greetings, Count. My name is Annis, a holy knight of the church." The moment his father saw her, his first thought was that Damien had caused trouble again. He had only gone out for a few days, and now he had somehow brought people from the church to their door. so he glared hard at Damien. His father wanted nothing to do with the church, so he said politely, "Although you wish to stay here for a few days, we're a little short on rooms and may not be able to host you properly." But Anis directly took out some gold coins. "Please consider this our rent." His father immediately changed his tone and said they could stay as long as they wanted. Damien sighed inwardly. Father really does love money. Anis said seriously, "Thank you for allowing us to conduct our investigation here." Then she looked at Damien and handed something over. "Damien, this is what you asked for." Damien was surprised after receiving it. "Why are there 2 training manuals? I only remember asking for one," Anis explained. "One is the destructive swordsmanship training method. The other is the aura training method you requested." Damien looked at the 2 books and couldn't help thinking, there's way too much training material. Learning all of it at once would be exhausting. Anis asked, "Then what do you plan to do now?" Damien answered, "I'll begin aura training now." Meanwhile, inside the Dark Mage's cave, members of the church were investigating the research records left behind by the Dark Mage. One of them spoke up. "Don't you find this strange? Agito was a high-ranking member of the Yuan organization, and he had escaped the church's encirclement several times before. Even if Agito mainly studied curse-based dark magic, he still shouldn't have died at the hands of a child." Another member nodded. "I had doubts about that too, but Lady Anis said she believes Damien was the one who killed him." "Can we really trust Damien?" At that moment, Anis's voice came from behind them. "You can trust Damien completely." The 2 quickly explained, "We aren't questioning your judgment. We're just very curious how he managed to do it." Anis said, "He told me he dodged the Dark Mage's attack, then killed him from behind with a single sword strike." That explanation is admittedly hard to fully understand. Can it really be that simple? Even if Agito was a curse-type dark mage and not skilled in direct combat, he still shouldn't have been someone a child could kill. Anis said calmly, "At first, I had the same doubts. But when he fought the Black Snake Gang, I observed him from the side. His swordsmanship was extremely refined, and he killed the Black Snake Gang members with incredible speed. He could even use his sword to neutralize magic attacks. Not only that, what is even harder to believe is that he could reflect those attacks back." The jaws of the 2 church members dropped. Using a sword to neutralize magic and reflect it back? That would require at least the level of a sword master. Anis understood that Damien couldn't truly be a sword master yet, but he definitely possessed extraordinary potential in swordsmanship. Meanwhile, the Knights of the Brahm family arrived near Damien's family territory. The man leading them was Garrick, a high-ranking knight of the Brahm family. He looked toward the distant estate and said coldly, "That's where Damien's family lives. The Marquis ordered us to arrest Damien. As for everyone else, life or death doesn't matter. Only the blood of this fallen noble family can wash away the shame they brought upon the Brahm family." Just then, an old man slowly walked up from behind them. Garrick asked coldly, "Are you one of Damien family's subjects?" The old man nodded and confirmed it. Garrick didn't hesitate at all. He swung his sword and killed him on the spot. And with that, the massacre began. He would stain this land with blood. At that moment, Victor was sweeping the courtyard when he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. He turned around and saw war horses carrying knights straight toward him. Meanwhile, Anis and the others had already completed most of their investigation, but the flow of aura nearby quickly caught their attention. The aura in the air was slowly gathering around Damien. With every breath he took, they could clearly feel his aura growing stronger. Anis stared in disbelief. What she had taught Damien was a highly destructive aura training method. Only someone who had reached an extremely high level should be able to absorb mana from the surroundings. But Damien had only studied it for a few hours, and he had already done it. When Damien came to his senses, he found everyone staring at him with almost worshipful eyes. He asked, "Have you finished the investigation?" Anis nodded and said it was done. Then she sighed. "I never expected your understanding of aura to be this strong." Damien replied, "That's thanks to the training method you gave me. It's far better than ordinary training methods." Anis explained, "This method was created by gathering the experience of many knights, and since Damien had been a swordmaster in his previous life, his understanding of training was naturally far beyond ordinary people." Just then, Damien, who could now sense the mana around him, suddenly felt a murderous aura in the air. He immediately looked at Anis. "We don't have time to chat. Someone has broken into my territory. I need to return at once." With that, Damien rushed back to his territory without delay. His expression grew colder and colder. Anyone who dared hurt his family had to die. At that moment, back on the family estate, Victor was being tortured. A knight shouted at him, "How dare you disobey my order? Tell me where Damien is. Bring Damien to us now. Victor gritted his teeth and said, even if I die, I won't tell you. Hearing the commotion, Damien's father rushed out and shouted, stop. The man sneered. Who do you think you are, ordering me to stop? His father said in a low voice, I'm Count Haxon, lord of this territory. Then he quickly looked at Victor. Victor, are you all right? Do you understand what you're doing? You call yourselves holy knights? Yet you invade another noble's territory and attack civilians? Garrick said coldly. Count Haxon, Marquis Brahm wants to see your son, Damien. His father knew the Brahm family would retaliate, but he never expected them to be this brutal. Garrick was infamous for his cruelty. If he handed over his son, the entire territory would likely be turned into a sea of fire. So even if he had to die, as a father, he would never sell out his own son. Garrick looked at his expression and said coldly, your face tells me you have no intention of handing over your son. In that case, before Damien appears, we'll destroy everything here first. His father shouted in anger. Have you all gone mad? Nobles aren't allowed to commit such atrocities against each other. Do you all want to die? Just then, a quiet voice sounded from the side. The mana around Damien was ice cold. Garrick's heart tightened. When did he appear there? Damien ignored him and slowly walked toward Victor. The surrounding knights were so overwhelmed by fear that they didn't dare move. Their instincts were screaming that if they made even one careless move, death would be waiting for them. Victor, were you all right? Damien felt Victor's breathing. Good. He was still alive. You should consider yourselves lucky. If anything had happened to Victor, all of you would be dead right now. Garrick said coldly. So you're Damien Haxon, the one who used some cheap trick to defeat Brian? Damien looked at Garrick with contempt. Why not try me yourself? Garrick waved his hand. Defeat him. Make him kneel before me. A knight immediately charged at Damien, and the attack was about to land, but Damien instantly grabbed his wrist. Then he struck another knight and sent him flying. No one could believe what they had just seen. Before the first knight could even react, Damien had already kicked him away. In less than 1 second, 2 middle knights were lying on the ground. The muscular Garrick finally walked toward Damien himself. You're not Damien Haxon. Damien paused slightly, clearly not expecting Garrick to say that. Garrick said coldly, you must be an assassin sent by one of the Brahm family's political enemies. Hearing that, Damien looked completely helpless. But Garrick was still shouting, demanding to know who had sent him. Damien couldn't help saying you should really get your head checked. Your imagination is running wild, Garrick said coldly. If you refuse to talk, then I'll drag you back and make you talk. Inwardly, he thought that the boy did look strong. But as long as Damien entered his sensing range, he could find an opening. Just half a step more, and Garrick would completely control the rhythm of the fight. Garrick slowly moved half a step forward. Now, he suddenly drew the blade from behind his back and struck at Damien. But, to his shock, the attack he was so sure of was blocked by Damien with ease. Damien smiled faintly. Your strength isn't enough. The muscular Garrick immediately stepped back. His heart shook. He blocked my attack, and worse, he felt a dangerous aura coming from Damien. No, that has to be an illusion. In the next instant, Garrick unleashed a flurry of high-speed slashes at Damien. But no matter how Garrick attacked, Damien defended with effortless ease. The more Garrick fought, the harder it was to believe. Every single strike was being neutralized like it was nothing. Damien said lightly, my turn. In the next moment, his strike landed cleanly on Garrick. Garrick tried his best to dodge, but Damien's attacks were becoming harder and harder to see. Then, Damien kicked straight at Garrick. Garrick had clearly braced himself, yet he was still sent flying by the blow. His face twisted with frustration. I can't lose. There's no way I can lose. With a roar, Garrick charged at Damien again. Damien took one look and recognized it as a knight's finishing attack. The Lion King thrust became like thousands of blades, rushing in from every direction at once. But, in Damien's eyes, the real blade was perfectly clear. He only tapped it lightly, and Garrick's sword shattered on the spot. Garrick stared in terror. How is this possible? Damien seized the opening and drove his sword into Garrick's arm. In the next second, Garrick's arm was cut off. A terrible scream echoed across the entire estate. The young master won. Victor stared in shock, and Damien's father could hardly believe what he was seeing. Damien looked down at Garrick and asked coldly, you lost. Anything left to say? Garrick gritted his teeth. I don't know who you really are, but I've lost. Spare me. Damien's eyes turned cold. You angered my family and beat Victor, and now you're asking me to spare you? I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. After that, Victor and the others stepped forward and gave Garrick's group a brutal lesson. Victor still looked unsatisfied. Young master, I think I still have some strength left. Damien calmly warned him. That's enough. If you keep going, you really will beat them to death. At that moment, his father also spoke. Enough. They've apologized. We can't actually kill them. Damien had never planned to kill them anyway. Now wasn't the time to go to war with the Braun family completely. He still had to think about his own family. Although Damien had defeated a high-ranking knight of the Braun family, if the problem wasn't resolved, the Braun family would eventually retaliate again. Just then, Annis returned and asked what had happened. Seeing Annis arrive, Damien had an idea. The church was the perfect shield, and maybe this time, she could help him. After hearing what had happened, Annis said the matter was actually simple. Since you helped the church kill a dark mage, the church can designate you as a church ally, and your family will be treated as the family of a church ally. Hearing that, his father finally relaxed a little. With this, they might be able to avoid direct retaliation from the Braun family. Then, Damien looked at Garrick and said coldly, You heard our conversation. Go back and tell Braun that we're now allies of the church. If he still dares to retaliate, then he'd better be ready to face the church's wrath. After driving away the Braun family knights, his father immediately held a family meeting. We can't expect the church to fully interfere in the conflict between us and the Braun family. After all, the church won't deeply involve itself in noble disputes, and the Braun family has countless other ways to retaliate against us. Annis understood this as well. The church could stop the Braun family from launching a military attack, but it couldn't interfere with every other form of retaliation. Damien knew very well that what his family truly needed now was the protection of a more powerful noble house. Leave the rest to me. I'll find a way to settle this incident. Count Haxon, excuse me. Just then, a servant's voice came from the side. Someone from the Gold family has arrived. His father frowned in confusion. We shouldn't have any dealings with the Gold family. The servant quickly explained. We don't have any dealings with them, but they said the young master wants mortgaged land for a loan, and today is the repayment deadline. Damien? His father immediately looked at him. So you really are still that useless troublemaker after all. At that moment, the Gold family's butler walked in and spoke politely. Pardon the interruption. Today's the agreed repayment date. Damien finally remembered that in his previous life, he had mortgaged family land just to get money for pleasure. Damien asked in a low voice, How many gold coins do I still owe? The butler answered, The original loan was 200 gold coins. With interest, the total is now 300 gold coins. Damien's heart sank. My past self really was a complete bastard. Seeing Damien's awkward expression, the butler gave a contemptuous smile. Looks like you can't produce that many gold coins. Then kneel and beg me to give you a few more days. The butler knew very well that Damien couldn't repay the debt. He simply enjoyed watching highborn nobles kneel before him and beg for mercy. But in the next second, Damien knocked the surrounding strong men to the ground without hesitation. Then he grabbed another one and lifted him up. The Gold family butler panicked. What do you think you're doing? Damien said calmly. They tried to force me to kneel. I'm only protecting myself. Then he walked toward the butler. Right now, I truly can't produce that many gold coins. So take me to your master. I'll repay this debt another way. After saying goodbye to his family, Damien set out for the Gold family. A few days later, he finally arrived at the Gold family's territory. As expected of a duke's estate, it looked incredibly grand. Before long, Damien was brought into a room. The man seated at the head of the room looked at him. So you're Damien, the youngest son of Count Haxon? My butler told me you were looking for me. Damien said honestly, I did borrow money from the Gold family, but I currently can't repay it, so I want to settle the debt another way. I'll defeat Michael, the eldest son of the Braun family, for you. The moment he said that, everyone nearby was shocked. Damien, it seems you know some inside information. At the border between the Gold family and the Braun family, a gold mine has recently been discovered. The two families already had a poor relationship, so several clashes have broken out. And in the latest conflict, Michael, the Sword King, won with overwhelming power. As a result, the Braun family has grown even stronger, while the Gold family has been pushed further into a weaker position. If I can help the Gold family solve this problem, then my debt should naturally be settled as well. Duke Gold looked at him in surprise. You're very confident in yourself. I heard the rumor that you defeated the Braun family's second son. Damien replied calmly, That wasn't a rumor, it was the truth. Do you really think you can defeat the Braun family's eldest son? Michael is known as the youngest genius swordsman. Damien said lightly, Michael is strong, but I'm stronger. A knight beside them immediately shouted, We can't trust him. He looks like nothing more than a 15 or 16-year-old child. And Lady Kemily is already searching for powerful swordsmen. No matter what problem appears, Lady Kemily always finds the perfect solution. Hearing that, Damien looked at the man and thought, this guy really knows how to cause trouble. After thinking for a moment, Duke Gold said, my clansman does have a point. Damien, what do you think we should do now? Damien answered calmly, simple. I only need to prove that I have enough strength. Let that knight over there use his strongest attack on me. I won't dodge, and he still won't be able to hurt me. The knight instantly grew furious. A mere child was talking like he owned the entire battlefield. But Duke Gold nodded. I accept your proposal. After that, the two of them went to the training arena. Victor looked completely confused. Weren't we here to repay a debt? Young master, why are you suddenly fighting again? And the other man looks extremely angry. Young master, what exactly did you do? The knight said coldly, we can begin. I'll make you regret looking down on me. Damien only urged him on. Hurry up. I'm starting to get sleepy. The knight gritted his teeth. Don't regret this. I'll use my strongest strike. Watching the man's aura rise higher and higher, Damien couldn't help wondering if he had provoked him a little too much. The man's aura climbed all the way to its peak, and then he charged at Damien without holding back. In the blink of an eye, he was already right in front of Damien. Damien quickly placed his blade before him. A sharp clash rang out. The instant they made contact, Damien's sword shattered into pieces. The strike continued straight toward Damien's chest. After being hit, Damien was forced backward. Everyone watching was shocked by the sight. But, in the next moment, Damien forcefully stopped his retreat. The knight couldn't believe it. A child had really blocked his strongest attack, and the recoil had almost injured the knight himself. Damien looked up and asked, does this count as proof? Duke Gold sat frozen in place and muttered, incredible. You're the first person to willingly take an attack like that and still look this energetic afterward. Then, Duke Gold announced, Damien Haxon has proven his strength. No one is allowed to object anymore. Damien smiled faintly. With his current strength, he had already reached the high rank level. Against the attack of a middle knight, he didn't even need to defend properly, because the man couldn't even break through Damien's mana defense. Duke Gold said, you may look uninjured, but there could still be internal damage. This is a medicine I had made by the Alchemist's Guild. It strengthens the body and has excellent recovery effects as well. I hope it helps you. I also look forward to your future performance. Damien replied calmly, I'll do my best to serve you, Duke. After that, Damien went to the Gold family training ground. As expected of a Duke's training ground, every piece of training equipment was fully prepared. Just then, a voice sounded from behind him. Are you Damien Haxon? Damien turned around. Who are you? I don't think I know you. The man said, my name is Palmond. I was invited by the Duke to take part in the duel. These two beside me are my brothers. This duel concerns the survival of the Gold family, so don't drag us brothers down. We are about to start training. You can leave now, Damien said lightly. I heard this duel will be a 3-match duel. I'm curious to see how strong the Duke family's knights really are. But, in the next moment, Damien was completely speechless. Their movements were nothing but flashy tricks. To put it bluntly, it was all empty show. If they actually stepped into the arena, the Gold family would lose without question. At that moment, Duke Gold was asking the knight beside him, what do you think of Damien? The knight answered seriously, he's a very strong knight. The instant he was hit, he immediately raised mana to protect his body. Duke Gold continued, then do you think we can win this duel? The knight said in a low voice, it'll still be difficult. This is a 3-match duel, and we need to win 2 matches first to claim victory. Duke Gold immediately understood what he meant. In other words, our other knights also need to perform well. Meanwhile, Damien was already watching with a dark expression. These people were treating the duel like a joke. He had to find a way to train them, or they were definitely going to lose. Damien spoke directly. With that level of skill, do you really plan to take part in the duel? Palmond frowned at once. Are you looking down on us? You have quite the nerve challenging me like that. Damien said lightly, I'm not talking about one person in particular. I'm saying all 3 of you are weak. If you want to prove yourselves, attack me together. The 3 of them were instantly furious. In the next moment, they charged at Damien without hesitation. But, just as they were about to hit him, in a single instant, all 3 of them were knocked unconscious. A short while later, Palmond woke up. Looking at his brothers lying beside him, he couldn't even remember how he had been defeated. He stared hard at Damien. Who exactly are you? Damien answered calmly, it's not that I'm too strong, it's that the 3 of you are too weak. If you truly want to take part in the duel 3 days from now, then you need to accept my training. Starting today, after you finish your daily training, I'll continue training you, and I'll train you to the limit. Almond lowered his head. As long as it helps us serve the Duke, please teach us. Just then, one of the Duke's servants hurried over. Lord Damien, I finally found you. The Duke has asked me to invite you over. Lady Kemily has returned, and she has brought back a powerful warrior. At the same time, Kemily was reporting to her father. Father, I've returned. I completed the task you gave me, and I found a knight whose strength is beyond imagination. Duke Gold didn't speak right away. He simply looked at the man beside her. The man said in a low voice, I'm Gillick. The moment everyone heard that name, they were shocked. Gillick? The brutal mercenary? Rumor says he once slaughtered the civilians of an entire city by himself. Kemily continued, Father, Gillick has sworn to me that he'll help us take part in the duel against the Braun family. The others quickly agreed. If it's Gillick, he might truly be stronger than Michael the Sword King. Having him fight for the Gold family is definitely good news. But Duke Gold said calmly, the representative has already been chosen. Let me introduce him first. Damien Haxon is the representative I selected. Kemily immediately shouted, Father, you said you'd wait until I returned before choosing the representative. Duke Gold replied calmly, You did say that, but I never promised to agree. This concerns the survival of the Gold family, so I can't replace the candidate carelessly. Kemily frowned. Father, you're being far too foolish. I've never even heard the name Damien Haxon before. Is it really safe to place the fate of our family in the hands of someone so unknown? Duke Gold admitted. Compared to Gillick, Damien has no reputation at all. But Damien easily blocked a Middle Knight's full power attack without taking even the slightest injury. Kemily said unwillingly, You simply don't want to acknowledge my efforts. Duke Gold's face darkened. You're the Duke's eldest daughter. Who allowed you to be so rude in front of a guest and argue with your elder? Kemily refused to back down. Elders can be wrong too. Seeing this, Damien could tell that the relationship between father and daughter was clearly not good. Kemily, no matter what you say, I'll discuss it with the others first. Go rest for now. Just then, Gillick suddenly burst out laughing. My lady, we're both men. Why not decide this the way men do? Let me fight him. Whoever wins becomes the representative. Kemily nodded. Gillick isn't wrong. The winner should naturally be qualified to represent the family. What do you think, Mr. Damien? Damien immediately understood that this was another test from Duke Gold, so he said calmly, I also believe the stronger one should fight. Still, I don't think we need to go all the way to the arena. We can decide the winner right here. Hearing that, Gillick burst out laughing. I'm afraid I might accidentally twist off a child's hand. If you think you can do it, then try. In the next instant, Gillick reached out fast, grabbing toward Damien's hand. But in that same moment, Damien caught his wrist instead and slammed him hard into the ground. Duke Gold stared in disbelief. He defeated Gillick in a single move. Damien said casually, Sorry, I may have used a little too much force. The Gold family's guard knight was shocked. The moment Gillick was about to grab Damien, Damien used his arm to redirect the motion. Then he turned Gillick's own momentum against him and threw him down. That level of technique wasn't something an ordinary child could have. Gillick slowly got back to his feet. You dare humiliate me like this? I'll kill you. But just as Gillick was about to rush at Damien, his body suddenly froze in place, completely unable to move. The guard knight said coldly, You dare draw a weapon in front of the Duke? If you want to die, this old man can grant your wish. Under the pressure of that aura, Gillick was swallowed by fear. Damien thought to himself, as expected of the Duke's guard knight, this old man is the real deal. The guard knight continued, You're a guest brought here by Lady Kemily, so this time, I'll forgive the crime of drawing your weapon before the Duke. But remember this is the first time and the last. Duke Gold clapped his hands. There was a small interruption, but the result is already clear. Kemily, you saw it yourself. Choosing Mr. Damien is the best decision. The knight, Shivo, immediately spoke up. This is unfair. Mr. Gillick must be exhausted from traveling. If both of them were in their best condition, Mr. Gillick would definitely win. More importantly, Mr. Gillick specializes in weapons, not bare-handed fighting. Hearing that, Kemily immediately agreed. We need a fairer dueling environment. Duke Gold said in a low voice, Stop trying to make excuses. This was an overwhelming gap in skill. Father, I can't accept the result of this match. Kemily, be quiet. This is a battle tied to the survival of our family, not a place for you to act recklessly. After hearing her father's roar, Kemily finally realized she had gone too far. Father, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted that way. At that moment, Damien spoke. Duke, may I interrupt? I'm willing to accept Lady Kemily's proposed duel. After all, this concerns the survival of the Gold family. Damien had already shown overwhelming strength, yet he still agreed to another duel. Duke Gold didn't understand why, but he still nodded in approval. Victor was just as confused. "Young master, why did you agree to it?" Damien said calmly. "I have my reasons." Then he stopped walking. "So this is the blacksmith the Duke mentioned." It turned out Duke Gold had specially ordered a weapon to be made for Damien. The blacksmith said respectfully, "The swords ordered by the Duke have been completed. These were all made for Lord Damien, so please choose whichever you like." As expected of a Duke, there were many types of swords available. But just then, a sword in the corner caught Damien's attention. A muscular blacksmith explained, "That sword was made by my master. It was originally commissioned by a swordsman under the Duke, but because of an emergency, he never came to take it." Damien asked, "What material is this sword made from?" The blacksmith thought for a moment. "It should be Echo Steel. Echo Steel can resonate with the user's mana and use that resonance to attack the enemy." Damien said without hesitation, "I'll take this one." Then he injected a trace of mana into it, and in the next moment, a layer of mana covered the blade. But just as Damien was about to leave, someone stopped him. The maid bowed respectfully. "Lord Damien," she said, "I'm Lady Kimberly's maid. Lady Kimberly invites you to meet her." Damien replied lightly, "I have nothing to discuss with your lady." But the maid continued, "My lady said she has something Lord Damien wants." Damien thought for a moment. "Lead the way. I'd like to see what your lady is planning now." Before long, Damien arrived at the door to Kimberly's room. The maid bowed and said, "My lady is waiting for you inside." The moment Damien entered the room, he noticed a familiar scent. Kimberly sat inside and said softly, "Damien, I've been waiting for you for quite a while." Damien had no interest in wasting time, so he asked directly, "What do you want from me?" Kimberly didn't bother hiding her intent. "I have only one request." "Withdraw," Damien said lightly. "You don't seem very confident that Gillick can win. That's why you came to ask me to step down." Kimberly sneered. "Gillick can deal with you easily. I simply don't want him wasting unnecessary energy before the battle against the Brahm family." Damien asked, "Since Lady Kimberly personally invited me here, what do I get if I withdraw?" Kimberly said, "Fame, status, money. Whatever you want, I can give it to you." That attitude is really unpleasant. Damien replied calmly, "Duke Gold has a much better advantage when it comes to those things." Kimberly's face darkened. "If my father dies, I'll be the one to inherit the dukedom. Now go tell him you're giving up the representative position." Damien smiled. "I refuse." Kimberly was shocked. "How can you refuse me?" A faint, amused smile appeared on Damien's face. It seemed she really was surprised. "Why wasn't I affected?" "Because the moment I entered, I smelled something familiar. This is puppet strings, a type of dark magic. Anyone who smells it will unconsciously obey commands." But Damien's authority power had perfectly absorbed the dark mana. "Lady Kimberly, I have nothing else to discuss with you. We'll meet in the arena." Kimberly hurriedly said, "Tell me what you want. I'll satisfy any demand." Damien answered calmly, "Right now, I don't want much. I only want my family to be happy." Kimberly's gaze darkened. "Your family matters that much to you, does it? Since polite words don't work, I'll talk to you another way. If you refuse to withdraw from the duel, I'll send people to kill your family." The moment she finished speaking, Damien grabbed Kimberly by the throat. "I don't care who you are. If you dare touch my family, I'll kill you without hesitation." The knights who heard the commotion rushed in and shouted, "Release Lady Kimberly." In the next instant, Damien vanished from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared behind the two knights. The two men froze in shock, because thin cuts had appeared on their necks. Damien spoke slowly. "These are only small cuts. If you use medicine now, your lives won't be in danger. Kimberly, remember this. Never think about going after my family. Otherwise, next time I'll cut your throat." The maid rushed over and asked anxiously, "Lady Kimberly, are you all right?" Kimberly couldn't believe it. She had actually been threatened by Damien instead. She shouted in anger, "Maston, get out here." A voice soon answered, "My lady, what happened?" Kimberly demanded through gritted teeth. "Why didn't the dark magic potion work on Damien? You said that once he smelled it, he'd be under my control." Maston explained, "A very small number of people have magic resistance. Perhaps he resisted it because of that." Kimberly snapped, "I don't care what the reason is. Your Yulan organization must help me become the Duke. The reason I came back this time was to take the dukedom." In the room, Kimberly was completely consumed by rage, but she had no idea that Damien had been standing on the rooftop the entire time, listening clearly to every part of their plan. After returning to his room, Damien fell into thought. He had never expected to encounter members of the Yulon organization here again. In truth, he had already sensed a dark aura from Gillick's presence. He simply hadn't expected Kemily to truly be working with dark mages. Damien had no intention of warning the Duke in advance. He would use tomorrow's battle to make the dark mage reveal himself. The next day, at the duel arena, Gillick's presence really was intimidating. Someone couldn't help whispering, "Gillick looks incredibly strong. Do you think Damien can really win?" If we judge by reputation alone, Gillick's odds of winning are definitely high. Hearing this, Hallmund and his brothers immediately grew excited. Does that mean we can finally escape Damien's clutches? Ever since they had accepted Damien's training, they had been tortured mercilessly every single day. I'd honestly love to see that guy lose for once, but my instincts are telling me Damien Haxon can't lose. Gillick looked at Damien and sneered, "I'm honestly surprised. I thought after one night, you'd be scared enough to run." Damien answered lightly, "You really talk too much." Seeing this, the referee spoke. "It seems both of you are full of confidence. Then now, it's time for your battle. The duel begins." Gillick grinned viciously. "Yesterday, I only lost because I was careless and gave you an opening. Today, I'll make sure to torture you properly." A barely noticeable dark power quietly spread over Gillick's body. In the next instant, he rushed toward Damien with terrifying speed, cutting through the air. Damien showed no panic at all. He simply raised his sword slowly in front of him. Then Damien lightly flicked the blade with his finger. Gillick's giant axe could no longer move even an inch forward. Gillick's face changed in shock. What happened? It feels like an invisible wall of air is blocking me. A powerful surge of mana suddenly erupted from Damien's body. Gillick instinctively stepped back. He could not believe it. If he had been even 1 second slower, something terrible might have happened. Now, chills were crawling all over his body. Kemily was stunned as well. Why does Gillick look like he's struggling so much? Duke Gold was slightly surprised, but then he smiled. That ability looks oddly familiar. At that moment, Gillick only wanted to end the battle quickly, so he decided to win with speed. Damien kept pouring mana into his sword, then flicked the blade with his finger again and again. New bursts of mana exploded across Gillick's body. Gillick couldn't even see where Damien's attacks were coming from. Before he could think it through, Damien's continuous attacks were already pressing down on him. Gillick roared, "You bastard! If you have the guts, fight me fair and square." Damien said lightly, "What a stupid man." This is the true Moonblade art, a technique created by the Sword Saint that fuses swordsmanship and mana into a single attack. In front of Damien, Gillick was being beaten one-sidedly. Before long, streams of black aura began leaking from Gillick's body. The sight shocked everyone around them, because that black aura was actually being vomited out by Gillick. Seeing this, Damien smiled faintly. "Finally showing your true colors." Kemily immediately grew terrified and cursed inwardly. That idiot. After spitting out the dark magic, Gillick's body began aging rapidly. In only a short while, he had turned into an old man. This was the result of dark magic draining his life force. Duke Gold looked completely confused. Why did Gillick turn into that? Damien explained, "This is what happens when someone uses dark magic." The dark magic strengthened his body and power. Everyone around them was shocked. Someone actually used dark magic. Duke Gold looked at Damien. "Mr. Damien, you don't look surprised. Did you already know?" Damien nodded. "I knew yesterday, but I wanted to catch the person behind it before telling you." The Duke was stunned. "Are you saying someone else is behind this?" "Yes, Lord Gold. The mastermind has already infiltrated the Duke's estate, and the person colluding with the dark mages is Lady Kemily." Hearing this, Kemily immediately panicked and shouted that she knew nothing about it. Duke Gold flew into a rage. "How dare you bring dark mages into the Duke's estate?" Then, Duke Gold shouted, "Soldiers, seize him and everyone connected to Lady Kemily." Kemily was completely terrified. If she was arrested, every part of her plan would fall apart. She immediately screamed, "Where are my guards? Protect me." In the next moment, the guards on both sides clashed. Duke Gold suppressed his fury and ordered coldly, "Hilke, arrest Lady Kemily." The old man behind him bowed his head. "As you command." Facing the chaotic battle, Hilke simply walked forward slowly. Kemily's guards shouted, "Lady Kemily, run, we'll hold him off." Hilke said in a low voice, "You think you can hold me off?" The old man slowly drew his sword. His movement looked incredibly slow, yet Kemily felt the very air trembling around her. She instinctively crouched down in confusion. The sword energy looked so slow, but in the next instant, it surpassed the speed of sound. The 2 guards in front of her were cut down instantly. Hilke spoke calmly. "Lady Kemily, please surrender." Only fear remained in Kemily's eyes, and she screamed, "Shivo, save me." Hearing her call, Shivo froze for a moment. Lady Kemily had always treated him well. He couldn't simply watch her be taken away. In the next moment, Shivo made his choice and stood in front of Kemily. Damien shook his head slightly. "What an idiot," Hilke said coldly. "Shivo, you've contributed greatly to the Duke's family. Are you truly going to oppose the Duke? The Duke has always valued you. Are you really going to betray him for dark mages? If you insist on doing this, I'll have no choice but to kill you here." At those words, Shivo finally regained a trace of reason. He slowly knelt down and gave up resisting. Even as Kemily was taken away, she kept calling for her father and insisting that she was innocent. Duke Gold said coldly, "You useless fool. You nearly destroyed the entire Gold family. If the church learns of this, the entire Gold family could be purged. Lock Kemily in the dungeon." Damien smiled faintly. She had colluded with dark mages and even tried to target his family. Someone like that had to be removed completely. With Damien's help, the dark mages hidden inside the Duke's estate were exposed. But no matter how they interrogated the others afterward, everyone connected to Kemily claimed they had no idea what had happened. They only remembered smelling a fragrance before their minds became hazy. Damien stopped the questioning. "Don't continue interrogating them. They were also controlled by dark magic. Kemily wanted to expand her influence, so she used dark magic to control them." Hilke slowly looked back and sighed inwardly. "Lady Kemily, why did you do this?" In Kemily's eyes, everything was her father's fault. From beginning to end, she only wanted her father's recognition. She only wanted to hear him say, "I'm so proud of you, my daughter." But no matter how hard she tried, her father was always harsh toward her. In his eyes, she even saw disgust. "If you hated me that much, why did you bring me back to the Duke's estate in the first place?" At that moment, a guard's voice sounded behind her. "Lady Kemily, here's your food for today." Kemily understood that she couldn't give up like this. She picked up the food and silently swore that she had to survive. However, the guard beside her revealed a cold look. Meanwhile, Damien had just finished training when Victor ran over. "Young master, you're back. The Duke wants to see you." The scene shifted. Duke Gold personally poured Damien a glass of wine. "Damien, try this. It's my favorite wine. It isn't very expensive, but to me, it tastes the best." In only a short while, Duke Gold was already a little drunk. To Damien, the Duke didn't look like he was simply enjoying wine. He looked like he was drinking to drown his sorrow. As for Kemily's matter, I still plan to ask the church for help. After all, the dark mage behind everything escaped. Damien was slightly shocked. Duke Gold continued. "We captured every important person around Kemily, but we found no trace of that dark mage. I was careless. I thought that with someone like Hilke here, there was no way a dark mage could escape." Damien asked, "Did Kemily reveal any specific information about that dark mage?" The Duke shook his head helplessly. Kemily refused to say anything. "The old Kemily wasn't like this. This is all my fault. Kemily's mother was a commoner. When I was young, I met her mother while hunting outside, and that was how Kemily was born. But I'm a Duke. How could I possibly marry a commoner? So when the mother and daughter came looking for me, I drove them away. Until one day, several years later, I suddenly wondered how they were living, so I sent people to investigate. Only then did I learn that Kemily's mother had died in a plague. Kemily was the one who survived, so I brought her back to the Duke's estate. I don't even know why I did it, but I know Kemily always wanted to become my family and earn my recognition. But I'm a Duke, and countless political enemies are always watching me from the shadows. I deliberately kept Kemily at a distance because I only wanted her to live the most ordinary, noble life possible. That should have been enough." The Duke gave a bitter laugh. "It seems I really drank too much today. I've said far too much." Just then, a servant's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Something happened, Lord Gold." The Duke's expression changed. "What happened?" The servant trembled as he spoke. "Lady Kemily, she took her own life in prison." Duke Gold stared in disbelief. How could this happen? Kemily had chosen to end her own life. Ever since Kemily's death, Duke Gold had locked himself in his room for 3 full days. Every sign suggested that Kemily had indeed taken her own life. On the surface, everything seemed to be over. But Damien knew a much bigger problem was closing in. Based on how dark mages usually operated, there was no way they would simply flee in a panic like this. Meanwhile, after hearing of Kemily's death, Shivo could only numb himself with alcohol, repeating over and over, This is my fault. I should have protected you with my life. Shivo vaguely remembered the first time he met Chemily. Back then, Chemily had held flowers in her arms and asked carefully, "If I give these flowers to father, will he be happy?" From that moment on, Lady Chemily had entered his heart. Now, all Shivo had left was endless regret. He would never see Lady Chemily again. "Mr. Shivo, are you all right?" A voice suddenly came from behind him. Shivo turned around, his expression freezing for a moment. "Why are you here?" In the next second, he slammed the maid against the wall. "You knew Lady Chemily was dealing with dark mages, so why didn't you stop her? And now you dare appear in front of me. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you right now?" The maid said quietly, "I came to ask you to avenge Lady Chemily." Shivo froze. "Avenge her? What are you talking about?" The maid continued. "Lady Chemily didn't take her own life. She died because she couldn't endure the torture in prison." Shivo's voice trembled. "What do you mean by that? Do you have any proof?" The maid lowered her head. "Mr. Shivo, I have no proof. But I saw Lady Chemily's body with my own eyes. She was covered in wounds." Hearing this, Shivo completely broke down. He couldn't even imagine what kind of suffering Chemily had endured before her death. The maid continued, "The Duke must be trying to hide the truth, that they killed Lady Chemily, so they used suicide as an excuse. Mr. Shivo, please, help Lady Chemily. Take revenge on the Duke. Let's work together and destroy the Gold family." The scent of the dark magic, puppet strings, quietly drifted into Shivo's body. Because of his overwhelming grief, Shivo had no defenses at all. The maid revealed a cold smile. "Mr. Shivo, I look forward to seeing you avenge Lady Chemily. I never expected it would be this easy to control a middle knight. Normally, this magic would never work on a middle knight." The maid laughed softly. "But right now Mr. Shivo is completely drowning in grief. Chemily is the greatest weakness in his heart. If he ever learns that Chemily's death was actually caused by us, he'll break down even further. One more thing. Do we really need to go after Damien Haxon?" The other person answered coldly. "Through our informant inside the church, I learned that Agito was killed by Damien. More importantly, his existence has already interfered with that lord's plan. The dark mages were plotting against the Gold family, and this time they were determined to kill Damien." Damien knew nothing about this. At that moment, he was still training his mana. Behind him, 3 shadows had already been watching him for 3 full hours. Suddenly, a gust of wind made the candles around him flicker. In the next instant, the shadows attacked Damien from the side, trying to take him down in one strike. But Damien vanished from where he stood at the same time. When he appeared again, he was already behind the ambusher. The attacker reacted quickly and blocked Damien's strike. But he never expected Damien's blow to carry several hundred pounds of force, sending him flying instantly. They had been so careful with the ambush, yet Damien still noticed them. Paulman looked unwilling, but that single hit had already left his body nearly unable to move. Damien said lightly, "You made me wait too long. You actually crouched behind me for 3 hours before making a move. I told you that you could ambush me at any time, but so far, not one of you has landed a single hit." Paulmond looked hopeless. "So today, we're getting another round of hellish training." But Damien said they wouldn't train for the next 2 days. Paulmond couldn't believe it, and the others asked in confusion if they really didn't need to train. Damien confirmed it. Paulmond immediately looked delighted. He had thought they would be tortured all day again, but the training was actually cancelled. Damien said, "There are only 2 days left before the duel with the Braun family. For these 2 days, you need to rest properly. But don't celebrate too soon. While you rest, think carefully about the combat methods I've taught you recently." After thinking for a moment, the group was even more confused. Over the past few days, Damien had mostly just beaten them up. It didn't feel like he had taught them any techniques. Seeing their expressions, Damien sighed. It seemed they still didn't understand that his training had never been simple attacks. He had been teaching them by blending technique into real combat. Then Damien looked at Paulmond and smiled with satisfaction. At least one of them seemed to have understood something, and Damien himself was looking forward to facing Michael again. Several days later, on the Great Plains, Duke Gold said, "Looks like we arrived late. Damien, what do you think of the Braun family army's presence?" Damien answered calmly, "They're a highly trained army. From their equipment to their aura, you can tell they're ready for battle." He could also clearly sense a powerful wave of mana coming from the Braun family side. Duke Gold laughed. "Damien, you're right. Braun may be a fool in my eyes, but when it comes to training an army, he does know what he's doing." At that moment, Hilke stepped forward and reported, "My lord, the Braun family's envoy has proposed that both sides hold a meeting first." Duke Gold nodded. "Since they proposed it, let's go meet him properly." Meanwhile, In the Braum camp, Braum was roaring in anger. "We're about to meet the Gold family. And you're still sleeping? How long do you plan to stay in bed?" A lazy voice replied, "Father, you're too loud. I was having a wonderful dream, and you ruined it." The person speaking was Michael. Braum shouted, "This duel is extremely important, and you're one of the fighters." Michael replied lazily, "I can duel anytime. The opponents are just a bunch of weaklings anyway." Hearing that, Braum had no way to deal with this son of his. "Then, keep sleeping. I'll go meet Damien Hoxton myself." The moment he heard that name, Michael immediately sat up. "Why is Damien in Duke Gold's camp?" Braum frowned. "Didn't I already tell you that Damien joined Gold's side? If Damien Hoxton is really there, then this might become slightly interesting." When the two sides met, Duke Gold spoke first. "Braum, it's been a long time. We agreed on a meeting time. Yet you still dared to arrive late." Braum brushed it off. "Duke Gold, this is only a minor matter. Surely a man of your status wouldn't get angry over something so small." The two had only just met, yet the air between them was already thick with tension. Then Braum looked at Hilke. "Sir Hilke, it's been a long time. I told you before, following Duke Gold must be terribly boring. Why not join the Braum family instead?" Hilke answered calmly, "My life has already been devoted entirely to the Duke." At that moment, Braum looked at Damien in confusion and asked, "Who is he?" Duke Gold said lightly, "That's Damien. Damien Hoxton." Braum was stunned. "The one who defeated Brian is just a teenage boy? If I get the chance, I'd like to teach him a lesson myself." But when he saw the faint aura coming from Damien, Braum's expression changed. He actually felt danger coming from that boy. What shocked him even more was that the aura felt somewhat similar to Michael's. Braum immediately shouted, "Michael, come out." Michael's lazy voice soon answered, "Father, I've told you many times, your voice is too loud." But the moment Michael saw Damien, his entire body froze. In the next second, an excited light appeared in his eyes. "Finally, an opponent worth drawing my sword for." Just as Michael was about to move, Braum quickly shouted, "Damien Hoxton." It was because of Braum's warning that Michael finally snapped out of that instinctive thrill. The sturdy Hilke said coldly, "Drawing a weapon during a formal meeting is already a grave insult." Duke Gold also said in a low voice, "Pointing a sword at a noble before the duel is a very serious crime." Braum immediately explained, "This was only my son's foolish behavior. There's no need to take it seriously." But Duke Gold clearly had no intention of letting it pass so easily. Then how does the Braum family plan to take responsibility? Braum glanced at Michael, wondering why his son had lost control like that. In Michael's eyes, Damien was like a beast from the abyss. The moment Damien looked at him, Michael felt as though he had already become prey. Duke Gold naturally wouldn't miss such a perfect chance to pressure them. Still, on the surface he said, "Since it has already happened, I won't make too much of it." Braum clearly didn't believe Gold would let the matter go that easily. Sure enough, in the next second, Duke Gold said he wanted to add a new stake to the duel. Looking at Duke Gold's satisfied expression, Braum said coldly, "Whatever the stake is, the Braum family accepts it. Then let's settle this in the arena." After saying that, he prepared to leave. Braum called to Michael, who was still lost in shock. "We are leaving." Seeing Braum suffer a loss, Duke Gold was in an excellent mood and said with a smile, "I'll see you in the arena." After Braum had gone, Duke Gold looked at Damien. "Michael wasn't drawing his sword at me. Why did he draw it at you?" Damien said casually, "I have no idea why he reacted so strongly." In truth, Damien was slightly surprised as well. Michael had already developed a sixth sense for battle. Meanwhile, Michael looked back and stared hard at Damien. Braum asked in a low voice, "Why did you draw your sword just now? Do you know that doing so violates a taboo among nobles?" Michael said, "Father, you saw it too. When Damien Hoxton saw me draw my sword, he smiled, as if he already knew I would do it." Hearing that, Braum became even more shocked. But in the next moment, excitement returned to Michael's face. "I've never met an opponent who made me look forward to a fight this much." Braum could hardly imagine it. This was the first time in Michael's entire life that he had shown such an expression. Michael then said, "Father, I apologize. I got a little too excited. How is the trouble I caused resolved?" Braum said coldly, "Don't worry about it. No matter what stake Gold adds, the final victory will belong to the Braum family." Before long, the duel officially began. The first match was extremely important. That fight would determine the morale of both armies. Just as Duke Gold was considering the order of fighters, a voice suddenly came from behind him. The man who appeared was Sevis Vincent. He said, "Mr. Damien should be saved for Michael. As for the first match, I can recommend someone. Damien glanced back at Palmond and his brothers, thinking that as long as Vincent didn't recommend those three, it would be fine. So Damien said, "I agree with Sir Vincent's proposal." Sir Vincent gave him a grateful look. Then he said seriously, "The fighter I recommend for the first match is my son, Fabian." Fabian said seriously that he wouldn't let his father down, and that he would win the first match for Duke Gold. People had heard that Vincent's son was also an extremely talented warrior, so everyone hoped he could bring the Gold family their first victory. But at that moment, Damien's expression sharpened slightly, because the fighter sent by the Braun family was a knight named Ronald. Fabian looked at the man before him and spoke in a firm voice. "I'm Fabian, a knight serving the Gold family. State your name." The man answered calmly, "My name is Ronald. I'm only a commoner." At those words, Fabian instantly grew furious. A mere commoner dares to take part in a battle between knights? In the next instant, Fabian vanished from where he stood. A blur shot straight toward Ronald. The soldiers watching from outside the arena were all stunned. Knight Fabian's speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, his blade had already come crashing down toward Ronald. But at the very last moment, Ronald dodged the attack with ease, making Fabian's heart tighten. Fabian immediately adjusted his rhythm, sending hundreds of slashes from different directions, but Ronald still blocked them effortlessly. Only then did fear finally appear on Fabian's face. He realized that he and his opponent weren't even on the same level. All he could do was keep using the reach of his long blade, trying to force a hit on Ronald. But Ronald drew the sword from his back and swung it from the side. The movement looked slow, yet it was as fast as lightning. Fabian froze. In the next second, his arm was sent flying. Duke Gold hadn't even reacted before Fabian was defeated in an instant. Ronald spoke slowly. "I don't care whether you're a noble or a commoner. The only thing I want is victory." Seeing this, Braum laughed proudly. Victory will always belong to the Braum family. And, just like that, Fabian lost the first match. Even though Damien had known this match would be difficult, he hadn't expected the opponent to be this brutal. At that moment, Duke Gold stared hard at the Braum family's side, clearly not expecting them to strike so ruthlessly. For the sake of victory, the Braum family had truly abandoned all restraint. "Damien, what should we do for the next match?" The soldiers behind them all believed Damien should go next. Damien said calmly, "I'll follow the Duke's arrangement, but if I go now, there'll be no one left to defeat Michael in the final match. As for the second match, I can recommend someone for the Duke." Duke Gold immediately grew curious. "Who?" Damien looked at Palmond. "You're next. The second match is yours. Think carefully about my training. You can win this round." Duke Gold hesitated. Palmond isn't an especially outstanding knight, but Damien said, "I've already trained him. The current Palmond can win this match. Please trust me, Duke." At that moment, Palmond was trembling with fear. He had no idea why Damien wanted him to fight. The image of Fabian's shoulder being cut off was still fresh in his mind. He was still young, and he had no desire to become one-armed. The man across from him sneered. "So you're the Gold family's knight? You look completely unreliable. My name is Shu. State your name." But Palmond acted as if he hadn't heard him at all. He only felt certain that he couldn't win. Shui said in disappointment, "How boring. I thought Damien Hexen would be the one fighting, but the Duke actually sent a coward like you. Then let me end this farce quickly." As he spoke, sword aura began covering Shui's blade. Palmond forced himself to focus. In the blink of an eye, Shu was already in front of him. But before Palmond could even react, his body dodged the attack on instinct. Because of the momentum, however, he crashed awkwardly to the ground. Shui stared in disbelief. "He dodged my attack? No, that has to be a coincidence." Palmond himself was shocked as well. Why does this feel so familiar? Before he could figure it out, Shu attacked again. Palmond once again dodged the strike in an extremely clumsy way. But because of the movement, dust rose all around them. His vision was blocked instantly. In the next moment, Shui's attack appeared from within the dust. Yet Palmond moved as if he could see the attack clearly, his body reacting completely on instinct. This time, Shu could no longer believe it was just a coincidence. The first two times could be explained as luck, but the third attack had come through dust that blocked Palmond's sight, and he still dodged it. At that moment, Palmond was even more shocked than Shui. He had really managed to predict the attack. He looked back at Damien and finally understood. "Is this why you believed I could win?" Damien looked at Palmond with a faint smile. "Looks like you finally understand." During their previous training, he had constantly used the Braum family's Lion King sword to beat Palmond down. After countless rounds of real combat training, Paulman's body had developed muscle memory against the Lion King sword. So, even when he couldn't see the attack, his body would still move on instinct. Now, when Paulman looked at Shu's sword technique, he realized the man was actually slow. These attacks only looked fast. Compared to Damien Hoxon, they weren't on the same level at all. Paulman caught the opening in Shu's attack, and silently thought, "Thank you, Damien. You helped me surpass myself." In the next instant, Paulman's sword was already pressed against Shui's neck. Duke Gold stared in disbelief. Paulman had actually won the match. Paulman gasped and said, "You're strong, but I've surpassed myself. Winning a duel feels pretty damn good." At that moment, Duke Gold's expression turned extremely serious. In the end, it still had to come down to him. On the other side, Michael was already visibly excited. "Damien Haxon, I've been waiting for you. I hope you can give me something new. I've been looking forward to this fight more than you can imagine." But Damien only said lightly, "I'm not looking forward to it at all. All these years, no one has ever excited me the way you have. I've been waiting for an opponent who can stand on equal ground with me." Hearing that, Damien smiled. "Equal ground? Are you joking?" In the next moment, Michael rushed in with overwhelming sword intent. He shouted in excitement, "Damien Haxon, don't disappoint me." After losing, Shui asked Brahm to execute him, saying he had brought shame to the Brahm family. But Brahm said, "You did your best. Your opponent was simply stronger than you. Besides, there's nothing for you to worry about. We still have Michael, and Michael has never lost." Shui fully agreed with that. Michael's strength had already gone far beyond their understanding. After that, Brahm told Shui to rest. Watching Shui leave, Brahm knew very well that Shui had been much stronger than his opponent. Yet, no matter how Shui attacked, Paulman had dodged perfectly. The Lion King sword had always been passed down only within the Brahm family, yet somehow, its secrets had been exposed. At that moment, Michael's body was trembling uncontrollably. For the first time, he felt his heart race. For the first time, he had found someone who seemed capable of standing on the same level as him. He had to defeat Damien and keep victory with the Brahm family. Michael had learned swordsmanship from his father since childhood. The first time he held a sword, he was filled with excitement. No matter how difficult the technique was, Michael only needed one glance to learn it completely. He had an almost obsessive devotion to swordsmanship, and he had always wanted to see more powerful swordsmen in the world. But after endless battles, Michael gradually became numb and lost his drive. He had once looked forward to fighting famous knight swordsmen, only to find them unimaginably weak. Little by little, swordsmanship became boring to Michael because he couldn't find a single opponent who could truly fight him. Until he saw Damien. Just standing in front of him, Damien made his body tremble with excitement. "Damien Haxon, this is the opponent I've dreamed of. Don't disappoint me. You're the only one who has ever made me feel like we could fight as equals." But Damien only gave him a dismissive smile. "Fight as equals? Are you trying to be funny?" As soon as the words fell, Michael crossed the distance to Damien in a single breath. But in Damien's eyes, Michael's attack was as slow as a crawling snail. He simply tilted his head and dodged the high-speed slash. Michael smiled in excitement. "Now this is what I call a real fight." Then, he spun his sword and slashed at Damien from the side. Damien merely punched the blade lightly, and the force sent Michael flying backward. Michael was stunned, because he hadn't even seen how Damien threw that punch. Right after that, Damien kicked hard at Michael. Michael hurriedly raised his sword in front of his chest to block. But that single kick still sent him flying several meters back. Yet, there was no fear on Michael's face. Instead, he was smiling with almost fanatical joy. In the next instant, Michael charged in again with gathered power. Countless afterimages appeared at once, moving so fast they were almost impossible to see, as if they had pierced straight through Damien. But, in reality, what Damien left behind was only an afterimage. Michael was stunned. Damien was clearly still standing there, so why did it feel like he had moved countless times? Damien still looked completely relaxed as he watched Michael. "So my feeling was right after all. You're the strongest opponent I've met so far." Michael's aura surged even higher, and the Lion King sword erupted as he attacked Damien head-on. But before he could even get close, a powerful pressure forced him several meters back. Michael muttered, "How is this possible? He's stopping my attack with nothing but his aura." His voice trembled. "Compared to me, you look more like the monster." Then, Michael leapt into the air and shouted, "Draw your sword. Show me the real gap between us." Damien said lightly, "Then I'll grant your wish." His hand gently settled on the hilt of his sword, Michael smiled with confidence. Too late. Even if you draw now, my attack will land first. But in the next moment, cold sweat poured down Michael's body. In his perception, his sword was instantly snapped in two. Damien had only swung once, and Michael had already been cut down on the spot. What just happened? Michael couldn't believe it. Did I lose? Damien Haxon wasn't on the same level as him at all. Outside the arena, Brahm shouted, "Michael, what are you doing? Stand up, draw your sword, and attack." But Michael was completely lost in shock. What just happened? I'm still alive. My head is still attached. He stared blankly at Damien in front of him. Only then did Michael understand how ridiculous his earlier behavior had been. Was everything just now an illusion? But it felt far too real. Then Michael dropped to both knees and said in a low voice, "I surrender." Brahm's face filled with rage. But Duke Gold, as the winner, actually invited the Brahm family to join the celebration banquet. Duke Gold completely ignored Brahm's murderous glare. He laughed loudly and announced, "Tonight there will be all the wine you can drink." Someone had just opened his mouth to thank the Duke. But the next instant, he met Brahm's icy stare and silently shut up. Duke Gold deliberately said, "Brahm, we may have had some conflict before, but it's over now. Cheer up. This is wine I've treasured for decades." Brahm was burning with resentment. Looking at Duke Gold's smug expression only made him even angrier. But he couldn't stop thinking about one question. Who exactly is Damien Haxon? He had made Michael surrender before even drawing his sword. Damien himself was also a little surprised that the Duke had invited the Brahm family to the celebration banquet. On the surface, maybe the Duke simply wanted the banquet to feel livelier, but in reality, he was probably using this chance to mock Brahm to his face. Still, none of this had much to do with Damien anymore. Even after defeating the Brahm family, it was better not to push them too far just yet. Because this wasn't the time to fully break with the Brahm family. Damien still had something more important to deal with, the Dark Mages. "Mr. Damien, may I sit beside you?" Damien looked up slightly and saw that it was Michael. He answered calmly, "Go ahead." The slightly drunk Michael sat down and said seriously, "I deeply respect you, Mr. Damien." Damien glanced at him. "Are you drunk?" Michael continued on his own. "I thought there was no one left in this world who could interest me. But Mr. Damien, you went far beyond anything I imagined. Your strength shocked me. Even now, I still don't know how I lost. I only know that if I had swung that sword, I would have died completely." Damien understood that Michael had already surpassed ordinary humans and awakened superhuman perception. In Michael's perception, he had been pulled into a dimension of pure battle prediction. There, he had seen the outcome of the fight in advance, and his superhuman perception had warned him of death. Damien's level was far beyond Michael's. That was why Michael had clearly felt the terror of being cut down in an instant. Damien looked at Michael with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "The instinct you awakened saved you." Hearing that, Michael looked up at the night sky and sighed. "This world is much wider than I imagined. Michael, remember this. There are far more strong people in this world than we imagine. Your talent is extremely rare, but there are still plenty of people stronger than you. Even within this country alone, there are at least 3 or 4 people stronger than you. So always stay humble, and never believe you're the strongest." Damien himself had once believed he was the strongest. In the end, that arrogance allowed the Skeleton King to ambush him and turn him into his strongest weapon. Michael looked at Damien with admiration. Even someone as powerful as Damien still carried that kind of humility. In the next moment, Duke Gold and Brahm walked toward them. "What are you two talking about?" Brahm looked between them and frowned. "Looks like Michael and Damien are getting along rather well." Damien answered calmly, "We were only discussing combat techniques." "My lord, did you meet something?" Duke Gold said, "I just finished speaking with Brahm. Before the duel, Brahm and I made a wager. If we won, he promised to give you a reward. But now this man is trying to go back on his word." Brahm immediately shouted, "The Master Vault has never been opened to outsiders. And besides, Damien bullied my son Brian. Still, considering the current situation, I can let that matter go. Although I can't give you permission to freely enter the vault. I've prepared another gift as compensation." With that, Brahm took out a box. "This is one of the rewards for the match. A spatial ring containing space magic." Damien was slightly surprised. A spatial ring was an extremely rare treasure. It held 100 square meters of storage space inside and could store all kinds of items. Before Brahm could even finish speaking, Damien quickly took the ring. While Damien was examining the ring in his hand, Brahm continued, "Although I can't let you freely enter the vault, you may choose one weapon from it. Hearing that, Damien thought for a moment. At his current stage, there didn't seem to be anything he especially needed. But in the next instant, he suddenly remembered something. At this point in time, that item should still be inside the vault. So Damien said, "There's actually one thing I want. I want the pitch black longbow in the vault." Braun looked surprised. "You're clearly a swordsman. Why do you want a longbow?" Damien answered casually. "No special reason. I just want to find a bow as a wedding gift for my younger brother." Meanwhile, far away, Haxon suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "Did someone just mention me behind my back?" The next day, everyone returned to the Duke's estate. Duke Gold was surprised. "You just got back? And you're already leaving? We were about to hold a grand celebration banquet for you." Damien said he had been away from home for too long and missed his family. Duke Gold sighed. "Damien, no one can stop you once you decide something. But at least wait one more day. You helped me so much. So let me at least arrange guards to escort you home." Damien said he didn't need guards. Duke Gold replied, "I know you're stronger than most people, but at least let me do something for you." Since this was the Duke's goodwill, Damien accepted it. Then he thanked him sincerely and said he hoped he'd have another chance to help the Duke in the future. The next day, Damien hurriedly set off for home with Victor. "Young master, you're finally going back. Thank goodness you solved the debt problem." Hearing that, Damien clenched his teeth. Victor really knew how to hit him where it hurt. "Sir Damien, it'll be dark soon. We should set up camp here tonight." Damien looked at the sky. Traveling late at night was indeed dangerous, so he prepared to eat something and rest properly. The two guards took charge of keeping watch. Victor called out loudly, "Come eat with us. The wilderness isn't as dangerous as you think." The guards thanked him but said they'd handle their own meal later. At that moment, Damien sat in place, slightly lost in thought. He remembered that when he left, Palmond and his brothers had all looked reluctant to part with him. At first, Damien thought they must have eaten something strange. "Why are they suddenly sad to see me go?" But Palmond said seriously, "If it weren't for you, Mr. Damien, I never would have opened my eyes to a wider world." Damien pulled his hand back in disgust and said, "That was the result of your own hard work." Palmond and the others said they'd always remember Damien's teachings. Then, the three of them bowed deeply to Damien. "Mr. Damien, you are our true mentor in life." When Damien came to his senses, he saw Victor still inviting the guards to eat with them. Just then, the two guards suddenly became alert. They looked at each other, both sensing a trace of killing intent. "Sir Damien, we'll check the area first." As soon as the words left their mouths, a high-speed attack came tearing through the air. Damien shouted, "Get away from there!" But before the guard could react, the attack pierced through his body and sent him flying several meters back. Damien was slightly shocked. Why does that weapon look so familiar? Then he stared hard into the depths of the forest. A low voice sounded from the darkness. "Did you think the guards sent by the Duke could protect you?" The spear in the guard's body trembled uncontrollably, then flew backward into the forest. The voice continued, "You can't stop me. I'll avenge Lady Kemily." The other sturdy guard froze in shock. "Are you Sir Shivo? How did you become like this?" Damien frowned. "Shivo, why are you doing this? Are you betraying the Duke?" But another voice came from the darkness. "Don't waste your breath. The current Shivo can't hear you. He serves us now." The other guard suddenly smelled a faintly sweet fragrance. Then, his body began to go numb. Seeing this, Damien didn't hesitate. He knocked Victor unconscious first. The dark mage then said, "Twist your own neck." In the next instant, the guard actually placed both hands on his own neck and prepared to do it. Damien realized the man had been controlled, so he had no choice but to knock him out as well. "Looks like your target really is me. We've been watching you for a long time. You don't look that strong. Yet you can resist the scent of the dark spell puppet strings. I'd love to turn you into a puppet and study the structure of your body carefully. My little toy Shivo, go. We've already modified your body with dark magic. Kill Damien. After that, we'll turn him into a toy too." The dark mage's true goal was to kill Damien and turn him into the perfect puppet. Shivo spoke with hollow eyes. "I finally found you, Damien. I'll tear your body apart and offer it to Lady Kemily. You and the Duke work together to kill Lady Kemily." Damien looked at him with contempt. "How ridiculous. Back when Hilke arrested her, you were too terrified to move. You coward. How dare you say something like that now?" At those words, Shivo's expression twisted violently. The woman beside him calmed Shivo down, then looked at Damien. "Mr. Damien, you really are cruel. Every word you say is like salt in Sir Shivo's wound. But I don't understand why you can still look so calm. You don't actually think you can fight all three of us alone, do you?" Damien said coldly, "You two are members of the Yulan organization, aren't you? Most likely management level members too. The woman's expression changed. How do you know who I am? I shouldn't have met you in this identity before. Damien said lightly. I may as well tell you. I heard every ugly word spoken in Chemely's room. The woman sneered. Even so, you can't change anything. Shivo, kill him. In the next instant, Shivo rushed toward Damien with terrifying speed, but Damien made no move to defend himself. Instead, a figure stepped in front of him. The dark mage beside them showed a look of shock. The newcomer forced Shivo's attack back. Damien smiled faintly. It seems you misunderstood something. I'm not the one surrounded by you. You're the ones who walked into our trap. The person who appeared was Sir Vincent. Earlier, when Damien told the Duke he was returning home, the Duke had told him that Shivo had gone missing. Shivo has always held special feelings for Chemely, so I'm worried he may try to harm you. At the time, Damien said he would be careful, but the Duke continued. More importantly, you ruined the Dark Mage's plan. They may target you as well. I have Hilki protecting me, so the Dark Mages wouldn't dare strike at me easily. That's why I arranged a helper for your trip home. This is the best person I can assign to you. Damien was slightly surprised, because the person was Sir Vincent, a peak middle knight. Everyone else happened to have assignments, and Vincent was the only one currently free. Only then did Damien feel truly glad that he had accepted the Duke's offer to send guards with him. At that moment, the Dark Mages and their group were filled with shock. They hadn't expected the Duke to predict this far ahead. Although the Duke called it protection, Damien understood that he was also being used as bait to lure out the Dark Mages. Then, Shivo looked at Vincent and said in a low voice, Vincent, it's been a long time. Vincent answered coldly, Shivo, you actually dared to collude with Dark Mages. As long as I'm here, I won't let you harm Sir Damien. Shivo shouted, I must avenge Lady Chemely. Damien and the Duke worked together to kill her. The sight of Lady Chemely covered in wounds means she must have suffered inhuman torture. I'll never forgive you. I'll send all of you to hell. At that moment, the Dark Mage revealed a satisfied smile. Shivo was completely under their control. Don't rush. After I kill Damien, I'll send the Duke to join him. Vincent shouted in anger, Shivo, have you lost your mind? You're actually talking about murdering the Duke? Damien stared hard at Shivo. He hadn't expected Shivo to be controlled to this extent. Vincent grew even angrier. How dare you say something like murdering the Duke? That's unforgivable. Damien looked at Vincent beside him and confirmed it. As expected, Vincent had the aura of a peak middle knight, but Shivo showed no panic at all. He simply grabbed the front of his own clothes. Vincent's expression changed. Shivo, you willingly sold your soul and burned your lifespan to increase your strength? Are you insane? You gave your life to dark magic? Shivo's method of increasing his power was different from other dark mages. He had traded away his lifespan, leaving himself only 3 months to live, in exchange for massive physical potential. At that moment, Shivo's aura was rising at a terrifying speed. That power made both Damien and Vincent feel shaken. Had Shivo already reached the high knight rank? Shivo shouted, Don't worry, it'll be over soon. You won't feel any pain. In the next instant, an attack filled with terrifying power swept toward Damien and Vincent. That strike destroyed almost half the forest. But after a long moment, Damien was still standing where he had been. It looked like Shivo had completely lost his mind, and even his attacks had become chaotic. Looking at Shivo's crazed expression, Damien understood that he had to kill him here, or he would become a future threat. Damien was slightly shocked. Shivo's power had clearly surpassed the middle knight level, but he had lost himself to that strength. A power bought by sacrificing his life meant Shivo was beyond saving. Shivo was stunned. How did my attack have no effect? Vincent said, coldly. Shivo, just how much are you looking down on me? You actually used such a crude attack. I'm not some reckless fool who only knows how to charge forward. Then, Vincent looked at Damien. Mr. Damien, I'll hold Shivo here. Please return to the Duke's estate and request reinforcements. Damien froze for half a second. Vincent, make sure you hold on until I return. With that, he lifted the unconscious Victor beside him. Without the slightest hesitation, he retreated toward the Duke's territory. The muscular Dark Mage was shocked. I didn't expect him to run that fast. The two Dark Mages immediately chased after Damien without stopping. Shivo roared. Damien, don't think you can escape from me. He was about to chase after him, but a sword slash suddenly came from the side. Shivo immediately raised his spear and blocked the attack. Shivo shouted, Vincent, you dare stop me. Vincent said coldly, I'm a knight loyal to the Duke, and you dare speak of assassinating the Duke in front of me? Shivo gritted his teeth and roared. The Duke killed Chemely. You don't understand my pain. In the next moment, a massive explosion echoed through the forest. In the distance, Damien said quietly, "Looks like Sir Vincent has started fighting." Just then, two afterimages flashed across the sky. In the next moment, the two of them blocked Damien's path. One sneered, "You actually abandoned Sir Vincent and ran alone. That isn't a good decision. Besides, with that fat man on your back, escaping is even more impossible." Damien smiled faintly. "Do you really think I was trying to run? If I weren't carrying Victor, you would never have caught up to me. I only wanted to lure the two of you here. With Vincent nearby, I can't fight at full power. I need to deal with you quickly, then go back and save him." Hearing this, the two dark mages froze, their faces full of disbelief. "What an unbelievably arrogant brat. You actually think you can fight both of us alone? Just how full of yourself are you? I'll make you pay for that arrogance." Dark mana began swirling around the man. In only a moment, the dark mage's body was wrapped in powerful magic. His body began swelling uncontrollably. Damien only glanced at him, then couldn't help thinking, dark mages really are monsters. The dark mage grinned. "Facing me like this, Damien, do you still think you can fight?" "I'm Mustum, a branch chief of the Yuan organization," Damien said lightly. "I thought you were just an ordinary Yuan organization member. I didn't expect you to be a branch chief. You twisted your body with dark magic. Looks like you belong to the fanatical faction." In the next instant, a high-speed attack came from behind. "Damien, that attitude of yours really disgusts me." Damien quickly raised both hands in front of him, but that seemingly casual punch sent him flying several meters back. The dark mage smiled smugly. "You can't even block such a simple attack?" Damien understood that in terms of destructive power and speed alone, this dark mage had already surpassed the Middle Knight level. Before Damien could react, countless tentacles lashed toward him. Damien quickly dodged around them, but if he kept dodging like this, he would have no chance to counterattack. In the next moment, he was forced into a corner, with nowhere left to dodge. The dark mage grinned. "Die here, you damned insect." But just as the attack was about to land, Damien merely raised his hand, and the heavy strike was casually deflected. This was an ability Damien had mastered in his previous life. It allowed him to easily strip away an enemy's force and redirect the attack. The attack that should have hit him was guided to the side and slammed into the ground instead. This was also thanks to the large amount of body-strengthening medicine he had taken at the Duke's estate. His body could now support this technique. The dark mage roared, "You despicable bastard! What did you do?" But no matter how he attacked, Damien calmly redirected the force and direction of every strike. Damien said coldly, "I don't have time to keep playing with you." Then he placed his hand over his sword. He whispered, "Sword break, myriad slash." A single attack cut through the dark mage's body from multiple directions at once. A scream of pain rang out. The dark mage's body instantly broke apart. Damien said coldly, "I told you it would be quick. Why is this happening? You clearly look like a low knight. Were you hiding your strength this whole time?" "Damien Haxon, I admit your power is beyond what I imagined, but it still isn't enough to defeat me." In the next moment, all of the dark mage's wounds healed completely. The power of dark magic isn't something someone like you can understand. The dark mage revealed a smug smile. Damien said lightly, "I thought I could finish you off just now. Looks like you might actually make this a little more entertaining." The dark mage froze. "What are you talking about?" Damien answered coldly, "I'm saying you better not die too easily. I can finally use a little more of my power." Meanwhile, the battle between Shivo and Vincent had reached its peak. Vincent could hardly believe it. "Right now, I have no room to fight back at all. Against every attack from Shivo, he could barely defend himself. Even blocking was already exhausting him, let alone finding a chance to counterattack." Shivo sneered, "Mr. Vincent, your face is covered in fatigue. Still, I must admire you for lasting this long." Vincent gritted his teeth. "I only feel ashamed to be pushed this far by someone who gained power through dark magic." Shivo kept closing in. "Stop struggling, Vincent. Your stamina has already reached its limit." Vincent didn't want to admit it, but the current Shivo was terrifyingly strong. As he looked toward the explosions in the distance, Vincent's heart sank. Has Mr. Damien been caught too? On the other side, the dark mage couldn't understand where Damien's confidence came from. He was about to die, yet he still spoke with such arrogance. In the next moment, dark mana began condensing inside the man's mouth. Looking at that violently surging energy, Damien understood that the dark mage wanted to end the battle with this attack. With a furious shout, a compressed sphere of extreme magic blasted toward Damien. But even in front of that violent energy, Damien's expression didn't change at all. He slowly placed his sword in front of him and whispered, Moonblade art. In the next instant, waves of mana spread outward from the blade. The dark mana sphere vanished the moment it touched those waves. The dark mage's face filled with shock. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Before he could recover from his shock, Damien rushed in with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the dark mage's body was torn apart again. The dark mage roared, "No matter how many times you cut me apart, I can regenerate." Damien looked at him with contempt. "Is that so?" In the next instant, countless slashes fell at a speed the naked eye couldn't follow. The dark mage screamed in panic. "Faster! Regenerate faster!" But soon, fear spread across his face. "Why? Why has my regeneration stopped?" Damien said coldly. Surprised? Wondering why your regeneration failed? Regeneration requires a massive amount of mana to sustain. The dark mage stared at him in terror. "Why do you know so much about us?" Damien replied calmly. "You aren't qualified to know. I'll let you die without pain. You focused too much on fighting me head-on, and that's why you lost." Suddenly, the dark mage shouted, "Rebecca, now, kill him." Another voice rang out. "Thank you for buying me enough time. The 7th-layer demon god power summoning ritual is complete. Demon god of hell, destroyer of worlds, erase this cursed man before us." In an instant, a fanatical and wicked Grim Reaper skeleton appeared, its scythe already aimed at Damien's neck. The two dark mages laughed together. "Everyone who opposes us dies." Just as Damien was about to be torn apart, the authority mark appeared on the back of his hand. The terrifying Grim Reaper skeleton suddenly screamed, then vanished completely. The two dark mages froze in place, muttering uncontrollably. "How is that possible?" Damien sneered. "I gave you that much time to prepare, and that pathetic summon was your trump card?" The dark mage broke down and shouted, "This is the power we've been pursuing. It can kill a high-ranking warrior in one strike. And you call it pathetic?" Damien burst out laughing. "So that level of power is enough to satisfy you? Then you've never seen anything truly terrifying. The dark mana you worship is nothing more than a low-grade power, parasitic on the Skeleton King's strength. Since both of you are going to die, I'll show you what true dark magic looks like." In the next moment, the bracelet on his wrist released waves of mana like dark lightning. At that moment, Damien seemed like the sole ruler of the darkness. In that instant, the two dark mages felt their senses being completely stripped away, and they screamed in panic. Damien said calmly, "With my current ability, I can only use 10% of this power, but I doubt anyone in your organization has ever seen anything like it." Dark Abyss. In the night sky, a black hole that seemed capable of devouring all things slowly appeared. Damien smiled faintly and spoke. "Dark Abyss devour. Activate. Crush them completely." At that moment, the two dark mages had no thought of resisting anymore. Their eyes were filled with nothing but terrified despair. As they were crushed, they screamed in horror. How can anyone summon the power of the 9th layer? The moment their words fell, the dark abyss exploded. Damien said coldly, "Dying under the dark magic you worship so much is a fitting end." After killing the two dark mages, he heard Victor waking up beside him. Damien glanced at him. "Victor, there's something on your face." Victor touched his face in confusion. "What's this?" In the next second he screamed, "It's blood." Then, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Damien looked at him helplessly. Is he really that timid? I only wanted him to wipe it off. Still, now that he thought about it, he had killed the dark mages without asking them for information. Damien didn't want to use this skill, but for now, he had to search for any useful information. He walked to the place where the dark mages had died and began an information search. In the next moment, an information sphere refracted out from the death site. This was an ability Damien had mastered in his previous life as a Death Knight. By absorbing the remnants of a dead soul, he could obtain information the person had known while alive. Meanwhile, Vincent was still enduring Shivo's frenzied attacks. Vincent's stamina had already reached its limit. At this point, he had no strength left to fight back. Even now, he could hardly believe he was losing to Shivo, who had offered his soul to darkness. Shivo walked toward Vincent with a smug expression. "Don't worry, I'll let you die without any pain." But just then, Damien's voice sounded beside them. "Sir Vincent, you performed extremely well." Damien slowly walked toward the two of them. Shivo said coldly, "I planned to kill Vincent first, then go find you. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own." Damien answered lightly, "You aren't qualified to kill me. Show me what ability you have to do it. If you take one more step toward me, you'll die immediately." Shivo sneered. "I'd love to know where that confidence comes from." With that, he attacked Damien. While Damien stood completely still, Just as the attack was about to land, Damien crushed the summoned Dark Mage soul in his hand. At the exact same moment, Shivo's attack could no longer move forward. His body froze completely in place, unable to move at all. It was as if all his strength had been drained away in an instant. In the next moment, Shivo collapsed heavily to the ground, without even enough strength to stand. The dark mana around him also vanished at the same time. Using the last of his strength, Shivo tried to get up and crush Damien, but in the end, he lost all breath and collapsed completely. Shivo's body had been invaded by the Dark Mage's spell. Once the Dark Mage was erased completely, the spell placed on Shivo also failed. After the danger was lifted, Vincent stared blankly and asked, "What exactly just happened?" Damien said calmly, "His spell was simply undone. Let's return to the Duke's estate first." "Sir Vincent, you're badly injured." The next morning, inside the Duke's estate, Duke Gold said seriously, "Thank you, Sir Vincent. You protected Damien with great dedication." Vincent shook his head. "Damien was the one who saved me. Without him, I'd already be dead." Duke Gold looked at Damien. "Mr. Damien, you never failed to surprise me." Damien replied calmly, "I only did what I should have done. There's no need to be so polite, my lord." Duke Gold slowly nodded, finally feeling a little more at ease. With this, Chemily has been avenged as well. Damien looked at Duke Gold and understood that the Duke was still deeply saddened. Now that the incident is over, I should return to my family as soon as possible. But Duke Gold said, "About your return home, Mr. Damien, you may need to wait a little longer. Someone wants to see you." Damien looked puzzled. "Who wants to see me?" In the next moment, the door behind him was pushed open. Damien's face filled with shock. "Why is she here?" The person who appeared was Anis. She smiled and said, "Mr. Damien, it's been so many days. I've missed you." Duke Gold, on the other hand, looked confused. They've only just met again, yet they're already sneaking off to talk alone? At that moment, Damien and Anis were speaking in the Duke's back garden. Duke Gold had never expected Damien to have such a close connection with the church. Beside him, Hilke looked helpless, thinking this was not how a Duke should behave. But the more Duke Gold watched, the stranger it looked. From the Duke's perspective, it looked like a young man and young woman having a private moment, but they were too far away, so he could not hear what they were saying. In reality, Damien was explaining to Anis how he had killed the Dark Mages. After listening, Anis sighed. "In such a short time, you've already been caught up in so many incidents with Dark Mages." Damien could only smile awkwardly. Then he said, "I really didn't expect the church investigator this time to be you." Anis replied, "I heard that Dark Mages had appeared in the Duke's territory, and then I heard you were here too, so I applied to come personally. By the way, when you killed them, did you find out which group they belonged to?" Damien thought for a moment. To avoid making things more complicated, he decided to hide part of the truth for now. They weren't that strong. They were probably independent Dark Mages without an organization. Anis sighed softly. "I thought they might be members of the Yulan organization." Damien asked, "Why are you so fixated on the Yulan organization? Is there a reason?" At those words, Anis clearly became a little flustered. "Actually, I've been searching for a special mage within the Yulan organization. He's an infamous dark mage who once wiped out an entire city by himself. People call him the Corpse Performer." Damien's heart tightened. He had not expected Anis to be searching for the Corpse Performer. Corpse Performer was only his title. Almost no one knew his real name. Once, he occupied a noble's territory and released countless monsters, completely destroying the town. Only after the knights arrived were those monsters finally eliminated. But in the town's central square, countless corpses had been piled together. And the most horrifying part was that words had been formed on the city wall using organs. Those words read, "Corpse Performer." Even now, just remembering that scene, still filled Anis with terror. Looking at Anis's trembling body, Damien understood that she still had not told him the real reason she was chasing the Corpse Performer. He could feel that Anis had an even more important reason. But Damien could not tell her the truth either, because he knew the Corpse Performer's real name very well. In his previous life, Damien had followed the Skeleton King, and the Corpse Performer had also sworn loyalty to the Skeleton King. He had become a commander of the Skeleton Army, leading troops on the front lines against humanity. Even in his previous life, Damien had deeply hated that man. "Mr. Damien, what are you thinking about?" Anis's voice pulled Damien back from his thoughts. Damien only said, "I zoned out for a moment." Anis said seriously, "If you ever learn anything about the Corpse Performer in the future, please tell me." Damien nodded. "Of course, I'll tell you everything I know for now." Then he said, "Let's end our conversation here." Damien turned toward the side. "Duke, our conversation is over. May I return home now? Duke Gold smiled. Of course. I no longer have any reason to keep you here, Mr. Damien. Meanwhile, at Damien's estate, Haxon looked at Louise and asked, Sister, are you waiting for Damien again? You've been waiting for Damien every day lately. Sister, are you really that worried about him? Remembering Damien's brutal fighting style, Haxon felt that his sister did not need to worry about him at all. Just then, Damien shouted, I'm back. This time, because Damien had helped the Duke resolve the Dark Mage incident, he returned with a massive amount of rewards. His father stared in disbelief. Was this really done by the son who had once been called useless? While his father was still stunned, Damien said he had prepared a gift for him. He knew his father loved books, so he had brought back many precious volumes from the Duke's estate. Among them were even his father's favorite poetry collections and novels. Of course, the wardrobes, made of cedarwood, were gifts for his mother. And Damien naturally hadn't forgotten his sister. This piano was personally made by Master Balak. Then, Damien looked at his younger brother beside him. He cleared his throat twice. Why does your expression look a little strange, little brother? Huxon immediately said, I wasn't expecting a gift. Damien smiled faintly. Of course I didn't forget you. He opened his palm toward the air, and it looked as if a gap had opened in empty space. This is my new spatial storage ring, and inside it is the gift I prepared especially for you. Then, Damien leaned close to his brother and whispered, if you give this to your future wife, she'll definitely be happy. If you like someone, then as your older brother, of course I should help you. Haxon instantly panicked and shouted. Damien smiled and asked, don't you like Lady Olivia from town? Haxon stammered, I do like her, but that doesn't mean she'd ever be interested in me. As for that, Damien said he had already thought of a plan. Soon, Olivia's family would hold a birthday banquet for her. And there would also be a duel tournament. The tournament was meant to test a knight's combat ability. But Haxon couldn't fight at all. Damien told him not to worry, I'll fight in your place. A few days later, the news had already spread through town. Did you hear? Lady Olivia's birthday banquet will include a duel tournament, and they say the winner can earn Lady Olivia's attention. This is a huge chance for us. But I heard a lot of important people will be attending too. That heir of Count Haxon who has been the talk of the region lately is also coming. I think his name is Damien Haxon. They say he defeated the genius swordsman Michael. We heard that too. Apparently, Michael surrendered before Damien even drew his sword. As soon as those words were spoken, a man nearby suddenly burst out laughing. The woman beside him smiled and said, Jackson, you think that joke is hilarious too, right? Anyone with a brain would never believe a rumor like that. The man's expression darkened. What did you say? Are you laughing at me? Seeing this, the woman quickly smiled and explained, we're laughing at Damien. Jackson suddenly stood up. Trash like you aren't even worthy of my explanation. In the next instant, he punched one of them. You pieces of trash aren't worthy to come near me. And you're definitely not worthy to speak to my woman. Who gave you permission to talk to her? The others immediately flew into a rage. You were the one who came over and talked to us first, Jackson said coldly. Do you know who I am? You should be showing me fear and respect. At that, the men charged toward Jackson. But just as their attacks were about to land, in the blink of an eye, all of them were sent flying. Jackson walked toward the fallen man and sneered. Do you really not know who I am? The man trembled and answered that he truly didn't know. Hearing that, Jackson became even angrier and threw another punch. Sophia, don't you find this strange? Damien, who used to be a useless nobody, has now become famous everywhere. I, Jackson the Demon Slayer, am somehow less known than that trash? Sophia replied, Jackson, this isn't your problem. These idiots are simply too ignorant. But inwardly, she couldn't help thinking. Not long ago, Damien was still a thug like nobody. How did he suddenly become this famous? The next morning, Damien said he was preparing to head to town. His sister and mother were reluctant to see him go. You just came home. Why are you leaving again? Damien smiled and said, I'm not going far this time. I'm only going to help my little brother fight for his happiness. His father looked at the two brothers and said with emotion, You two have both grown up. If I'd known you liked Lady Olivia, I should have arranged a marriage proposal for you much earlier. Haxon said shyly, It's fine. His father reminded them, no matter how this turns out, neither of you brothers should get hurt. After that, the two brothers set off for the town. Along the way, Victor's expression became extremely awkward. They're brothers, so how can they go for hours without saying a single word to each other? Damien was thinking the same thing. In his previous life, he had barely spoken properly with his younger brother either. Victor couldn't stand the awkward silence anymore, so he decided to break it himself. He asked carefully, Young Master Haxon, How did you fall in love with Lady Olivia? Hearing that, Hoxton's face instantly turned red. Why would you suddenly ask me that? Victor said he was only curious, and Damien beside him was curious too. In his previous life, Damien only knew that his brother loved Lady Olivia. He had never known why. So Damien also said, Hoxton, I'm curious too. I'm already planning to help you propose, so at least satisfy my curiosity. Hoxton finally began to recall the past. It happened 4 years ago. Father took me to a banquet held by Western nobles. That was the first time I saw Lady Olivia. The moment she appeared, I was completely drawn to her. Her dark green dress, her light brown hair, she was the perfect woman in my eyes. Back then, I kept imagining how wonderful it would be if she became my wife. Hearing this, Damien and Victor both looked shocked. So this guy simply thought she was beautiful? Damien didn't know how the two of them had connected in his previous life, but there was no doubt that their feelings had eventually become mutual. However, Olivia's father had rejected Hoxton's proposal. After that, Hoxton had spent his days in tears, until Damien became a Death Knight and killed his brother with his own hands, bringing Hoxton's life to an end. Damien had never heard of his brother having any other romance. With that thought, he silently swore that he would help Hoxton fulfill this wish. Hoxton, however, had no idea why Damien had suddenly become so fired up. This town is really far. It took 3 full days by carriage to get here. Is this really a birthday banquet? It feels more like a festival for the whole town. Just then, an old man stopped them and asked, "Where are you from?" Damien answered, "We're members of Count Hoxton's family." The old man checked the list. "You must be Mr. Damien Hoxton." Damien nodded and said he had brought his younger brother with him to attend the banquet. The old man said respectfully, "I'm Lady Olivia's butler. Your rooms have already been prepared. You may use this room freely. If you need anything, please tell me at any time." Victor couldn't help sighing. This count is really considerate. He even prepared a separate room for us. An ordinary viscount would never receive this kind of treatment. Damien thought it was probably because his reputation had risen quite a bit recently. No matter. I'll go out and take a look around first. You two stay in the room. Hoxton immediately shouted, "No way, I made a promise to father." Damien asked in confusion, "What promise?" Hoxton said, "If you try to cause trouble, father told me to stalk you." Damien replied helplessly, "Just rest. I'm not the same troublemaker I used to be." As soon as he finished speaking, a woman suddenly bumped into him. Damien was still wondering what had happened, when a man in the distance shouted and rushed over. The man grabbed Damien and snapped, "Watch where you're going." In the next second, the man narrowed his eyes in confusion. "Are you Damien? So it really is you, Damien Hoxton." Damien frowned slightly, as if trying to remember something. Then the woman spoke. "I never expected to see you here." Damien looked at them in confusion. "Who are you?" Just moments earlier, Damien had said in confusion that he didn't know them at all. Besides, he hated being grabbed by the neck. Seeing this, Hoxton quickly asked what had happened. Then he looked at the woman. "Are you Sophia?" Damien muttered. "Hoxton, who exactly is Sophia?" Hoxton looked shocked. "Sophia was your former fiancée. Did you really forget her?" Only then did Damien seriously study the two people in front of him. Looking closely, this woman really did seem to be his fiancée from his previous life. He finally remembered that Sophia had betrayed their engagement so she could be with Jackson. Even though Damien had tried his best to keep her, nothing had changed in the end. He vaguely remembered Jackson arrogantly saying that trash from the lower level had no right to come near them. Sophia had also said that their engagement was only an arrangement made by their elders. Besides, the Hoxton family had already fallen into the ranks of low nobles. In other words, the current Hoxton family was no longer worthy of her. Back then, Jackson had looked at Damien with utter contempt. Damien had never forgotten that humiliation in his previous life. At the time, he had gathered his courage and tried to vent the shame in his heart, determined to make that woman pay. Unfortunately, the old Damien had been no match for Jackson and was thrown to the ground like a dead dog. Now that he thought about it again, even though it had happened long ago, it still made Damien angry. In the next moment, Sophia said, "I know you don't want to see me, but you don't have to pretend you don't know me. That's honestly pathetic." Jackson sneered. "So that's what it is, Sophia. This poor loser is scared to see me. Still, I'm so happy to see you. I only want to shake your hand. You aren't too afraid, are you?" Damien looked speechless. This guy was clearly trying to embarrass him in public. Then, Damien smiled brightly and said, "We're friends after all. Of course I'll do as you wish." Seeing this, Jackson was delighted. This idiot had taken the bait again, but in the next second, Jackson was lifted up by Damien in an instant. Then, he was slammed hard into the ground. Sophia stared in disbelief. Damien said mockingly, "Sorry, I used a little too much strength out of habit." Jackson, lying on the ground, trembled and moved his fingers. In the next moment, he suddenly stood up and roared, "How dare you humiliate me? I'll kill you, Damien Haxon." With that, Jackson was about to draw his sword and rush at Damien. Just then, a low voice sounded from behind him. "Jackson, stop. I didn't expect the former failure to change this much. Jackson, you're no longer his opponent." Damien looked at the newcomer and smiled faintly. "Looks like you understand me pretty well." The man said coldly, "Jackson, put away your sword. You and he are no longer on the same level. You've played enough today. It's time to go back." Jackson clearly didn't want to let it go. He shouted angrily, "That bastard made me lose face." In the next moment, that gloomy voice rang out again. "Jackson, I order you to go back." With that, he turned and left. Seeing this, Damien felt slightly confused. He's leaving just like that? At that moment, the man turned his head and said, "My name is Yaknor. Remember it well. We'll meet again soon, Damien Haxon." Just now, Yaknor had taken Jackson away from Damien. Jackson asked in confusion, "Master, why did you stop me? Someone like Damien is easy for me to defeat." But as soon as he finished speaking, Yaknor grabbed Jackson tightly by the throat. Yaknor said coldly, "Jackson, I told you that after coming here, you weren't to do anything that attracts attention. Did you think my words were a joke?" Feeling the ruthless look in his master's eyes, Jackson apologized in a hoarse voice. Then, Yaknor said, "This is the first time and the last. One more thing, you seem to have misunderstood something. If I hadn't stopped you just now, you'd already be dead at Damien's hands." Jackson looked completely unconvinced. "How is that possible? How could I lose to that useless trash?" Yaknor muttered, "I don't know what happened to Damien, but his aura is cold enough to cut into the bone. His power is far beyond yours. If you don't want to die, don't provoke him. Do you remember the only reason we came here?" Jackson frowned. "Master, I don't understand why you insist on having me enter this tournament. You want me to please Lady Olivia, but I'm already engaged to Sophia." Yaknor said coldly, "You only need to obey my orders. And now you're questioning my decision because of a woman?" Jackson met Yaknor's gaze again, trembled, and quickly said he had misspoken. Yaknor continued, "Your victory in this tournament is extremely important to my plan. As long as you win, my wish will move one step closer. That's my lifelong dream. I'll step into the master level." Jackson was shocked. "Is Master going to reach the master level?" Yaknor said, "You only need to focus on preparing for the tournament. I'll gather information on the other participants." Outside the tent, Sophia watched Yaknor leave. She hurried into the tent. "Jackson, are you all right? What happened to your neck?" Jackson said coldly, "It's nothing serious." Then he complained under his breath, "That old man wants me to win the tournament, but he won't tell me what that has to do with him becoming a master. And, Damien, once I reach the final rank, I'll definitely kill you." The next day, the tournament officially began. Everyone in the arena looked seriously toward one side. "Is that the rumored Damien Haxon?" "See, miss," Victor whispered. "Young master, your reputation is even bigger than I imagined." Just then, Count Chester stepped forward and welcomed everyone. Today, he would hold a grand birthday banquet for his daughter, Olivia. And the many knights present would fight in this arena. The final winner would earn the chance to have dinner with Olivia. A trace of worry appeared on Haxon's face. Damien glanced at him and silently reassured him. At that moment, Count Chester spoke with some dissatisfaction. "Olivia, I prepared such a grand banquet for you. The least you can do is look a little happy." Olivia replied in a cool tone, "I never asked you to do this, father. You're only doing it to show off the family's prestige." Count Chester didn't care. "Think whatever you like. For now, just enjoy this feast of battle." The first event of the tournament was the monster hunting match. Every spectator cheered for the fighter they supported, and Damien, whose reputation had recently exploded, was naturally seen as one of the favorites to win. This match would be held in teams. Jackson never expected that he would end up on the same team as Damien. Just then, the gate of a cage beside the arena suddenly opened. In the next moment, everyone stared in disbelief and muttered, "This has to be a joke, right?" A giant monster, over 4 meters tall, appeared before them with a deafening roar. The contestant standing at the front was already too terrified to move, while Damien simply watched in silence. In the blink of an eye, the spot where that contestant had been standing was crushed by the giant monster. Blood scattered through the air and splashed onto Damien's face. A faint smile appeared on Damien's lips. So this is what they prepared. It seems Count Chester has been raising quite the monster. Hopefully, The Count won't regret releasing it. The audience was stunned. But in the next instant, cheers and tension swept across the stands all at once. Amid the noise, no one understood how a knight had been taken down without even getting a chance to fight back. Olivia was also shocked, her body trembling uncontrollably. But Count Chester said coldly, "If a knight can be defeated that easily, it only proves he was pathetically weak." Hearing that, Olivia couldn't hold back anymore. "Father, this is only a tournament. Why would you release such a terrifying monster?" Count Chester answered, "Olivia, don't exaggerate. This is merely part of the selection process. Besides, the audience loves this kind of thrilling spectacle." The cheers and shouts from the stands grew even louder. Just then, Jackson rushed out at incredible speed. Jackson knew very well that the first person to attack and defeat the monster would become the true object of the audience's admiration. The wounded giant monster let out a violent roar. The cuts Jackson had made across its shoulder and arm began regenerating at a visible speed. Shock appeared on Jackson's face. How is this possible? Behind him, Damien still stood in place, without moving. Only then did Damien understand. Before entering the duel, every participant had signed a waiver, accepting responsibility for life and death. So this was the trap Count Chester had prepared in advance. Facing the roaring giant monster, Jackson had no choice but to avoid its direct attacks and keep dodging around the arena. Seeing this, his teammates rushed forward to support him. But before one teammate's attack could land, he was caught in the giant monster's strike. In the next moment, his body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. Fortunately, at the last moment, he used his sword to block the fatal blow. While a female teammate drew the monster's attention, another teammate launched an attack from its blind spot behind it. The attacks weren't especially powerful, but they were fast and came from multiple directions in quick succession. With several wounds around its ankles, the giant monster finally lost its balance and dropped heavily to its knees. Seeing this, the man immediately leapt into the air, trying to seize that instant opening and slash down at the giant monster's head. But during that brief moment in midair, the giant monster slammed both hands toward him at terrifying speed. With a short, choking cry, the man was crushed into a pile of flesh. At the exact same time, Jackson attacked from behind the giant monster, using the opening his teammate had created with his life. A wave-like slash came crashing down, and the giant monster's head was cut off instantly. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers. Sophia thought excitedly, "As expected of my fiancé." Jackson gasped and said, "Now do you know who the truly brave knight is?" Then he raised his blade and struck the pose of a victor. But in the next moment, he felt a chill behind him. Another giant monster roared and charged at Jackson with terrifying speed. Jackson had no time to think. He instinctively placed his sword behind him to defend. Before he could even understand what had happened, his body was sent flying dozens of meters away. Jackson trembled and said, "I was too careless. I forgot there was another monster." At that moment, Damien spoke. "How embarrassing. Two little monsters, and you already look this pathetic." As he spoke, the giant monster roared at Damien. Jackson shouted, "Are you an idiot? You're trying to fight that thing alone?" At the same time, the giant monster's attack had already reached Damien. But Damien didn't even move his feet. He simply raised his hand and gave a casual slap, easily neutralizing the terrifying blow. In the next instant, Damien leapt lightly and appeared above the giant monster's head. He used its head as a stepping stone and jumped backward. The giant monster clearly noticed where Damien was, but the moment it raised its head, Damien's attack had already ended. A blindingly fast slash fell, and the giant monster's body was split cleanly in half. Jackson broke out in a cold sweat. It wasn't because Damien had killed the giant monster, but because he hadn't seen how Damien attacked at all. After a brief silence, the audience exploded into thunderous cheers, shouting Damien Haxon's name. The cheers echoed across the entire arena, and even Count Chester couldn't help clapping in approval. Damien Haxon's reputation was clearly not empty hype. In the arena, Damien casually tossed his sword into his storage space and said, "They were only two little monsters. Was that really worth getting so excited over?" Hearing this, Jackson froze for a moment. Damien Haxon, that former loser, actually dared mock me like this. I'll make you pay. After the match ended, Count Chester officially held the birthday banquet. At the banquet, everyone's gaze kept falling on Damien with fascination. "So that's Damien from the arena? Is that his younger brother beside him? He looks handsome too." Haxon asked curiously, "Where did you find clothes this nice?" Damien replied, "There's a famous clothing shop in the Count's territory called Moonlight Waves. Its clothes are popular all over the country." Then Damien joked, "I spent more than half my savings on them." Hearing that, Haxon quietly thanked him. The heated attention stayed fixed on Damien, and some noble ladies even said Damien was their top choice for a fiancé. Listening to the discussions around him, Jackson angrily crushed the wine glass in his hand. Why is this happening? Why is everyone talking about Damien? I performed well too. So why is everyone only focused on Damien Haxon? Even after the match, he mocked me for taking so long to fight such weak monsters. Then Jackson looked at Sophia. Don't you think Damien is far too arrogant? But at that moment, Sophia was staring blankly with dazed eyes, murmuring, Damien Haxon. Why did I never notice before that he was this handsome? Just then, an announcement rang through the banquet hall. Lady Olivia is entering. Olivia entered the banquet hall together with Count Chester. Count Chester said, "Thank you all for attending Olivia's birthday banquet. The contestants in today's preliminary round gave us a brilliant performance. I hope tomorrow's matches will be just as outstanding. Next, allow me to reveal the prize for this tournament's champion." Count Chester glanced at the furnace beside him, then placed his hand into the flames without hesitation. The move shocked everyone nearby. Damien was confused as well. What's he trying to do? But in the next moment, Count Chester's hand showed no burn marks at all. Count Chester said proudly, "This is all thanks to the flame stone." But the moment Damien saw that stone, he froze in shock. That wasn't a flame stone at all. The black-clad man nearby had clearly locked his eyes onto the stone as well. That black-clad man was Jackson's master, Yaknor. He muttered under his breath, "So, it really is here." That wasn't a flame stone. It was a soul gem, also known as the Heart Soul. Count Chester continued, "As you can see, this treasure can grant immunity to fire damage. Even the mages in my estate couldn't identify its true origin. So in the end, they concluded it was a rare flamestone. The final winner of this tournament will receive this flamestone as the reward." Damien could hardly believe it. A soul gem was being treated like some cheap prize. Damien had no interest in ordinary rewards, but the soul gem was different. Count Chester said, "I hope everyone enjoys tonight to the fullest." Then he officially signaled the start of the banquet. For a moment, gentle music slowly filled the hall, and the banquet began. A short while later, a man came before the Count and greeted him. "I'm Friends, eldest son of the Nathan family. I've prepared a special gift for Lady Olivia. This skincare product was made by an alchemist using powdered spirit pills. Even an elderly person could use it and regain skin as soft as a baby's." Count Chester thanked him with a smile, but Olivia showed no joy at all. In the next moment, another man stepped forward and said, "I'm from the Temple family, and I've also prepared a gift for Lady Olivia. This is a necklace made from 7 colored gemstones. They say the materials were obtained by killing hundreds of gem monsters." Count Chester nodded. "We can feel your sincerity. The butler will store these gifts for now." Just as Damien expected, everyone was trying to please Olivia. But the Count's family was extremely wealthy, so ordinary gifts were basically useless. Then Jackson stepped forward. "Honored Count, I'm Jackson, the man who killed one of the monsters earlier." "That's right. I'm Jackson, known as the Demon Slayer. I've also prepared a gift for you. This is a bottle of highly concentrated life essence. Just 1 drop can keep a person full of energy for 3 days. Jackson thought to himself that his master had told him to focus on the Count. As long as he made the Count happy, winning Olivia would become much easier. Hearing about the gift, Count Chester indeed looked pleased. "Olivia, look, this gift is quite good, isn't it?" But Olivia still looked listless and only gave a perfunctory nod. Then Damien said quietly, "It's our turn." As Damien stepped forward, Jackson looked full of contempt. "What could a bumpkin like you possibly bring out?" Damien smiled faintly. "What Jackson brought out is indeed good, but it still can't move Olivia." "Honored Count, I'm Damien Haxon." At that name, Count Chester immediately grew excited. The Haxon family's reputation had already spread far and wide. Damien said, "That's only everyone exaggerating about me." Count Chester clearly hadn't expected Damien to be so humble, but Olivia had no interest in this kind of praise or the polite exchanges between nobles. Haxon began to worry. Damien calmly said that Olivia would definitely like this gift. "Count, I've also prepared a gift for the beautiful Lady Olivia." Count Chester instantly became interested. "Wonderful. I'm very curious what kind of gift a knight of your level would bring." Damien activated his spatial item. In the next moment, an object half as tall as a person appeared in his hand. Olivia instinctively looked over as well. Damien said, "This is the gift I prepared for Lady Olivia, a longbow." Count Chester froze in place. Why would it be a bow? But the moment Olivia saw the wooden bow, Clear joy appeared in her eyes. The guests nearby all looked confused. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like an ordinary bow. Even Count Chester thought Olivia couldn't possibly like something like that. But in the next moment, Olivia's face lit up with excitement. "May I touch this bow?" Damien smiled faintly. Just as he expected, Haxon, hurry and hand the bow to Lady Olivia. After Olivia received it, she spoke with some effort. What a wonderfully resilient bow. Damien knew from his previous life that Olivia was deeply obsessed with hunting. Olivia said in admiration, "This is the best bow I've ever used. Whether it's the elasticity of the string or the resilience of the body, everything is flawless. Mr. Damien, if I'm not mistaken, this was made from minotaur horn, wasn't it?" Damien nodded. "Lady Olivia is correct." Down below, Jackson's expression changed when he heard minotaur horn. Could the material of that bow be legendary minotaur horn? Just then, Olivia noticed the maker's name carved into the bow. She was shocked. Was this made by August, the greatest blacksmith on the continent? Hearing that, even Count Chester cried out in surprise. Damien smiled. "Of course, Lady Olivia. August's craftsmanship is unmatched." Count Chester took the longbow and looked at it. It really was August's signature. He had once been fortunate enough to see a shield forged by Master August, and that shield had eventually sold for an unbelievable price at auction. To think I'd receive such a precious gift in my lifetime. Olivia immediately reminded him, "Father, this isn't a gift for you." Then Olivia said seriously that this was the best gift she had ever received. Damien smoothly added, "This gift was actually found by my younger brother for you." Haxon searched everywhere for half a year in advance before finally finding it. Olivia looked at Haxon. "Thank you very much for your thoughtfulness, Mr. Haxon. I'm very curious how you obtained such a precious bow." Damien smiled. "Then I'll let my brother tell you himself." Olivia looked delighted. "Mr. Haxon, please tell me everything." Damien turned to Count Chester. "Count, may my brother step forward and speak with Lady Olivia?" Count Chester immediately replied that there was no problem. Damien patted Haxon. "Stop spacing out. Go on." Haxon nervously stepped forward. "Lady Olivia, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Haxon." Damien smiled faintly. "Today, you're the main character." On the other side, Sophia whispered, "Jackson, it seems Damien has ruined our plan. I never expected him to become this strong, or to make Olivia this happy. At this rate, both the Count and Olivia will favor Damien even more." Jackson gritted his teeth. "We can't just sit here and do nothing. Come with me." "Sophia, you wait here." Damien glanced at Jackson, leaving from the corner of his eye, and thought, "Looks like someone is about to make a move." The next morning, Damien wore a teasing, mischievous smile. Who would have thought that Haxon, who usually speaks so timidly, could talk so smoothly with Lady Olivia last night? Hearing this, Haxon's face turned red, and he had no idea what to say. Damien laughed. "I look forward to hearing good news from you." Victor also said, "I hope young Master Damien achieves good results today as well." Behind them, Haxon quietly said, "Thank you, Damien." Damien looked back at him. Haxon said seriously, "Thank you, truly, for creating a chance for me to spend time alone with Olivia." Damien lifted his sword, and couldn't help saying, "Are you really the Haxon I know?" Then Damien smiled and said, "You're my younger brother. Helping you get closer to the woman you love is only natural, isn't it?" Hearing that, warmth spread through Haxon's heart. "That's right, we're brothers." The second match was a one-on-one battle. Damien merely threw out a casual punch, and his opponent was completely crushed one-sidedly. It was unbelievably easy. The audience immediately shouted, "Damien! Damien!" This match put no pressure on Damien at all, and the next round would be the final. Just as everyone was excitedly cheering him on, a cloaked person nearby quietly found Haxon. Haxon was shocked. "Lady Olivia, why are you here?" Olivia said urgently. "Mr. Haxon, you and your brother are in great danger right now. Please leave this place as soon as possible." The night before, inside Count Chester's estate, Olivia had been humming happily. Her conversation with Haxon had put her in a very good mood. At that moment, a servant stopped Olivia and told her that Count Chester was looking for her. Olivia was confused. "It's already late at night, so why would father want to see me?" A short while later, in Count Chester's room, Olivia shouted in disbelief, "You called me here in the middle of the night just to say this?" Count Chester said coldly, "Yes. I called you here to tell you that you'll marry Jackson." "Father, have you lost your mind? I've never even spoken to the man beside me, let alone had any kind of relationship with him." At that moment, Jackson was also furious inside. "This old man told me nothing and simply dragged me here." Olivia questioned him. "Father, This is my life. Why did you decide this without even discussing it with me? Hearing that, Count Chester merely swirled the wine glass in his hand. Olivia, what are you saying? Children of nobles have never had the right to choose their own lives. Then, father, what reason do you have for making this decision? Count Chester said. Reason? Of course, because this marriage will bring enormous benefits to our family. Jackson's master, Yaknor, is about to step into the high rank. Among nobles, having a middle-rank powerhouse is enough to live without fear, let alone a high-rank powerhouse. If this marriage succeeds, Mr. Yaknor will become a major asset to our family. Not only that, Mr. Jackson will also provide our family knights with mana and weapon manufacturing techniques. Jackson was shocked inside. Damn that old man. He hasn't even taught me those techniques, yet he's making promises like that so casually. Olivia's heart sank into pain. Father, are you trying to sell me in exchange for family benefits? Count Chester shouted in anger. Silence. Whether you agree or not, this matter has already been decided. Then he looked at Yaknor. However, Mr. Yaknor, I do have one small concern. Our disciple Jackson hasn't shown any outstanding performance so far. If I let him become my son-in-law like this, people may criticize the decision. Yaknor said calmly, what the Count means is that Jackson isn't yet qualified to become your son-in-law. But there's no need to worry. Tomorrow, Jackson will win the tournament. Count Chester frowned. I'd like to trust your judgment, but you also know that Damien is far stronger than Jackson. Yaknor replied, of course I know Damien is strong. That's why tomorrow, I need you to help me with one thing. Count Chester asked in confusion, what kind of help? Yaknor said coldly, don't stop the match midway, that's all. A moment later, everyone who heard those words was shocked. Count Chester sat frozen in silence. Olivia shouted, we can't be that shameless. But in the end, Count Chester still said in a low voice, then we'll do as you say. Olivia stared hard at her father, her eyes filled with disappointment. Olivia said, Mr. Damien, I can't stop my father. After hearing everything, Damien finally understood the situation. So that's what happened. Everyone nearby immediately grew anxious and urged, we should leave right now. Yaknor already felt unfriendly to me, but I never expected him to pull something like this behind the scenes. But Damien said calmly, I'm not leaving. Haxon quickly said, Damien, didn't you hear what Lady Olivia said? Yaknor is a man with 1 foot in the high rank. Damien replied lightly, don't worry, I have a plan. He only has 1 foot in the high rank. For now, just watch the match patiently. Then, Damien slowly entered the arena. The moment he stepped onto the field, everyone's attention focused on him. Is that Damien? The one who instantly killed the giant monster? Then, the drums sounded all around them. Count Chester stood up and looked around in confusion. Where did Olivia go? Then he announced to the crowd, thank you all for your support. Today is the final match. Today's final has only one rule, and that rule is victory. No matter what methods are used, whoever wins and stands at the end will be the champion. Mr. Damien, don't blame me. This is the only way for Jackson to win. Everyone in the stands grew tense. Damien has to have some kind of plan. With no rules in place, Count Chester is clearly preparing to do something dishonorable. At the same time, the contestants on the field drew their swords one after another. Damien, don't blame us. In the next instant, they surrounded Damien completely. Yaknor looked at the situation on the field and smiled coldly. Jackson didn't want to use such a shameless method, but he had no other choice. He had to admit it. Damien Haxon, you're stronger than me, but don't blame me. I can only join forces with the others and attack you together. In the next moment, everyone charged at Damien at once. Damien only smiled faintly, without the slightest trace of panic on his face. The day before the match, inside Jackson's tent, Jackson had shouted that he hadn't heard anything about getting engaged to Olivia. Even if I'm supposed to marry Olivia, Master, you should have discussed it with me first. But before he could finish speaking, Yaknor struck Jackson hard. You dare question me? If you weren't so useless, why would I need to personally step in and please the Count? Anger surged inside Jackson. This bastard is simply using me. Yaknor said coldly, my plan is extremely important. This time you absolutely can't drag me down again. Jackson gritted his teeth. But Master, I'm already engaged to Sophia, Yaknor said with contempt. A woman like that can be discarded. Women are nothing more than tools to be used. I only agreed to let you get engaged to Sophia because of that item. The Sophia family swordsmanship guide is extremely useful to me. Now that I've obtained what I wanted, there's no reason for your engagement with Sophia to continue. Jackson's voice grew heavy. So this time you want to use me again to please Count Chester's family. Yaknor said coldly, I don't just want to please them. I want to completely control their family. This is the wish I've pursued for many years, and I won't allow anything to go wrong." A pleading look appeared on Jackson's face. "Master, I truly love Sophia," Yahello asked coldly. "Jackson, do you still not understand? Women will only affect your future. Besides, the only reason Sophia chose you in the first place was because Damien wasn't strong enough. You saw the way Sophia looked at Damien last time, didn't you? This ring can make you stronger. Once you wear it, you can prove that you're stronger than Damien. If you do that, I may consider allowing you to stay with Sophia. But once you use the ring's power, you must kill Damien in the arena." After hearing that, Jackson fell silent for a moment. He thought to himself, "This old man won't listen to me right now, so I should pretend to obey for the time being." Then Jackson picked up the ring. He said quietly, "I understand." Back in the arena, Sophia shouted, "Jackson, you can do it." Hearing her voice, Jackson finally made up his mind. "No matter what, I have to win. Sophia, just watch. Today, I'll definitely kill Damien." In the next instant, he locked his gaze on Damien. At the same time, everyone attacked Damien from every direction. Countless sword-likes flashed at once. But Damien still stood where he was, easily dodging every attack. One contestant tried to ambush him from behind, but Damien moved as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He leapt up instantly and stepped directly onto the man's head. With a light laugh, he jumped higher and said, "Next time you try to ambush someone, control your killing intent a little better." Then Damien slammed down from above and struck the contestant. Even Damien himself didn't expect the man to be that weak. Seeing this, Hoxton shouted excitedly from the stands. Damien spoke in a teasing tone. "What's wrong? Are you coming? If you don't come to me, I'll go to you. I'm getting impatient." His voice rang clearly across the arena. Jackson was shocked. Damien was facing so many knights, yet he hadn't even drawn his weapon. Had he already reached the middle rank? At that moment, a woman beside him shouted, "I'll show you the swordsmanship of the Acre family." At the same time, a man behind him charged forward with a roar. "For the glory of the St. Rolt family." Hearing that, Damien spoke in an ice-cold voice. "All of you ganged up on me, and you still have the nerve to talk about family honor." Just as the two swords were about to strike Damien, waves of mana suddenly rippled out from around his body. He whispered, "All-around vision. Activate. Moonblade art." In the next instant, every move they made looked as slow as a crawling snail to Damien, and he instantly neutralized their attacks with Moonblade art. Damien stared at them with a blank expression. Damien thought, "They're far too weak. I haven't even used half of my strength. You attacked first. Now it's my turn, right?" In the blink of an eye, several flashes of swordlight tore through the air. The two were struck hard in an instant and collapsed toward the ground. Thunderous cheers erupted from the stands. So this is Damien Haxon's true strength. Even Yahello and Count Chester were stunned. He had defeated both opponents with just one move. Damien looked at Jackson. "Now you're the only one left. Are you still planning to stand against me?" Jackson clenched his teeth, as if he had finally made up his mind. "Damien, you forced me to do this." With that, he pulled the orb off the ring. Then he swallowed it without the slightest hesitation. The next moment, Jackson's body began to go numb, and sharp pain stabbed through his heart. A sinister wave of mana suddenly burst from him, slowly spreading toward the fallen contestants around him. Almost at the same time, the people lying on the ground let out bone-chilling screams. Their powers seemed to be devoured by Jackson alone. Even Damien was slightly shocked. "I didn't expect Jackson to go this far." Jackson burst into wild laughter. "This is Mana Rampage. Mana Rampage drives my own mana into an extremely active state. It can even devour targets around me that carry mana. And anyone whose mana gets devoured will most likely be crippled for life." Looking at the arrogant Jackson, Damien muttered, "So this is the effect of the pill you swallowed?" "That's right. This is the trump card my master gave me. You should already feel your mana draining away, shouldn't you? Do you still have the strength to stand there and talk to me? You should be kneeling right now, crawling on the ground like an insect." The mana in the air grew more and more violent, until Jackson had nearly devoured all the surrounding mana. But Damien remained standing exactly where he was. The next moment, Damien suddenly burst out laughing. "Jackson, I thought you had some real trump card hidden away. Turns out this is all you were relying on. I knew you people were planning something. I just didn't expect you to disappoint me this much in the end." Leaning on dark magic like this, Jackson's face changed drastically. "What dark magic? And why are you still standing?" The moment he finished speaking, Jackson was struck head-on. Damien kicked out with terrifying speed, sending Jackson flying like a kite with its string cut. Trembling on the ground, Jackson forced out the words, "Why? Why did this happen?" Damien revealed a cold, vicious smile. How could low-grade dark magic like that ever work on me? Outside the arena, Yahello stared in disbelief. The dark magic failed? Is dark magic truly useless against Damien? Damien thought. I didn't expect them to go so far as to make Jackson taint himself of dark magic just to get rid of me. Once the match was over, he'd make sure those people paid dearly. At that moment, Jackson forced himself back to his feet and swung his sword at Damien again. Damien completely ignored the attack, merely stepping lightly to the side. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Jackson, you really are a pitiful guy. Hearing that, Jackson flew into a rage. If Mana Rampage can't bring you down, then I'll defeat you with my own strength. Seeing this, Damien sneered inwardly. Can you really do that? Then he slowly raised his sword. The slash looked slow and casual, but its edge was terrifyingly sharp. Jackson was instantly blasted away by the overwhelming wave of mana. He couldn't stop himself from roaring, "How could I possibly lose?" The next moment, sword-light crashed down, and the entire arena began to tremble violently. The raging shockwave swept across the field, forcing the spectators in the stands to shut their eyes. By then, Jackson had already fallen to his knees. The mana inside his body could no longer be suppressed. An ominous surge of mana erupted from Jackson's body, staining the entire sky with a dark purple hue. The sight shocked everyone around him. Almost all the spectators fell into fear at the same time, because that sinister aura was far too terrifying. Damien glanced at it, and immediately understood. As expected, it's dark magic. Jackson clearly used dark magic. Even Count Chester hadn't expected this. A knight used dark magic in my territory. This will definitely draw the church's attention. Count Chester, the spectators are already panicking. At this rate, news of dark magic appearing in your territory will reach the church. Everything had slipped beyond Chester's control. He shouted for the match to stop and ordered the scene sealed off before the news could leak. Damien looked up at the sky, realizing that everything was probably unfolding exactly according to that man's plan. Then he looked toward the spectator stands, only to find that Yahello had already run off. At that moment, Count Chester was furious. Damn Yahello, I have to pretend I knew absolutely nothing. Right now, there's no evidence proving I worked with him. Count Chester, where do you think you're going? Damien had already left the arena and caught up to him. Count Chester forced himself to stay calm. Oh, Mr. Damien, is there something you need from me? Damien wore a harmless smile. Does Count Chester really have nothing to say to me? Why would I have anything to say to you? Something suddenly happened in my territory, and I need to handle it. Count Chester, if you insist on playing dumb, then I suppose I have no choice. The next instant, Damien instantly knocked down the guards beside Chester. Then he threw a clean punch, stopping his fist right in front of Chester's face. Damien grabbed the Count before he could run. Count Chester, have you remembered what you wanted to say now? If not, I don't mind helping you remember. After returning to the room, Count Chester scolded Olivia. But Olivia admitted it directly. Father, I was the one who did it. I told Mr. Damien everything about your plan. Chester was furious. Olivia, you must be insane. I gave you such a privileged life, and you betrayed me? Damien cut in. Count Chester, are you finished? I didn't bring you back here to listen to you ramble about this. The church will come to investigate soon. How do you plan to handle it? If the church finds out that you joined hands with Yahello to kill me, and that dark magic was involved, hearing that, Chester's face changed drastically. Mr. Damien, I truly didn't know they would use dark magic. Count Chester, even if you tell the church you knew nothing about the dark magic, they won't believe you. And even if I don't report you, Jackson knows you colluded with his master. Once the church takes you away, I'm sure you can imagine what their interrogation methods are like. However, I do have some connections within the church. Protecting you from getting dragged into this would be rather easy, but you'll have to agree to a few conditions. First, allow my younger brother to court Olivia. Chester blinked in surprise. Of course, that's no problem. Is it really that simple? Second, announce that I'm the champion of this tournament. Chester immediately nodded. That's only natural. As soon as those words fell, Olivia suddenly spoke up. Third condition, compensate Mr. Damien with 300 gold coins. Even Damien hadn't expected Olivia to make that demand, but he nodded and said, that's not a bad condition. On top of that, Chester could only suppress his anger. He lowered his voice. I'm your father. Are you really going to keep helping an outsider? Olivia continued. I also demand that the Count transfer half of his territory to me. Hearing that, both Damien and Chester were slightly startled. Once Chester snapped back to his senses, he exploded in rage. Are you truly trying to bleed your own father dry? Olivia answered coldly. I've already lost all faith in this family. I'm leaving the family and I'm taking these with me. Olivia, what are you saying? You're leaving the family? Ever since I was born, you treated me like a tool. For the sake of your precious family, you never cared about what I wanted. Standing nearby, Damien felt helpless. This father-daughter relationship was even worse than he had imagined. Olivia looked at Damien. Mr. Damien, these conditions should be enough. If my father has no objections, then let him accept them. Chester was furious, but in the end, he could only grit his teeth and agree. A few days later, Count Chester looked painfully nervous. Damien simply said, "Don't be nervous." Then Damien told the church investigators that Count Chester was innocent. One of the church members asked in confusion, "But we learned from Jackson that he and Yahello joined forces to kill you." Hearing that, Chester quickly shouted, "I was only told not to interfere with the match. I had no idea what they were planning." Damien backed him up. And that same night, Count Chester came to see me and warned me to be careful. "Mr. Damien, are you saying the Count didn't intend to harm you?" "The Count and I hit it off right away. If he wanted to harm me, why would he come warn me that night?" Chester hurriedly added, "I did go to warn Mr. Damien that night, but I truly had no idea they would use dark magic." Damien spoke solemnly. "I swear in the name of the God of Knights that the Count is a truly good man." The church member nodded. "We've heard the Saintess speak of you before, Mr. Damien. As expected, you're an incredibly upright man. Since Mr. Damien says so, then this must be the truth." Damien lightly patted Count Chester. "Now your suspicion has been cleared. Count Chester, don't forget to honor our agreement." A few days later, Damien and his group rode a carriage back home. Damien sat inside the carriage with a look of pure exhaustion. He silently complained to himself, "In this carriage, I feel like the most unnecessary person here." Fortunately, all of his goals for this trip had been achieved. After a week of investigation, the church finally left Chester's territory. The final result was that Jackson and Yahello were declared criminals, and the church began searching everywhere for Yahello. Since Olivia had taken half of the territory, Chester was so furious that he remained bedridden. Meanwhile, Haxon and Olivia were now traveling together to the Haxon family. As for Damien, he had obtained the gem that looked like a flame stone. Haxon asked curiously, "Is this the tournament prize? The flame stone?" Damien thought to himself, "Chester has no idea what this item is truly worth. This isn't a flame stone, but a soul gem formed at the moment a high-ranking mage dies. Also known as the Heart Soul, it's an extremely rare treasure that can only be born when a powerful mage is on the verge of death. If he could analyze and absorb the mana inside it, he would become even stronger." This was also Damien's first time encountering a Heart Soul, and it would definitely help him recover the power of his previous life faster. At that moment, someone outside the carriage was following Damien closely. "Damien, did you really think you could leave that easily?" Yahello had been secretly tailing Damien the entire time, until late at night when the group had fallen asleep. Only then did he creep forward, preparing to launch a sneak attack. But just as Yahello drew his sword, Damien's voice suddenly came from behind him. "You finally showed up. My neck was getting sore from waiting." Hearing that voice, Yahello instantly swung his sword at Damien. Damien merely leaped down lightly and said, as expected of Jackson's master. Yahello's expression darkened. "Damien, you knew I was following you all along?" "Of course I knew." Damien casually picked up the Heart Soul. "And I also know this is what you're after." Yahello stared hard at the gem. "So the Heart Soul really did fall into your hands." Damien gave a light laugh. "The tournament winner receiving the prize is only natural." Yahello narrowed his eyes. "Damien, I'm curious. How did you know my target was the Heart Soul?" Damien spoke calmly. "Anyone with a brain could figure out what you were after. If all you wanted was for Jackson and Olivia to get engaged, there was no need to rush him into victory like that, much less push him into using dark magic. You were so desperate for Jackson to win because your real target was the Heart Soul." Yahello sneered. "Since you figured it out, I won't waste time pretending. Hand over the Heart Soul. Though I do wonder where that confidence of yours comes from. What makes you think you can beat me?" Damien raised his sword. "If you really want the Heart Soul, ask my sword whether it agrees." The moment those words fell, Yahello attacked with a sword flow as smooth as running water. Damien showed no panic at all, blocking every single strike. Suddenly, Yahello's blade changed direction and shot straight toward Damien's eyes. Damien quickly guarded against it, then used the force to leap backward. He thought to himself, Yahello truly is a man with one foot in the high-ranking realm. His attacks are clean, sharp, and completely free of wasted motion. Yahello said coldly, "Damien, you really do surprise me. I didn't expect you to last this long against me. But now, it ends." Yahello's body began to blur, and as he stepped forward, it looked as if an afterimage remained behind him. Seeing this, Damien's expression sharpened slightly. In the next instant, several phantoms split out from Yahello's body. Yahello sneered. Damien, aren't you surprised? This is the technique I spent my entire life mastering. Sword Shadow Clone. Each figure is both illusion and reality. With this technique, you'll have nowhere to run. Seeing this, Damien raised his sword and quietly chanted sword magic. The next moment, a blue glow appeared along his blade. That seemingly modest light spread outward, instantly erasing all of Yahello's clones. Yahello stared in disbelief. That was the Sword Shadow Clone he had spent half his life perfecting. As if seeing through his thoughts, Damien said calmly, "You mean this, Sword Shadow Clone? Yahello, you're honestly ridiculous. That move did look a little similar to the attack you used to defeat Jackson. But you're proud over a low-level clone technique?" Yahello stared at him in shock. "Damien, what do you mean by that? What do you mean low-level clone?" Damien didn't answer. In the next instant, he copied the method directly and released Sword Shadow Clone himself. Yahello was so frightened he could barely speak. Why? Why do you know my technique? This was the clone technique he had spent his entire life mastering. And even he could only summon 3 clones. Damien said flatly, "I just copied the way you cast it earlier. I didn't expect it to be that simple." At that moment, Yahello's mind completely collapsed. The ultimate technique he had spent his life polishing had been learned by someone else in an instant. When he was young, he challenged fighters everywhere and was called the youngest genius swordsman, until one day, he was effortlessly defeated by a true genius. Back then, he couldn't accept it at all, and asked, "Why were you able to beat me so easily?" But the other person merely shrugged and said casually, "You just felt pretty weak." From that moment on, Yahello finally understood. He wasn't a true genius. He was only a little smarter than ordinary people. After that defeat, he desperately studied every technique he could find. He always believed that as long as he kept getting stronger, he would eventually catch up to true geniuses. In the end, it took him 12 full years to master this technique, but he couldn't accept it. Why could these geniuses fully grasp, with a single glance, the very thing he had gambled his life to obtain? All his resentment surged up at once. Why could all his efforts still never overcome their talent? Yahello's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared, "Damien Haxon, I'll kill you." But before he could finish speaking, a lightning-fast slash had already swept through, cutting off Yahello's head. Damien said coldly, "I don't care how much effort you put in. If you provoke me, you die." In his final moments, the only thing in Yahello's eyes was Damien's back as he walked away. Even at the moment of death, he still couldn't believe he had been completely powerless before Damien. Just as Damien was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. Almost forgot. Yahello was a middle-rank knight. He must have plenty of valuables on him. 1 month later, at the Haxon estate, Olivia had completely adjusted to life with Damien's family and felt a freedom she had never experienced before. A maid beside her said in a panic, "Madam, please leave these small tasks to us." Olivia smiled and replied, "I'm not some pampered vase who can't do anything." Haxon's mother called out from nearby, "Olivia, come over and rest for a moment." Olivia looked at her outfit and asked, "Mother, are you preparing to go out?" Haxon's mother smiled. "A guard's wife is pregnant, so I'm going to help check on her." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were clearly getting along very well. Olivia reminded her, "Mother, you can bring some food to help her recover." Haxon's mother smiled back. "Olivia, would you like to come with me?" Meanwhile, on the second floor of the estate, Damien's father looked deeply pleased. He couldn't help praising her. "Ever since Olivia came to our family, she has managed the entire territory perfectly." Damien also added that even the servants greatly admired Olivia. "When you brought her to our family a month ago, I was truly shocked. After all, a count's daughter came to our house with half of her territory's assets and announced she would marry Haxon. But in just 1 month, Olivia has not only fully integrated into our family, she has also managed the territory with ease. Thanks to Olivia, our family's standing in the surrounding area has risen quite a bit." Then his father suddenly changed the subject. "Damien, while we're at it, shouldn't you start looking for a partner soon as well?" Damien froze. "Father, why are you suddenly bringing this up?" His father pulled aside a red cloth and shouted, "This isn't sudden at all. The marriage proposals for you have piled up." Seeing that, Damien gave an awkward smile. "I think it's still too early for me to get married." "Damien, are you joking? Among nobles, there's no such thing as marrying too early or too late. So many outstanding women are interested in you right now. This is the perfect chance. You should know, the old you was such a mess that no one ever came with marriage proposals." Damien fell silent. He thought to himself, "It's true. In the past, I really was a bastard." His father continued, "Damien, you need to understand. If your younger brother is getting married while the older brother still has no engagement, outsiders won't see that in a good light." Unable to endure his father's pressure any longer, Damien hurriedly escaped. Damien had never expected his father to suddenly bring up marriage. "Am I really supposed to get married?" In the past, he wouldn't even have dared dream of such a thing. For someone like him, marriage felt far too luxurious. His family's pressure wasn't what truly frightened him. What he needed was a friend who could stay by his side. His path was already paved with corpses. In his previous life, he had committed too many cruel acts. After becoming a Death Knight, he had spent almost every day walking the path of slaughter. Even killing the people of his own territory, he could no longer remember how many innocent lives had been stained by his sword. And he had even destroyed the entire continent. He was Damien the Death Knight. He didn't deserve happiness. For the current him, the most important thing was to eliminate Skeleton King Alsad. All his misfortune had been brought by that monster. Then, Damien took a book out of his spatial ring. The book contained memories that were very useful to him, as well as a completely different training method. It was something he had obtained from Yaknor. Normally, training involved sitting still and absorbing mana, but the method recorded in this book allowed someone to absorb mana while running. The only problem was that absorbing mana while running was extremely slow. If he could combine this method with ordinary training, the results would be excellent. And there was also the Heart Soul. If Damien could fully merge with it, his strength would definitely rise by a massive margin. Just as Damien was about to try training, Victor suddenly shouted from behind him, "Young master, a guest is here to see you." Damien frowned in confusion. Who would come looking for me at a time like this? The scene shifted, and he hadn't expected the visitor to be her. "Damien, it feels like we haven't seen each other in a while. I know it's rude to come here so suddenly, but this is truly urgent." Damien asked, "What happened that made you rush here to find me?" "I've run into an extremely troublesome problem, and I had no choice but to ask you for help. After a long investigation, the church has finally discovered the corpse performer's hiding place." Hearing that name, Damien's expression sharpened. The corpse performer? That man is one of Skeleton King Alsad's future right-hand men. Damien, he's the reason I came today. I hope you can help me. I want to eliminate him completely, and the only person I could think of was you. Even if Anis hadn't asked, Damien would have killed that man anyway. Early the next morning, Damien prepared to sneak out of the family estate. He didn't want to spend every day being pressured by his father into marriage talks. "Young master, what are you doing?" Victor's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Young master, it's only a little past 4 in the morning. Where are you trying to sneak off to? If you're going out to train, there's no need to be so secretive. Did you agree to Lady Anis's request?" Damien said, "Victor, just as you said, I agreed to help Anis." Victor's expression changed. "Young master, this time I truly hope you'll refuse. I know your skills are extraordinary, but Lady Anis said, the corpse performer's cave is filled with controlled mages. Even you would have a hard time dealing with that many mages. More importantly, the master would never agree to let you take part in something like this." Damien clicked his tongue in frustration. "What a hassle. I'm sneaking out precisely because I know father won't agree. Victor, just pretend you never saw me. Young master, I can't let you leave. I won't allow my master to go somewhere that dangerous." With that, Victor stepped directly in Damien's way. But before he could say anything else, Damien had already knocked him unconscious. Damien caught him and sighed. "Victor, you really talk too much. Also, when I get back, I'm definitely making you lose weight. You feel heavier again." "Victor, you don't need to worry. I know the corpse performer's methods better than anyone. After all, in my previous life, I worked alongside him for many years. If I can weaken Skeleton King Alsad's future forces ahead of time, how could I pass that up? I'm leaving. Victor, wait for me to come back." With that, Damien turned and quickly left the estate. "Mr. Damien, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Magta. I'm a second-rank Holy Knight of the Church. I've heard a lot about you from Anis." Hearing that, Damien smiled and replied, "It's an honor for me to join this mission with you as well." A second-rank Holy Knight was equivalent to the middle-rank level. Magta continued, "I honestly thought Mr. Damien wouldn't take part. After all, this mission is to subjugate that brutal corpse performer." Damien said calmly, "If it were anyone else asking, I might have refused. But this request came from Anis, so I couldn't turn it down. Besides, I hate dark mages too." Magta immediately turned to Anis and teased her with a grin. "Anis, did you hear that? Damien just can't refuse your invitation." A shy blush instantly appeared on Anis's face. Anis cleared her throat. "I should explain the mission details first, but before that, I want to give you this sword." Damien looked puzzled. "Why are you giving me this sword?" But the moment Damien drew the blade, a surge of holy aura suddenly burst out. Surprise flashed in Damien's eyes. "Impressive. This is a holy sword," Magta explained. "Mr. Damien, Anis invited one of the finest blacksmiths on the continent to forge this holy sword. Not only that, She also asked the church's divine mages to enchant it. Damien could clearly feel the blessing of holy power. Even the fatigue in his body was slowly fading away. Magto laughed from the side. Anis begged the Pope for 3 whole days before he finally agreed to have this holy sword made and gifted to you, an outsider of the church. The church has never handed a holy sword to an outsider before. Anis looked as if her thoughts had been exposed, and quickly shouted, Magta, stop talking. But Magta couldn't resist teasing her further. Who would have thought the saintess of our church could make that kind of face? Damien put away the holy sword and said sincerely, In any case, Anis, thank you for the gift. Anis quickly replied, Mr. Damien, you're being too polite. I should be the one thanking you for agreeing to help me. Damien nodded. Then let's get back to the point. Can you tell me what information you have so far? Anis said. A few weeks ago, 3 disappearance cases occurred one after another in villages near the No-Free Mountains, so the church sent people to investigate. The scout dogs they brought suddenly became terrified. After that, faint whispers began coming from deep within the mountains. At first, the church members in the mountains thought they were hearing things, but the voices gradually became clearer. When they followed the voices, they found a massive black shadow standing in the forest. But once the team members got closer, they could hardly believe what they saw. It was a monster created by the corpse performer from ordinary civilians. Because of that, the church was able to locate the corpse performer's hiding place. Hearing this, Damien frowned deeply. He thought to himself, something feels wrong. The corpse performer has always been careful about hiding his tracks, yet this time, one of his test subjects suddenly escaped and was discovered. It all feels far too convenient. The church also suspected it might be a trap. Damien asked, If you suspect it's a trap, the church is still sending people to investigate? Anis nodded. Yes, the church still decided to send personnel. In fact, this time, elite forces from 3 churches have been gathered for the operation. Damien didn't understand. The combined strength of 3 churches should be enough to rival an entire kingdom. So why do you still need my help? Anis lowered her voice. Because of me. I truly want to take part in this mission. At first, my teacher, the Pope, wouldn't allow me to join. But after I kept begging, he finally agreed. Magta added, Anis and I joined at the last minute. Under the condition given to us, we had to find a reliable companion before we were allowed to continue the mission. I was already prepared to drag Anis back to the church by force, if Mr. Damien refused. Anis looked at Damien with a serious expression. Mr. Damien, the most important reason I want to join this mission is, the church once organized a large-scale subjugation before, but in the end, everyone died at the corpse performer's hands. When I arrived at the scene, only one holy knight was still barely alive. Before he died, he told me an unbelievable secret. Even Damien found it hard to believe. Because the holy knight's final words were that a traitor was hiding among the subjugation force. In truth, the corpse performer had been shocked after Damien killed the corpse fusion. Hidden in the darkness, he whispered in excitement. Wonderful. Damien must be the perfect experimental material. I must have him. My master, please wait just a little longer. I'll soon deliver the perfect gift to you. But before that, allow me to entertain Damien properly. At that moment, 2 people behind him questioned Dalinth. Why did you expose our location? Don't you know those holy knights are building a fortress outside? Dalinth said coldly. There are only 3 members of the Yulan organization left here. You don't need to ask me why. I'm simply carrying out that lord's orders. By the king's command, we must first weaken the church's active forces. One of them couldn't help snapping back. You're still talking about the king? How long has it been since the king sent us any orders? Dalinth's expression darkened. Are you questioning the king? Who gave you the nerve to doubt him? If I use dark mages to create golems, do you think his majesty will be pleased? The 2 froze. Dalinth, what are you suddenly mumbling about? The next instant, a figure appeared behind them and attacked both of them at once. Dalinth ordered coldly, I'm about to begin the golem modification. Take those 2 to my laboratory. The only answer he received was the golem's low, guttural murmur. Dalinth had completely sunk into his own world. He kept whispering, I'll succeed soon. I'll turn Damien into the strongest weapon and present him to Skeleton King Alsad. The next day, outside the entrance to Dalinth's hideout, the commander said in a solemn voice, To ensure this operation succeeds, everyone must fulfill their role. We, the Blizzard Holy Knights, will break in as the vanguard. Sanis will lead the others through the middle section, while Anis and her group will defend the rear. The division of roles was very clear, and it was a solid arrangement. Each person's position had been assigned according to their abilities. Magta said regretfully, Damien, what a shame. We were actually placed in the rear group, so we won't get to kill many dark mages. One of the Blizzard Holy Knights looked at Damien. Mr. Damien, we'll open the path and fight at the front. I hope the rear unit can conserve as much stamina as possible. Mr. Damien, I saw your strength with my own eyes yesterday. Everyone acknowledges your ability, but I still can't fully trust you. In my eyes, you're still an outsider. So I'll be keeping an eye on your movements as much as possible. Anis immediately snapped. You're still treating him like an enemy? How infuriating. Damien felt a little pleased. Anis was actually standing up for him. Damien thought to himself, still, the real priority is finding the spy hidden in the group. Then he said, Anis, let's get moving too. Out of the corner of his eye, Damien noticed that Anis's aura had changed. He still didn't know why she hated dark mages so much. After they entered the cave, the golems along the way were quickly eliminated. The group known as the Blizzard Holy Knights fought with incredible speed. No matter how many golems appeared, they were instantly frozen and cut down. Damien couldn't help admiring them. No matter how many times he saw it, that power still impressed him. The holy power carried by Holy Knights was something the current Damien couldn't possess. In his previous life, he had once fought against the top 5 great Holy Knights. Sanis suddenly said, Holy power is fascinating, isn't it? Strictly speaking, he should have been in the middle section of the formation. Sanis smiled. The Blizzard Holy Knights are strong, no doubt. They're just a bit arrogant. They all saw what you did yesterday, yet they're still guarding against you this much. Sanis smiled and said, Mr. Damien, you're far too gentle with golems made by dark mages. If it were me, I would chop them to pieces. Hearing that, Damien felt helpless. Were all followers of the 5 great Holy Knights this fanatical? Sanis continued, Mr. Damien, yesterday I saw your incredible swordsmanship and those cold eyes of yours. You're practically the most devoted believer a Holy Knight could ask for. Would you consider joining our team? Damien refused again. At this point, he had lost count of how many times he had turned down the church's invitations. Sanis still didn't give up. Mr. Damien, you're strong, but your mana capacity is your weakness. Join us, and we can help raise your mana limit. If you join our team, every dark mage you kill will earn you a chance to receive a holy blessing. Damien asked, You mean increasing my mana capacity through holy blessings? I'll pass. After all, he already had the heart soul. The problem of lacking mana would soon be solved by his own hands. Facing Sanis's endless invitations, Damien could only say, I'll consider your offer sometime in the future. Magda snickered from the side. Anis, if you don't make a move soon, Damien is going to get stolen away. Anis immediately snapped back. Magda, don't say nonsense. Sanis still refused to quit. Mr. Damien, why do you keep rejecting me? You're going to break my heart. Why don't we find somewhere private to talk? Maybe then you'll change your mind. In the next instant, Damien immediately summoned the holy sword. Without the slightest hesitation, he slashed. The sight left Anis and Magda in disbelief. What exactly was Damien doing? Sanis was clearly startled by Damien's move as well, standing frozen in place. The pressure coming from Damien didn't feel like a joke at all. Suddenly, a pained roar echoed from the empty space behind Sanis. A faint, half-transparent golem emerged from the void. Sanis immediately said, Let me handle this golem. Its defense is stronger than I expected. I didn't think an invisible golem had been following me. Then she took out the book she carried with her. I'll deal with this one. The moment she swung the book backward, the golem's body erupted in a violent explosion. Even Damien hadn't expected her to completely destroy a golem with nothing but a magic book. At the same time, Anis shouted, Golems are attacking from the rear. Everyone, return to your assigned positions. Sanis, return to the middle section. Leave the golems in the back to us. Sanis sounded regretful. Damien, what a shame. I wanted to talk with you a little longer. That instantly made Anis burn with jealousy. In her eyes, Damien and Sanis looked almost like an intimate couple, and the jealousy inside her kept swelling. Magda asked, You're not hurt, right? Damien replied calmly, I'm willing to fight these monsters with you. Magda smiled and said, Little Damien, let's not bother Anis right now. She needs something to vent on. The furious Anis slowly walked forward, carrying a terrifying pressure around her. She slowly raised a fist covered in mana, ready to strike. Seeing that, even the golems felt fear. It was a fear carved deep into their bones. Damien thought to himself, Anis truly is the first disciple of Yu'lon. Among the 5 greatest saints on the continent, one possessed the power of Yu'lon's blue flame. Any dark-type creature touched by Yu'lon's blue flame would be heavily suppressed. Damien looked at the shattered golem and confirmed it once again. Anis might look a little innocent and dazed, but her strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. A short while later, the team stopped at a fork in the cave. Magda suggested splitting up, but Jamal believed they shouldn't divide their forces carelessly. The two began debating whether they should split up. At that moment, Anis said, Mr. Damien, I'll go get some food. Before long, someone called out, Anis, so this is where you were. The logistics unit has prepared food for us. Anis accepted the food and thanked them properly. Then, she handed one portion to Damien. Mr. Damien, you should take one too, even though I don't really like you. After saying that, she huffed and walked away from Damien. To preserve their stamina, they had to remain in peak condition at all times so they could deal with the corpse performer. Anis murmured, I've waited so long for this day. Damien thought to himself, it seems I wasn't imagining things. Anis clearly had a deep obsession with the corpse performer. Damien asked, Anis, can I ask why you're so fixated on the corpse performer? Hearing that, Anis looked slightly flustered. Damien, why are you suddenly asking that? Do you remember? I once told you the corpse performer wiped out an entire town. The truth is, I was the only survivor of that town. Damien thought to himself, I never expected Anis to have such a past. Anis continued, on the day the corpse performer invaded, my older brother, a knight, had returned to town. Every time he came back, he would tell me stories about fighting dark mages. But that night, he couldn't tell me any stories. The corpse performer attacked the town, and my brother hid me away. He told me not to make a sound until someone found me. That was the last time Anis ever saw her brother. By the time the church knights arrived to rescue anyone, the entire town had already been destroyed. She later learned from the rescuing knights that the one responsible for everything was the corpse performer. From that day on, I swore I would become a holy knight and eliminate the corpse performer with my own hands. Standing beside her, Damien quietly made up his mind. I'll definitely help Anis finish this. A little later, Magda returned with a smile and said Jamal had agreed to split up and explore. Different personnel would be sent to investigate each of the 5 cave entrances. Damien was a little surprised. That's rare, I didn't expect that Blizzard Holy Knight to agree with you, Magda explained. Jamal was against it at first, but this time, Sanis also believed checking one cave at a time would waste too much time. Jamal is an excellent leader. He's just a little too cautious. I've known him for years, and he's always been this careful. At that moment, Jamal shouted, gather up. He announced that the operation would be divided into 5 groups, and each group had to explore its assigned cave as quickly as possible. Once the investigation was complete, they were to regroup with the other teams immediately. On this expedition, we must defeat the dark mages. But the moment those words fell, a bone-chilling laugh echoed through the entire cave. In the next instant, the ground collapsed, and everyone fell downward. Damien muttered, under his breath, what kind of trick is this bastard trying to pull? Even Damien was surprised. The drop was far deeper than he had expected. If an ordinary person fell from here, they would have been smashed into paste. He glanced at the scattered holy knights around him. These holy knights had lives as stubborn as cockroaches, so he didn't need to worry about them. Damien thought to himself, thinking it over carefully, did the corpse performer really dig such a deep trap just to ambush us? Corpse performer, you really haven't changed. You still love these petty little tricks. A moment later, when Damien landed, he realized someone had already arrived before him. Sensing movement behind him, the man clearly hadn't expected to end up in the same place as Damien. Damien looked at the pale yellow glow surrounding Jamal and recognized it as the divine recovery spell unique to knights. As long as the user still had a breath left, it could slowly heal their injuries. Jamal also looked helpless. Of all people, he had ended up with the person he disliked most. Damien said calmly, I don't remember doing anything to make you hate me. Why do you have such a problem with me? Since you dislike me that much, we might as well split up. Jamal clearly hadn't expected Damien to be so decisive. But at that moment, Jamal's expression suddenly sharpened. Without the slightest hesitation, he thrust his spear toward Damien's side. The instant the spear pierced the empty air, a pained growl from a golem rang out. Jamal said in a low voice, Damien, this is a dark mage's lair. We have to move carefully. Damien had already noticed the golem's trick. He only wanted to test whether Jamal would step in. So he asked, I remember you hate me. Why did you save me? Jamal immediately said, I wasn't saving you. I just didn't want Anis to be sad. Damien finally understood. So you like Anis? Having his feelings exposed, Jamal blushed and shouted to cover it up. Don't talk nonsense. Follow me. Damien looked at him speechlessly thinking, this guy is way too easy to read. At that moment, Damien suddenly sensed a trace of danger. At the same time, a humanoid golem appeared above Jamal's head, radiating an aura that sent chills down the spine. In a single breath, the golem's attack shattered the entire ground. Fortunately, Damien sensed the danger and pulled Jamal back at the same moment. Jamal looked terrified. What the hell is that? That aura is horrifying. Damien said seriously. That's a high-grade golem. The corpse performer has a habit. The stronger a golem is, the closer its form becomes to a human. Jamal froze. Damien, are you saying that thing is an advanced golem? Once that was confirmed, Jamal instantly charged toward the golem. He had come here to defeat every dark creature in this place. Holy mana covered his weapon, and he clearly intended to destroy the golem in one strike. But Jamal never expected that his attack, even coated in holy mana, would have no effect on the golem at all. It was the first time he had ever encountered something like this. Before Jamal could think any further, the golem was already in front of him, its silent fist smashing toward his face. In the blink of an eye, Jamal was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing hard into the stone wall above. Damien said softly, "You're not a match for that golem." Jamal spoke in disbelief. Why? Why is my holy mana completely useless against it? Damien's body trembled slightly, but it wasn't from fear. It was from a faint surge of excitement. He could finally begin weakening Skeleton King Alset's forces for real. Then, he summoned the Holy Sword. In the next instant, Damien charged toward the golem at terrifying speed. He moved like lightning. Before the golem could even react, its body was torn apart. Just as Damien had expected, the golem's core was hidden deep inside its body. As long as that core was ripped out, the golem would completely lose its ability to move. Damien thought to himself, this core is exactly what Skeleton King Alsad granted to the corpse performer. I've seen it more than once in my previous life. The golem, robbed of its core, let out a scream of pain. Damien's expression sharpened. Countless slashes fell in an instant, shredding the golem into pieces. Golem blood stained Damien's hand, while the core was gripped tightly in his palm. The Holy Knight beside him stared in shock and fear, because Damien was far more terrifying than he had imagined. In that Holy Knight's eyes, the aura around Damien was chillingly cold. Damien tossed the core to the Holy Knight. Send this back to the church later. The church will be able to analyze why holy mana was blocked by it. In his previous life, the church had too little information, which caused countless holy knights to die in battle. But in this life, facing Skeleton King Alset's power for the first time made Damien feel strangely excited. Damien reminded him, "Don't just stand there. Don't forget to send it back to the church." Hearing that, the Holy Knight answered respectfully, "I will follow Mr. Damien's instructions." Mr. Damien, the space inside this cave is far larger than we expected. While the two were talking, the scene ahead made them both stop in their tracks. Stannis shouted excitedly, "Mr. Damien, I'm over here. I didn't expect you two to still be alive." Damien answered coldly, "So it really was you. I knew something felt off about you." The Holy Knight beside him couldn't believe what he was seeing, because Damien saw Jamal being held captive by Stannis. When Stannis saw Damien arrive, she immediately said, "Jamal suddenly attacked me. We have already captured him." "Are you saying Jamal was the hidden traitor?" The Holy Knight couldn't believe it at all. He even stepped forward to explain. "The Dark Mages must have done something to him." Stannis replied, "If you don't believe me, you can take us to the church for judgment." Damien looked around, feeling an indescribable sense of wrongness. He looked at Stannis. "You're saying Jamal suddenly attacked you? Jamal is a knight at the peak of the middle rank. If he had truly fought you, this cave would have collapsed already, and you look weaker than Jamal. Tell me, how exactly did you capture him without a single injury? The only reasonable explanation is that you are the real traitor." Hearing that, Stannis merely revealed a sly smile. Then she said, "People who are too smart usually don't live very long." As she spoke, her attack was already flying toward the Holy Knight in front of her. Caught completely off guard, the Holy Knight took a brutal punch straight to the face. Stannis sneered. Jamal was sent flying just like that too. You and Jamal are both far too weak. Neither of you deserves to become the heir of a faction. I will make my faction the ruler of the entire church," Damien asked coldly. "And once your faction controls the church, what do you plan to do next?" Stannis answered as if it were obvious. "Reform, of course. The church is far too soft toward heretics right now. Once I become the ruler, everyone who opposes reform will be executed. We will reshape the rules." Damien stared at her coldly. "I can't believe you would kill your own comrades for such a hollow reform." Stannis smiled. "No one will know what happened here. They will all die during this Dark Mage operation, and that includes you, Damien." The moment she finished speaking, two knights behind her charged at Damien. Damien showed no panic at all. "Looks like I'll have to disappoint you. Those two alone aren't enough to keep me here." Damien swung the simplest slash, and the two holy knights charging with overwhelming momentum were instantly knocked out of the air. Stannis stared in disbelief. Those two were genuine top-tier knights. Before Stannis could process what had happened, Damien's attack was already in front of her. In the blink of an eye, his sword was about to pierce Sanus' throat. But in that instant, Damien suddenly sensed danger. Sanus chuckled. "Mr. Damien, why did you stop attacking?" Damien thought, "It's exactly as I judged. If I had advanced even half a step farther, I would have been torn apart in an instant." As Sanus swung her weapon, Damien immediately retreated. That seemingly simple slash caused the surrounding stone walls to collapse in the next moment. Sanus's weapon possessed terrifying defensive power, and its offensive power was just as fearsome. Thinking back to how Sanus had used her ability earlier, Damien realized her power was likely the enhancement ability of the Book of Oaths. The Book of Oaths could strengthen the user's power, including a full boost to all attributes. Sanus smiled. "Damien, you've noticed it too, haven't you? My ability can enhance all of my attributes by more than 30 times. The current you has no chance of winning against me." Damien knew the Book of Oaths very well. After all, in his previous life, he had fought against the 5 great saints. The Book of Oaths was the signature magic of one of the 5 great saints. In his previous life, that saint had used this ability to drive back an army of dark mages. Sanus continued provoking him. "Mr. Damien, I heard you crushed that golem with overwhelming force earlier, so why are you running from me now?" With a 30-fold enhancement, Sanus's mana had reached a terrifying level. Damien thought to himself, "Right now, all I can do is stall for time. Against the current Sanus, I truly don't have a good way to respond." In the next moment, Damien's expression sharpened. It seemed he had no choice but to risk trying that method. Damien suddenly pressed his hand hard against the area around his heart. The heart soul embedded beside his heart began releasing a dangerous wave of mana. Seeing this, Sanus froze on the spot. Why had Damien's aura suddenly become so violent? Sanus had no idea what Damien had done. She could only feel his mana rapidly filling up. At the same time, Damien's expression began to turn wild, like out of a madman losing control. Worried that something unexpected would happen, Sanus immediately thrust toward Damien's heart with all her strength. But she never expected that Damien, who had been retreating until now, would push her attack away with his bare hand and summon the Holy Sword at terrifying speed. Sanus thought Damien would counterattack with the Holy Sword, but in the next instant, Damien kicked her away with brutal force. The sight left the 2 heavily injured people nearby stunned. Sanus roared, "Damien, what did you do? Why did your mana increase so much all of a sudden? It feels like you could break through and become a high-ranking mage at any moment." Damien said coldly, "You don't need to know what happened. All you need to know is that it's my turn now." Meanwhile, on the other side, Anis had been injured from the fall. Magta asked with concern, "Anis, are your injuries all right?" Magta hadn't expected the corpse performer to have set a trap for them in advance. Ordinary knights had already died here because of that trap. Just as the 2 were discussing what to do next, a low, hoarse voice suddenly sounded beside them. "There are quite a few experimental materials on the ground. I didn't expect 2 holy knights to still be alive. But that doesn't matter. Now that you've met me, you'll be dead soon as well." Anis said coldly, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Who exactly are you?" the man chuckled. "You're asking who I am? You don't even know what the person you came to kill looks like?" Anis's pupils shrank. "Are you the corpse performer?" the man slowly replied. "That's right. I am the corpse performer you've been searching for." In that moment, Anis's heart was instantly filled with rage as she glared at the man before her. Damien thought to himself, "I was forced to use the heart soul ahead of schedule. It's a treasure formed from the life's work of a high-ranking mage, and it instantly restored my mana completely. With the heart soul's support, I no longer have to worry about lacking mana." This sudden change left Sanus unable to believe what was happening. Damien said coldly, "Originally, I planned to use it after everything was over, but you forced me to take the risk and absorb it early. Fortunately, nothing went wrong this time. Sanus, now it's time to deal with you." In the next instant, Damien was already in front of her, and a seemingly slow punch sent Sanus flying. However, on the other side, Anis had already fallen into a bitter fight. She could hardly believe that the corpse performer's power had already surpassed what the church could handle. Anis and Magta attacked the humanoid golem together, but they couldn't deal any effective damage. The humanoid golem's attacks and speed were both far beyond what they could handle. At first, Anis and Magta could barely hold on, but when they tried to use holy mana to destroy it completely, the holy mana they released vanished in an instant. And at that very moment, the 2 of them were completely forced into a disadvantage. Anis stared in disbelief. "Why is this happening? Why does our holy mana lose its effect against it?" However, the golem had no intention of giving Magta time to think. Without the slightest hesitation, it charged straight at her. Magta knew very well that this wasn't an enemy they could handle right now, so she shouted, "Anis, run, find the others, and fight together with them. I'll hold this golem back. Don't hesitate. If this keeps going, we'll all die here." The corpse performer sneered. "Your name is Anis, right? Do you really think you can escape?" At some point, countless golems had already surrounded them completely. Seeing this, despair began to rise in Anis's heart. "Am I really going to die here this time?" But the corpse performer smiled. "Anis, I won't kill you that easily. You're excellent experimental material. I'll turn you into a tool that satisfies me." Anis felt true despair. She couldn't run. More importantly, that humanoid golem could resist holy mana. The corpse performer was clearly pleased with the look on Anis's face. A golem that can resist holy mana. "This is my greatest masterpiece. Are you ready to give up? Let me take you to my laboratory." Anis was filled with bitter resentment. She thought, "The enemy I've been searching for is right before my eyes. The murderer who killed my brother is standing right there, yet I can't take my revenge." The corpse performer suddenly asked, "Did you just say revenge?" Anis gritted her teeth. "I am the survivor of Palmer Village. My family lived in Palmer Village." Hearing that, the corpse performer paused in thought, as if trying to remember whether he had destroyed such a village. Anis roared, "You demon, you don't even remember what you did? You destroyed my village completely. You even brutally killed my only brother, the Holy Knight." Hearing that, the man finally seemed to remember something. Then he burst into laughter. "So you're the survivor from that village. I remember that village. Your brother is one of my finest works so far. When I destroyed that village, the only one who fought back with everything he had was your brother. But your brother didn't die. He became one of my perfect creations." Hearing this, Anis trembled and asked in a shaking voice, What do you mean?" The corpse performer smiled. "I won't kill people casually. I revive them and turn them into undying bodies. Now let me show you your brother again." Then he walked toward the humanoid golem behind him. "This is your brother. It's been a long time since you last saw him, hasn't it?" Anis couldn't stop trembling. "He is my brother?" The moment the humanoid golem's mask was pulled down, Anis could no longer control her emotions. The kind and gentle brother she remembered had been transformed into an emotionless killing machine. Watching Anis collapse to the ground and sob, the corpse performer revealed a look of pure delight. This was the expression he loved seeing most. "Anis, would you like me to help you remember what happened that day?" "That day, he destroyed most of my puppets all by himself. Your brother was one of the strongest holy knights I had ever encountered. Even I couldn't defeat him right away. So I told your brother that if he surrendered, I would spare all the villagers. And that foolish brother of yours actually believed me. In the end, he willingly gave up his own life. Thanks to that, I obtained my most satisfying experimental material. Of course, I killed all the villagers anyway. You holy knights are truly stupid. You'll believe even the simplest lies." The rage in Anis's heart erupted completely. "I will never forgive you. Even if it costs me my life, I will have my revenge." The next moment, a terrifying surge of holy mana erupted from Anis's body. "Brother, I will let you rest in peace. I won't let you remain someone else's tool." Anis burned her life energy completely, unleashing it all at once. The corpse performer looked surprised. "I didn't expect you to be able to turn your life force into power, just like your brother." Tears streamed from the corners of Anis's eyes. "Even if I die, I'll kill you." Driven by rage, Anis activated a mode that burned her own life force. In the church, this power was called a gift from God, and was known as stigmata. With the power of stigmata awakened, Anis wouldn't let the mastermind behind all this escape. Seeing this, Kane, corpse performer, revealed a cold smile. "Anis, you'll become my second finest masterpiece." The moment those words fell, countless golems around them rushed toward Anis. But a flash of light swept through. In the blink of an eye, every golem was slaughtered by Anis. The muscular Kane didn't panic at all. Instead, he looked ecstatic. "The stronger you are, the more I want to turn you into one of my works." The next instant, Kane kicked without hesitation, sending Magda flying hard. Anis instinctively caught Magda. At the exact same time, the humanoid golem had already charged right in front of Anis. Anis hurriedly used mana to give Magda brief treatment while throwing a punch. The humanoid golem was instantly blasted away by the power of stigmata. Kane looked surprised. The power of stigmata didn't disappear? According to his calculations, stigmata should have counted as holy mana. Clearly, the humanoid golem was struggling greatly against Anis after she had awakened stigmata. Kane murmured, "Perhaps there are too few people capable of awakening stigmata." That must be why my golem still isn't truly perfect. Suddenly, Cain heard a rumbling sound from the wall behind him, and Anis heard it too. Did the corpse performer have reinforcements? Cain listened closely as the sound drew nearer. In the next moment, the stone wall behind him was blasted open. Anis slowly looked upward. A familiar voice rang out. Looks like things are pretty heated over here. My fight is already over. Mind if I join yours? Damien appeared with a faint smile. Anis froze. Mr. Damien, why are you with Sanus? Damien calmly replied, Sanus betrayed you, so I was forced to teach her a lesson. Then, Damien looked at the figure beside Magda. Are you Anis? Judging from your current state, you awakened Stigmata, didn't you? You look pretty fierce right now. The Holy Knight beside him added. Honestly, she looks terrifying. Damien turned and said, Jamal, you two take Sanus and leave first. I'll handle this place. In your current condition, staying here will only be a liability. Jamal nodded. Damien is right. If we stay here now, we'll only drag them down. Damien, I'm sorry. We'll have to leave this to you. Cain said coldly. Sanus is also half my creation. Who gave you permission to take her away? A bone-chilling roar erupted. The humanoid golem instantly changed form. Cain ordered, Go. Bring them back to me. Seeing this, everyone around them was shaken by the aura radiating from the humanoid golem. It was a top-tier aura skill. An ordinary person would lose the ability to fight just by sensing it. In the next moment, the golem's attack came crashing in. But Anis moved just as fast and blocked its path. The violent impact instantly cracked the ground around them. When the dust cleared, Anis stood her ground without retreating, her fist pressed directly against the golems. At the same time, she said, Follow Mr. Damien's orders and leave immediately. Mr. Damien, do you need my help? Leave this golem to me. You deal with the corpse performer. This golem is my brother. I want to set him free with my own hands. Hearing that, Damien was surprised. He thought to himself, I didn't expect the humanoid golem to be Anis's brother. It seems he was captured by Cain back then and eventually turned into his puppet. Damien said coldly, Cain, your taste is still as disgusting as ever. However, Cain had no intention of paying attention to Damien. He shouted, Don't let those holy knights escape. He immediately summoned a golem mount and gave the order, Capture the fleeing holy knights. Seeing this, Damien's gaze turned cold. You're actually ignoring me? Just as Damien was about to chase after him, the humanoid golem quickly broke away from Anis and tried to stop Damien. Without the slightest hesitation, Anis attacked the golem again. Mr. Damien, leave the golem to me. Hurry and chase the corpse performer. Damien didn't hesitate at all and rushed forward at terrifying speed. Just as Cain was about to catch up to the fleeing holy knights, Damien had already appeared within a foot behind him. The moment the holy sword flashed, the body of the golem mount Cain had summoned was completely cleaved apart. Because of the sudden turn, Cain crashed hard to the ground. Before Cain could react, Damien continued by kicking him brutally. After all that effort, I finally caught you. Cain revealed a twisted, sick smile. Do you really think you found me? I'd actually been waiting for you for a long time, Damien said coldly. Waiting for me? Right now, your life is in my hands. Tell me, where is the mastermind behind all this hiding? Cain secretly gripped the item in his hand, then said, Do you think I'll surrender that easily? While Damien was interrogating him, a massive mantis-shaped golem had already appeared behind him. Sensing danger, Damien quickly dodged to the side, thinking to himself, Why did these golems suddenly appear? Seeing Damien's confusion, Cain sneered, Aren't you curious why there were so few golems here? This is my base. How could I possibly have only that many golems? The truth is, I hid most of them inside this bag. This is a Suos spatial bag. It can hold a large number of monsters and keep them with me as protection. Their power can't compare to Anis's brother, but both their numbers and strength are top tier. Damien thought to himself, I didn't expect Cain to have a spatial bag hidden as a defensive measure. Still, these monsters alone can't stop me. Cain smiled. I never expected these monsters to kill you. If they can drain your mana, that's already enough for me. Once your mana runs dry, I'll turn you into my finest masterpiece. Then, Cain waved his hand. All golems, capture Damien at once. Seeing this, Damien's expression also turned serious. He thought, with the heart soul greatly increasing my mana, I should be able to use that move now. Then he summoned his personal longsword and the holy sword. The moment the two blades touched, waves of sound began rising from low to high. As the monsters closed in, the moonblade art triggered by the holy sword swept across the entire field in an instant. Cain looked shocked. How is this possible? How could the monsters I spent so much time creating be erased in an instant? Damien gave a light smile. Looks like your backup plans aren't enough. Did you think you were the hunter? From the very beginning, you were only prey in my plan. Hearing this, Kane's face filled with fear. Damien's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Trembling, he tightened his grip on the spatial bag in his hand. This trump card wasn't complete yet, but he had no other choice. In the next moment, countless streams of purple smoke poured out from the spatial bag and wrapped around Kane. Kane hissed, "Damien, you forced me to do this. I never thought anyone would push me this far." The moment those words fell, Damien felt a horrifying pressure. The mana radiating from Kane had already reached the level of a high-ranking mage. Damien thought to himself, I never expected this bastard to transform himself into an undead golem as well. On the other side, Anis was fighting her brother. Even though she clearly understood that the being before her was no longer the brother she once knew, Anis still couldn't bring herself to strike him down. But Anis also knew, only by truly destroying this golem can I set my brother free. Carrying those conflicting emotions, Anis continued clashing head-on with the golem. Every time she struck the golem's body, it felt as if she could hear her brother's pain. To finally free her brother, Anis once again raised the power of Stigmata and slammed it into him. The holy power of Stigmata instantly wrapped tightly around the golem. The golem trapped inside seemed to let out a low roar, calling her name again and again. Anis, Anis. Seeing this, Anis froze in place. Is that my brother calling me? Tears were already streaming down her face, uncontrollably. The golem looked at Anis with an almost pleading expression. In that moment, she could almost see her brother's agonized face, begging her to kill him. Anis slowly walked forward. Her tears completely broke free as she choked out, "Brother, I'll set you free." In the next instant, the holy power contained within Stigmata completely swallowed the golem. Anis could only endure the pain as she punched again and again, putting an end to her brother with her own hands. The brother inside the golem seemed to finally be released. "Anis, thank you." A hoarse voice came from the golem's mouth. Anis gently held the golem that had once been her brother. "It's all over now. Your soul was trapped and driven for so long. It must have been agonizing." The next moment, an incredibly familiar voice sounded. "Anis, you've grown up. Thank you, my little sister. From now on, I won't be standing behind you anymore. You have to live well. Goodbye, my beloved sister, Anis." Damien was shocked by this transformation. He thought to himself, this is my first time seeing Kane in this form. In his previous life, Damien had always stood on the front lines as a Death Knight, so Kane had never needed to fight deep in the battlefield himself. Because of that, Damien had never seen Kane reveal his true trump card. After his demonic transformation, Kane gathered terrifying mana filled with destructive power. He attacked Damien directly without the slightest hesitation. Damien could only dodge. He thought, judging from his mana aura, Kane has clearly fused with more than one type of creature. Just as Damien dodged the mana attack, Kane's main body followed up immediately, trying to stop Damien into pieces. But when the attack landed, Kane felt no impact at all. Just as Kane had expected, Damien had sidestepped the attack and was already charging in with his sword. A clean and rapid slash struck Kane's right arm without mercy. Yet in the blink of an eye, Kane's body regenerated again. Damien thought in shock. I didn't expect Kane to possess not only monstrous mana, but also such terrifying regenerative ability. The moment Kane recovered, he swung his mana wings at Damien. Damien landed and immediately retreated without hesitation. In Kane's eyes, Damien was already prey in his grasp. He desperately wanted to obtain such perfect material. Feeling the nearly endless mana inside Kane, Damien thought to himself, I can't hold back anymore. At the same time, Kane's mana smashed into the ground nearby, shattering the area. Kane laughed wildly. Are you surprised by my greatest trump card? This is the masterpiece of my entire life. At that moment, runes slowly surfaced on Damien's hand. Why are all of you dark mages so arrogant? You all think your dark magic is the strongest. Then I'll show you what true dark magic looks like. The moment Damien released the authority mark, an utterly terrifying pressure descended. Shock appeared on Kane's face. Why can you use dark magic too? Damien Haxon, what exactly are you? Kane's expression shifted from shock into fear. He had never seen dark magic like this before. He shouted, there's no way I'll lose to you. Then he condensed his mana again and attacked Damien. Kane thought to himself, he's chanting a kind of dark magic I've never heard of. I have to kill him before the chant ends. But no matter how Kane launched his mana attacks, the moment they approached Damien, they vanished without a trace. Kane shouted in shock. Why? Why did my mana suddenly disappear? At that moment, Damien's chant finally ended. He spoke softly. Prepare to face my wrath. In the next instant, a magic circle formed, and countless mana chains emerged from it. Cain had no way to resist. His body was instantly bound tightly by the chains. Seeing that they were only thin mana chains, Cain burst into laughter. So they're just useless chains. But, in the next moment, the chains he had dismissed began invading through every pore on his body, sealing him from within. No matter what Cain tried, control over his body was completely taken away, leaving him unable to move. Damien gently pressed his finger downward and said in a low voice, "Get down." Cain's body immediately lost control and slammed flat against the ground. Damien said coldly, "I don't want to waste time with you. Tell me where Skeleton King Alsad is." Cain's face was filled with fear. "How do you know that Great One's true name? Damien, are you also one of his followers?" Damien said coldly, "You have no right to ask me questions. Just answer mine." Cain laughed madly. "If you are that Great One's follower, then it makes sense. No wonder your mastery of dark magic is so profound. But, do you think I would betray him?" Damien wasn't angered. "That's fine. I have another method. I can rip out your soul and interrogate it directly." Hearing this, Cain laughed. "Do you think I never considered that? I placed a restriction on my own soul long ago. If anyone touches upon matters related to that Great One through soul interrogation, my soul will shatter instantly. There's no way to break his kind of soul restriction. Damien, you might have defeated me, but you'll never get any information out of me." Seeing this, Damien said calmly, "Then it seems I have no choice but to kill you, but I won't be the one doing it. They will." Cain froze. "They? Damien, who are you talking about?" Damien said coldly, "The humans you murdered. Every person you killed has been hiding within the dark mana around you. Now that your mana has been sealed by me, they can appear without restraint. And this will be the most painful way for you to die. The dead will devour your soul completely, until nothing remains." Cain screamed in agony. "Damien, you can't do this." Damien said coldly, "These are the sins you committed. You should have known this day would come." In the next instant, countless souls swarmed Cain and began devouring his soul. At that moment, inside Cain's laboratory, a figure sat cross-legged at the center of a magic circle, occasionally muttering low sounds. Damien had completely destroyed Cain's body. One of the souls beside him complained, asking why he had suddenly killed Cain. Damien said calmly, "There isn't much time. I still need to arrange the scene and erase all traces of my dark mana here. Before Anis comes back, I need to make this look like a standard execution scene." After finishing the cleanup, Damien entered Cain's laboratory. At the same time, he wondered to himself, "Why do these souls keep following me?" When he turned, he noticed a massive mirror and thought, "If I remember correctly, this is the magic mirror used to communicate with Skeleton King Alsad. If I can speak with him through it, I might be able to pinpoint his exact location." In the next moment, dark mana rapidly filled the magic mirror, but the mirror showed no reaction at all. Damien thought, "Judging from the residual mana, it hasn't connected with Skeleton King Alsad in a very long time. In my previous life, Alsad valued Cain highly, even promoting him to Vanguard Commander. He shouldn't have abandoned Cain so easily. Could it be that my consecutive elimination of Yulan organization members made Alsad wary enough to abandon him early?" At that moment, Damien suddenly noticed a hidden door. Why is there a hidden door open on this side? Then he carefully explored the room. Soon, a drawing on the wall caught Damien's attention. It was a map, and it also included information on other strongholds. Damien thought, if this intel is accurate, I can use this map to wipe out those bases one by one. At that very moment, a pair of eyes was fixed tightly on Damien. The Watcher seized the opportunity, while Damien was looking at the map, and launched a swift attack. In an instant, Damien sensed killing intent rushing toward him. Almost by instinct, his body reacted, and he punched the attacker back. Is this another humanoid golem made by Cain? But there are no stitching marks on her body. The next moment, Damien saw the place where the golem had been struck rapidly heal, making him even more surprised. He thought to himself, is the reason she has no stitching marks because her regeneration is absurdly fast? Did Cain intentionally lock her in this secret room? Then Damien was slightly startled. This golem has actually developed self-awareness. It was probably formed from hundreds of intertwined consciousnesses that somehow unified into one. But a golem is still a golem. She'll surely harm humans in the future. Damien then prepared to draw the holy sword and eliminate the girl. But just as Damien drew his sword, the souls that had been following him shielded the girl with their bodies. Honorable Knight, ever since this child gained awareness, she has hated the dark mage who created her. Please spare her and take her with you. Her abilities will surely be useful to you." Damien looked at them. "It seems you know this child well. What is her name?" "The Dark Mage calls her number 9. But we gave this child a name, Miwa." The next moment, Damien cut through her chains. "I'm not a Dark Mage. If you follow me and harm humans, I'll kill you without hesitation." Miwa nodded happily, showing that she understood. Just being free was already something worth celebrating. The soul gently touched Miwa with reluctance. "From now on, follow this lord and serve him well." Meanwhile, Jamal was leading reinforcements to the rescue. On the way, they encountered Damien and Anis, and learned that the battle had already ended. Seeing them, Jamal could hardly believe it. "Damien, you really killed the corpse performer?" As for Sanas, the church took her away to stand trial. Magda's injuries were also gradually recovering. Many of the holy knights, who should have been wiped out in Damien's previous life, had survived this time. Damien said, "Anis, I should get going." Anis looked puzzled. "Aren't you coming back with me first?" Damien replied, "I still have other things to do. Besides, I left home without permission, so father is probably furious right now." Anis said, "Mr. Damien, once you finish your business, could you come to the church? This time you helped the church subjugate a dark mage, and even uncovered a spy hidden within the church. The church will definitely give you a generous reward." Hearing the word reward, Damien immediately gave a sly grin and said he would definitely go. Anis looked overjoyed. "Damien, thanks to you, my brother can finally rest in peace." Damien knew to himself that Anis had been the one most deeply affected by this operation. Because of the tremendous pain she endured, her stigmata has fully manifested. This also means the war between humanity and the Dark Mages is fast approaching. But, with humanity's current strength, they aren't nearly enough to fight Skeleton King Alsad. I have to weaken Alsad's forces as much as possible, in advance. Then Damien picked up the map. The locations of the strongholds were clearly marked on it. In the Yulan organization headquarters, in the Ralm West Mountains, someone asked in panic, "What exactly has been happening lately? Why have all our organization members been wiped out? Why are we the only ones left?" As they spoke, the headquarters gate was suddenly blasted open. Everyone was shocked. "What's going on? Who's there?" Damien slowly walked in. So the map was right. This is the Yulan organization headquarters. Then he released Miwa. "You people really are like filthy rats in the dark. You hid yourselves pretty well." Seeing her, everyone was stunned. "That golem, that's Kane's number 9 experiment." At that moment, Damien gave Miwa an order. Eliminate them all. After that, Damien went around destroying Dark Mage strongholds. His actions soon stirred countless rumors across the Empire. According to the rumors, a man was wiping out Dark Mages with overwhelming power, and his name was Victor. While everyone was discussing it, the real Victor walked in. "My name is Victor. I'm here to pick up the letters sent to me." The moment he spoke, the entire room fell deathly silent. Then, every customer fled in terror. Victor looked utterly confused. "What is going on? Young master has been away from the family for 3 whole months, and I only just received his first letter. But why are they all so scared of me?" Just as Victor was about to check the other items Damien had sent, a voice came from behind him. "Are you Victor?" Victor turned around and said, "I'm Victor. But sir, I don't believe I know you." The man froze. "How could you be Victor? How could the culprit who destroyed our dark strongholds look like this?" Then he said coldly, "Whether it's true or not, I'll kill you right now." Suddenly, a flash of sword light cut through the air. A familiar voice rang out. "Victor, had you been well lately?" Victor instinctively turned around. "Young Master Damien, you're back." "Young Master, I only just heard the rumor. They say a man named Victor destroyed every Yulan organization stronghold. But how could a fat man like me possibly be the man from the rumors?" As Victor spoke, Damien looked visibly guilty, because he had been using Victor's name during his operations. Damien quickly changed the subject. "How has father been while I was away?" Victor said, "The master has been well. He just stands by the window from time to time." "Missing you?" Damien asked. "Victor, when he was missing me, was he holding a stick in his hand?" "I think he was holding a stick." "Young master, how did you know?" Suddenly, Victor remembered something. Damien asked, "What else is there? Is it related to dark mages?" But Victor's next words made Damien freeze on the spot. "Lady Louise is about to get married. Once Lady Louise gets married, you'll be the only one in the entire family who is still unmarried." Hearing this, Damien was deeply shocked. "My sister is finally getting married," Damien thought to himself. "In my previous life, my sister's life fell into complete chaos because of me." Then he excitedly ran toward the family estate. Damien couldn't wait to see his family again. But the moment he passed by a certain place, he suddenly sensed a trace of dark mana. He thought, that carriage that just passed by seems to be carrying an item infused with dark mana. The mana is simple, but there's no doubt it's a powerful artifact. Victor, go back first. I have something to take care of. Late that night, at a castle on the outskirts, Damien infiltrated the place with Manhwa. So this box is the item they worked so hard to transport. Suddenly, Damien noticed a note left on the box. The note read, "This is the item that the Great One is searching for." Seeing those words, Damien was deeply shocked. He thought to himself, the Great One the Dark Mages spoke of has to be Skeleton King Al-Sad. After searching for 3 months without a clue, I finally found a trace of him here. Then, Damien opened the box without hesitation. Let me see what's hidden inside. But the item inside the box made Damien freeze on the spot, because lying inside was the weapon he had loved most after becoming a Death Knight, the demon sword Erebos. He thought to himself, for some unknown reason, the demon sword has shattered into countless pieces, and Skeleton King Al-Sad is trying to repair it. In my previous life, when I obtained the demon sword, it had already been fully restored. But right now, Erebos is clearly still incomplete. Suddenly, the Siwat demon sword released a thread of dark aura. Damien frowned slightly, unsure of what was happening. But that aura carried no hostility. In the next moment, a tiny sword mark was carved onto Damien's wrist. He muttered, "Did it acknowledge me as its master?" Damien marveled internally. Even in my previous life, it took me half a year to earn the demon sword's recognition. Could it be that even though I've reincarnated, this magic sword still remembers me? Just as Damien was thinking, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Did your family never teach you not to touch other people's things? A sudden attack sent Damien flying. Then the attacker saw Manhwa beside Damien. Are you Victor, the one who's been attacking Dark Mage strongholds with a doll lately? Damien immediately said, Manhwa, don't act rashly. She isn't someone you can handle. The person before him was Slala, the administrator of the Empire's largest dark organization. Slala sneered. I didn't expect you to have investigated me. In that case, you should know what my ability is. Damien knew very well. With my current strength, I can't face a true high-ranking dark mage head-on. I wasn't prepared to encounter someone of this level so soon. His mind raced. Should I use dark mana to escape? At that moment, a lazy yawn came from behind them. Seeing this, the surrounding dark mages instantly showed fear. When did I fall asleep? The man said while rubbing his eyes. I'm asking you people a question. Where the hell is this place? Damien instinctively turned his head and was shocked. Why is he here? Did the noise from the fight just wake him up? The man casually pinched Manhwa's chin and smiled. This little kitten looks pretty feisty. Then, his expression suddenly sharpened. If I'm not mistaken, that's Slala over there, right? Slala was stunned. I used a full month's worth of confusion potion. How did this man wake up so quickly? At the same time, the blue-haired man leaped forward. You actually tried to kidnap me? Do you have a death wish? Do you know who I am? With one simple and casual punch, his mana instantly flooded the entire tassel. Damien was shocked. As expected of the strongest mercenary leader on the continent, a superhuman with half-dragon blood. At that moment, Slala shouted. He just woke up. His strength is still weakened. Subdue him now. Then she attacked the man at terrifying speed. In less than a second, countless waves of dark mana surrounded the man, and attacks came from every direction. Seeing this, the man grew furious. Even trash like you dares to insult me? The moment those words fell, the once arrogant Slala was instantly crushed. Damien couldn't help but marvel. As expected of him, master-level fighters are as fragile as toys in his hands. The man spoke with disdain. If I hadn't thought you were pretty back then, I would have wiped you out long ago. Damien's expression turned serious, thinking, this man is one of the 3 strongest people on the continent. Flan Jastel. A moment later, Jastel burst into laughter. So you're Damien Haxon. I was also chasing the trail of the dark mages, and that led me here. Good thing I didn't act on impulse this time. Otherwise, I might have killed you, along with them. Damien asked, you're the leader of the church's honor guard, and one of the 3 strongest people on the continent. Why were you brought here? Jastel answered as if it were obvious. Because that dark mage earlier was beautiful. I was planning to have some fun with her. Damien smiled awkwardly, suddenly remembering that in his previous life, Jastel had more than 100 wives. In that previous life, it had taken Damien 7 whole days of grueling combat to finally kill Jastel. Damien thought to himself, but why would Skeleton King Al-Sad want to kidnap Jastel? And this incident even involves the demon sword Erebos. Damien desperately wanted to examine Slala's soul immediately. But with Jastel present, he couldn't make a move. At that moment, Jastel said, "So they finally sensed my mana fluctuations and found me." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Skeleton King Alced was continuously creating golems. He kept muttering, "Wonderful, wonderful." This experiment turned out exactly as I imagined. Someone reported, "Skeleton King Alced, the plan to lure and capture Jastel has failed." Alced said indifferently, "If it failed, it failed. It seems Slala was killed as well. I had intended to use his body to create a Death Knight. Not only was Slala killed, but the demon sword Erebos she brought back has also disappeared." The moment he heard that the demon sword was missing, Skeleton King Alced erupted in rage. "Mobilize everyone, find that sword immediately." A few days later, within the Apple Kingdom, Damien spoke lazily. "We're finally heading home," he said. After Jastel left, Damien had searched Slala's soul, but a mental restriction had been planted in her mind as well. In the end, he couldn't get any information out of her about Skeleton King Alced. Victor said, "Young master, it's been over 4 months since you left home. The Count will surely be thrilled when you return." Damien said, flatly, "I don't think happy is the right word. It'll probably be more like a loving lesson." Victor quickly comforted him. "Even though you left without a word, the Count must have been worried sick about you the entire time. And you brought back so many gifts. I'm sure everything will be fine." Damien thought for a moment, then said, "These gifts might not be enough to calm Father down. I need to find a better way." At that moment, a burst of commotion caught Damien's attention. "Damien, the tournament is about to begin." Damien suddenly realized that the tournament day had already arrived. The tournament was hosted by the Helios Empire once every 5 years, gathering outstanding knights from across the continent to compete, with separate matches arranged for each rank. Damien suddenly smiled, thinking to himself, "If I win the tournament championship, Father's anger will naturally disappear. After all, this is an event that brings honor to both the kingdom and our family. We're heading to the Helios Empire immediately." Seeing this, Victor grew worried. If he failed to bring the young master back this time, he'd definitely be punished once he returned alone. "Young master, wait for me. I'm going with you." Meanwhile, somewhere within the empire, before a magic mirror, a voice asked quietly, "How is the user of the magic sword growing?" "Thanks to the magic sword granted by the Great One, the user's strength has already reached the pinnacle. You should slow his growth down a bit. Growing too fast will draw unwanted attention. But the magic sword granted by the Great One must drink blood to grow, making the pace hard to control. The user has no idea he's already being controlled by the blade. The Great One is highly satisfied with the pawn you've cultivated. Because of that, once you complete the next mission, the Great One will summon you personally to participate in the Empire's tournament." Damien and Victor arrived at the Helios Empire. This was Damien's second time coming to the Empire. In his previous life, these streets had all been wiped out by his own hands. As he looked around, he thought to himself, "This is my first time coming to the Empire as a human." Just as Damien sank into his memories, someone suddenly called out, "Damien, you're here too." Damien turned toward the voice. From this angle, Michael looked oddly funny. Michael smiled and said, "Damien, I didn't expect to run into you here. I've heard quite a few rumors about you lately. They say you worked with the church and wiped out several dark mage strongholds." While Damien was filling out the registration form, Michael said, "I'm a mid-tier knight now." "Damien, why are you so cold? I was hoping to stand on the same stage and fight alongside you this time." Suddenly, Michael looked at the tournament form Damien was filling out. Damien had actually registered for the high-tier division. Seeing that, Michael shouted on the spot, "Damien, since when are you a high-tier knight? When we fought, you weren't even a true mid-tier knight yet." While the two were talking, a man in a black robe secretly watched Damien. "We'll cross paths soon." With that, the black-robed man vanished from the spot. The next day, at the mid-tier knight arena, Victor looked at the tournament schedule and said, "Young master, it seems there is no master-level division this year." Damien said calmly, "Victor, do you know how rare master-level fighters are? Besides, people at the master level are usually at least 70 years old." The next moment, Michael slowly walked into the arena. Ever since losing to Damien, Michael had never stopped training and had been relentlessly sharpening his swordsmanship. The rules were simple. 100 knights would fight on the same stage, with the last man standing declared the winner. At that moment, more than 100 mid-tier fighters from all over the world had gathered in the arena. Michael was extremely excited. Damien had mentioned before that an incredibly terrifying opponent would be in this tournament. Michael hoped that person was here, so he could properly test himself against them. Then Michael drew his sword. "Let me enjoy this fight to the fullest." At the same time, the massive free-for-all around them officially began. Just as the brawl erupted, an extremely fierce burst of mana suddenly appeared. In a single instant, several mid-tier knights were completely crushed, and the one who struck was none other than Michael. Michael's swordsmanship had reached a masterful level, pleasantly surprising even Damien. It seemed Michael had truly trained hard over the past few months. However, there were even stronger beings hidden in the mid-tier arena. A moment later, someone looked at Michael and said, "You're Michael, the one they call the Sword King, right? I am Yahello. Rumor has it you're the only one here who can fight me." Michael's eyes lit up. Yahello, from the legendary family of swordsmen, I've always wanted to see just how strong a swordsman from a legendary family really is. A little later, in the waiting area, Damien asked, "Michael, are you all right?" Michael said, quietly, "The world really is just like you said. There are countless people stronger than me. Other than you, she's the second person who has ever defeated me. My strike clearly landed earlier, but it felt like she had an invisible suit of armor around her, completely blocking my sword. In the end, she crushed me with overwhelming force." Damien thought to himself, Michael's defeat was inevitable. Yahello is one of the strongest people I encountered in my previous life. From the moment she was born, she could perfectly control her mana and turn it into armor to protect herself. Even in my past life, I paid a heavy price before finally killing her. While everyone was talking, a voice boomed from above, announcing the Emperor's arrival. The Emperor of the Helios Empire had officially entered. Damien thought, the Emperor's arrival means the real competition is about to begin. A court mage waved his staff through the air, and the match bracket for the high-tier division appeared in the void. There weren't many high-tier contestants, but every single one was an elite among elites. "Damien, we all believe you'll be the champion." As those words were spoken, a dark figure stood not far away. The man kept muttering, "I joined this tournament on Father's orders. I must complete the mission he gave me. Target, the Helios Imperial Palace." The Helios Empire ranking tournament officially began, and Damien won his first match with ridiculous ease. In the remaining matches, 3 other contestants also crushed their opponents and quickly advanced to the top 4. The crowd was thrilled. It had been years since they'd seen such dominant contestants. Damien became the first fighter to advance to the semifinals. Michael said in admiration, "You're as powerful as ever, Damien. At this rate, the championship is definitely yours." Damien didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked toward the distance and muttered, "That swordsman named Joshua is strange. He has no real combat skills at all. Yet, he made it into the semifinals with ease. And there's something fatally familiar about him." At that moment, soft footsteps approached Damien from the side. "Damien, it's been a while. Have you been well?" Hearing that, Damien paused. "I don't think I know you." The girl pulled back her mask and whispered, "It's me, Damien. Don't say my name out loud. I secretly came here to join the tournament." Damien looked helpless. "If you secretly joined the tournament, why would you come to me and reveal your identity? I saw you and couldn't help coming over. Besides, I just wanted to train myself in secret. You promised last time that you'd come see me. Did you forget, Damien?" Damien finally remembered. "Right, I did promise to visit you at the church. After the tournament ends, I'll head back to the church with you." Hearing that Damien would return with her, Annis instantly blushed. In her mind, a saintess bringing a man back to the church was practically the same as taking him home to meet the family and getting married. Annis was completely lost in her fantasy. When she finally snapped out of it, she quickly said, "Then after the tournament ends, let's go together." With that, she walked toward the arena. But at that moment, Annis was clearly still trapped in her earlier fantasy. The semi-final match was Annis versus Athena. Athena smiled and said, "You're covering yourself up so tightly. Aren't you hot?" However, Annis didn't reply, as if she had silently made up her mind. She had just promised Damien that they'd go back together after the tournament, so she absolutely couldn't embarrass herself in front of him. In the next instant, Annis's aura changed completely. "I'm going to win this match." Seeing this, Athena quickly picked up her weapon. Annis also changed the fighting style she was best at and switched to using kicks. The instant the battle began, Annis rushed forward at incredible speed and attacked Athena. Just as the attack was about to land, Athena swiftly stepped back. While retreating, she pulled her spear out of the ground. Then Athena thrust the spear at Annis with equally terrifying speed, rolling her body half a turn forward at the same time. That entire sequence happened in a single instant. Watching their battle, Damien thought, Annis can't use her full power because she has to hide her identity. Annis was suppressed by Athena's fierce offense, and her body instinctively shifted into a punching stance. The next moment, she threw an extremely simple punch. Yet that simple strike alone shocked Athena greatly. because Athena knew very well that if she were hit by that punch, she'd most likely lose on the spot. Anis continued throwing punches at her opponent, but this time, she had already started controlling her holy power. Damien saw all of it. He thought to himself. Earlier, Anis subconsciously released a small amount of holy power. After realizing it, she started hiding her strength again. At that moment, Athena smiled brightly. I think I just felt something incredible from you. You've been hiding your strength this whole time, haven't you? Why don't you fight with everything you have? Anis didn't answer, but she knew that if she kept hiding her strength, she would lose. Athena continued, if you keep holding back, then I'll crush you completely. Even if it meant losing the match, Anis couldn't use her holy mana again. If her identity was exposed, she'd either be expelled from the church or beaten to death by her teacher. So Anis had to win this match using only basic techniques. Sensing that Anis was still hiding her strength, Athena said coldly, you really are looking down on me. Fine, then this little farce ends now. The moment those words fell, a bolt of crimson lightning struck Anis. Damien's heart sank as he thought, I knew it. If this continues, Anis will definitely lose. Athena said, I don't know why you're doing this, but I have to beat you. Because my only target is Damien. I want to see if he's really as strong as they say. Damien Haxon, the terrifying guy even my father talked about. At the same time, the black-clad swordsman was also fighting in the other semi-final. Looking at the timid black-clad swordsman in front of him, his opponent knew he absolutely couldn't let his guard down. Because the seemingly cowardly swordsman was Joshua, the man known for one-hit kills. The opponent had been carefully watching Joshua's movements. He wouldn't be defeated as easily as the others. But the instant the referee announced the start, Joshua's sword appeared in front of him like it had teleported. That speed was countless times faster than what he had observed before, and everything happened within 0.2 seconds. In the next instant, the man's head had already been severed. Joshua's timid demeanor vanished as he muttered, still not enough. This amount of blood isn't enough for my sword. The magic sword absorbed the blood and converted it into power, feeding it back to Joshua. Feeling his power increase, Joshua whispered with satisfaction, I need more power. I'll become champion and take the Emperor's head. Feeling Joshua's chilling gaze, even the Emperor felt a cold shiver. There was only one match left before he could complete the mission his father had given him. The next moment, the final semi-final began. Michael and Victor shouted from below the stage, Young Master, avenge the young madam. Damien looked helpless, thinking to himself, what kind of nonsense are they spouting? Damien Haxon had made it all the way to the semi-finals without using a single weapon. Watching Damien slowly step onto the stage, Athena remarked, Zero gentlemanly manners. I'm deducting points. Damien looked puzzled. What does deducting points even mean? Athena asked on her own. That girl I defeated earlier, is she really your wife? I clearly heard your servant calling her young madam just now. Beating both husband and wife in one go sounds pretty fun to me. Damien said calmly, you can interpret my relationship with her however you want, but beating me won't be that simple. You're Jastel's daughter, aren't you? Athena paused slightly. I didn't expect you to recognize my identity. I don't know how you figured it out, but that won't stop me from attacking you. In the next instant, Athena vanished from where she stood. When she reappeared, she was already above Damien. Damien thought to himself, as expected of Jastel's daughter. Her speed is terrifying. As crimson lightning exploded outward, Damien simply took one light step back. Athena didn't relax in the slightest and immediately attacked Damien again. However, Damien dodged with a relaxed expression. In the middle of evading, he suddenly appeared right in front of Athena. At the start of the match, you were scoring me, weren't you? But only the strong have the right to score the weak. Hearing this, Athena summoned lightning and forced Damien back again. Are you saying I'm not strong enough? Joshua, who was watching from the side, felt a chill. There was no doubt that these two were on a completely different level from the other contestants. Athena said coldly, Damien, I'll make you pay for your arrogance. No one has ever seen the power I've been hiding. This time, I'll show you the true power of the lightning dragon. Feeling that violet power, Damien's expression finally shifted slightly. Countless bolts of lightning coiled around Athena's spear, making it look extremely dangerous. In the next moment, a crimson lightning dragon appeared behind Athena. Anis was shocked. She hadn't expected Athena to still be hiding such terrifying power. In a single instant, the lightning dragon's breath poured out. Facing the attack rushing toward him, Damien simply stood there calmly. This was the first time he would truly act after stepping into the high tier. He slowly lowered his stance, forming a ring of mana in his hand, while gathering power beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, shock appeared on Athena's face. A beam of light instantly pierced through the lightning dragon. Before Athena could process it, Damien had already appeared in front of her, leaving her no chance to react. The next moment, Athena was blasted hard into the wall. Athena had never imagined she'd be defeated in a single move. "Damien Hoxton, you really are as unfathomable as my father said," Michael shouted excitedly. "I knew it! Damien is as powerful as ever. Win one more match, and you'll be champion." Damien slowly reached out his hand, thinking to himself, "I heard Jastil dotes heavily on his daughter. I deliberately held back this time, so he probably won't hold a grudge against me." Hearing that, Athena chuckled. "My elders aren't that petty. Besides, you're even stronger than my father said. Can I give you a perfect score this time?" "Of course. A perfect score, and maybe even a reward. How about I reward you with myself?" Outside the arena, Anis instantly flared with rage, thinking, even if my identity is exposed, I want to beat this woman up. Sensing Anis's anger, Damien immediately said, "Please allow me to reject that offer." A little later, in a passage somewhere inside the arena, Joshua hid in the shadows to observe Damien in advance, hoping to find a way to defeat him. But the moment Damien passed by him, Joshua stood frozen in place, unable to move. He couldn't believe he had felt such terrifying pressure from Damien. Joshua's father was Javier, the sword saint of the military empire. Joshua himself had once been a useless failure in his family, someone with no talent and no achievements. Then one day, his father bestowed a blessing upon him, and he finally became strong. To repay his father, he had to win no matter what. Looking at Damien's departing back, Joshua couldn't stop himself from wondering, can I really defeat him? The next moment, Joshua made a decision. If he wanted to beat Damien, there was only one way. That night, inside Damien's room, Michael asked, "Damien, what have you been doing lately to become so strong?" Damien replied, "Aside from hunting down dark mages, I also learned another method of training mana." Michael immediately said, "I want to learn too. When you have time, please teach me." A long while later, Manhwa heard everyone saying goodbye. Michael was also preparing to return to his own lodging. Michael was extremely excited. If he could learn Damien's technique, he would definitely become stronger. Suddenly, a shadow poked out from beside him. In the next instant, a vicious sword slash came down, and Michael's body reacted first, dodging on instinct. Although he managed to avoid a fatal wound in time, he was still injured. Michael exclaimed, "It's you, the black-clad swordsman. Why are you trying to assassinate me?" At that moment, the black-clad swordsman was also shocked. A mid-tier knight had actually dodged his attack. He couldn't help muttering, "It seems you have terrifying potential." Immediately after, the two locked in combat. Clearly, Joshua wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible to avoid being discovered. The deafening noise of their clash echoed through the city. In the end, Michael was left gravely wounded and on the verge of death. That night, dozens of mid-tier knights were murdered. Fortunately, Manhwa had been keeping watch nearby and discovered the severely injured Michael. Because of that, Michael managed to survive. Damien couldn't figure out who had done this, but he was determined to uncover the mastermind behind it. The next day, the final match was about to begin, but Joshua's condition surprised Damien. A thick, violent, killing intent radiated from Joshua's body. Joshua said, "I worked through the entire night just to prepare to defeat you." Damien said coldly, "I'm in a terrible mood right now. I don't want to hear you run your mouth." Joshua's expression darkened. "Damien, that arrogance of yours is disgusting. I'll kill you with this sword." The instant the match began, a terrifying flash of swordlight shot straight toward Damien. Damien was slightly surprised, thinking, that sword is fast. A streak of crimson blood splattered across the arena stage. Everyone froze in shock. Even Athena's heart tightened, realizing Damien had actually managed to dodge the fatal blow. This was the first time anyone had evaded Joshua's attack since the tournament began. Joshua said coldly, "Damien, I didn't expect you to see through my secret technique, Swift Sword." Damien hadn't expected Joshua to pierce his skin, but he acutely sensed the flow of mana inside his body is strangely mediocre. Judging by mana alone, he's nothing more than an ordinary knight. The next moment, Joshua continued attacking with his sword, but Damien deflected every strike. After several minutes of fighting, Damien understood completely. He isn't truly strong. His movements are exactly like those of a beginner. He just possesses a power that doesn't belong to him. Joshua couldn't contain his rage. "Damien, you still haven't drawn your sword? Just how much are you looking down on me?" The next instant, the Lion King sword technique came crashing down with brutal force. Seeing this, Damien froze in shock. A thunderous impact rang out, and waves of mana surged wildly around them. Joshua panted heavily. "That should have killed you." But in the next moment, terror appeared on Joshua's face. Damien had raised the holy sword in front of him to block the attack, asking coldly, "Why can you use the Lion King sword? Michael was gravely injured last night and merely died. If I'm right, you attacked Michael and stole his swordsmanship. You've truly angered me. I'll make you regret what you did to my friend." Damien finally stopped hiding his true strength and declared coldly, "From this point on, I'm going to completely destroy you." Hearing that, Joshua showed no fear. Instead, he shouted in excitement, "So you're finally going to fight seriously?" Before he even finished speaking, Damien's holy sword was already half an inch from Joshua's throat. Joshua barely blocked the attack at the final moment, but the massive force behind it made his sword-wielding arm go numb. From that point on, the fight became completely one-sided, with Damien utterly suppressing Joshua. The Emperor, watching from the side, looked shocked. Was this what a true final match looked like? Fear grew stronger on Joshua's face. He thought frantically, why is his sword getting faster and faster? He was already struggling to defend, and sword wounds were appearing all over his body. Joshua was horrified. "I stole the swordsmanship of countless powerful fighters, yet Damien is a monster. I can't fight back at all." The next instant, a sudden flash of sword light blasted Joshua away. Damien said coldly, "Joshua, is this all you have? I'm not even warmed up yet. Keep fighting." Joshua gritted his teeth. "Damien Haxon, I have to admit it. You really are a monster. I never thought someone would force me to use this." Hearing that, Damien quietly watched Joshua, wondering to himself, what exactly is he planning? Joshua growled, "Damien, you forced me to do this. For that person, I'm willing to give my life." Seeing this, Damien's expression changed. Joshua's aura was rising rapidly, and the sword in his hand was clearly a magic sword. A crimson wave of energy instantly swept across the entire arena. Damien immediately recognized the aura of dark mana. He suddenly realized, no wonder he felt like a beginner at first. He's just a sword slave controlled by a magic sword. Joshua shouted madly, "Damien, do you see this? This is the power granted to me by the Great One. I, Joshua, am the true Dark Knight. I am that Great One's most loyal servant, and I will erase you with my own hands." Panic instantly spread across the arena. No one expected a Dark Knight to infiltrate the tournament. Damien's expression turned serious. He thought to himself, it seems Joshua has been completely devoured by the magic sword. In the next instant, Joshua vanished from where he stood. His speed was like lightning, and he charged straight at Damien. Damien was startled. So fast. Just as the slash was about to land, Damien barely drew the holy sword in time to block Joshua's attack. Even so, the violent sword light still carved runes across Damien's arm. Damien frowned coldly, thinking, this bastard has truly gone insane. He actually sacrificed all his blood to the magic sword just to gain power beyond his own limits. In the next moment, Damien unleashed the Moonblade art and forced Joshua back. Seeing this, the spectators in the arena finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damien could still suppress the Dark Knight. Even the Emperor couldn't help but mutter, at this rate, Damien should win, right? But the knight beside him said, both of them are at the absolute peak. It's extremely difficult to judge who will win. And with the magic sword's support, Joshua's power is already comparable to the master level. Damien thought to himself, I never expected a mere tournament match to escalate this far. Joshua shouted, Damien, now I'll take your life. A terrifyingly violent surge of mana gathered rapidly, then blasted toward Damien. In the blink of an eye, the attack was only half a meter away from him. Damien's heart sank. With this much power, is he trying to destroy the entire arena? The knight beside the Emperor shouted, Your Majesty, get behind me. Watching the attack draw closer, Damien seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then he tightened his grip on the holy sword, thinking, am I really going to use that move? It feels like a waste to use it on him. But now, Damien had no time left to think. Holy sword, draw slash. In an instant, terrifying sword light erupted from Damien's body. An overwhelming amount of mana covered the holy sword. This move allowed Damien to briefly tap into master level power. Without hesitation, he slashed, and the sword light seemed powerful enough to sever space itself. The moment Joshua's attack touched it, it was completely obliterated. Damien's sword light continued rushing toward Joshua. For the first time, Joshua felt the true threat of death. Am I really going to die here? At that moment, the mastermind hiding behind the scenes could no longer hold back, and suddenly appeared in the arena. Seeing this, Damien was shocked. This guy appeared directly out of the void, but before Damien could think further, the man drew the sword in his hand at extreme speed. With one casual slash, he intercepted Damien's sword light. Damien immediately dodged to the side. He thought to himself, "There's no doubt about it. This mastermind is a true master-level fighter." Joshua froze. "Did Father save me?" Damien immediately raised his guard and said coldly, "The Empire is way too careless. How could you let a master-level fighter infiltrate the arena?" Before he could finish speaking, Damien was struck by an invisible attack. The man's sword looked as if it had only just been drawn, yet Damien was already wounded and falling toward the ground. Damien could hardly believe it. "I didn't even see his attack," the man said coldly. "We're out of time. You're coming with me right now."